Mecha battle starting from Gundam. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 1244, Aggie St. Claus's Panic. The SRX team were so embarrassed by what Yang Hui said that they wanted to find a hole in the ground to crawl into. It was really too embarrassing. Although they had no choice, letting them drive the SRX series of machines to the battlefield was also to improve these three machines, but they didn't feel anything before. Yang Hui directly pointed out the point, and was very straightforward, even reprimanding, which made them feel embarrassed to the extreme. Then, Mr. Yang Hui, our machines. After being scolded by Yang Hui, even Gundam, who valued the SRX plan the most, didn't think they could still drive the current three machines to the battlefield. She also hoped that Yang Hui, who pointed out all this, could provide a solution, otherwise. On the one hand, they didn't want to drive defective products to the battlefield to gamble their luck, and on the other hand, they estimated that Yang Hui would continue to scold them. The sense of oppression was too strong. It's not a big problem. Your machine needs to be designed and manufactured from top to bottom. It's just that the production equipment of Drestriga is not enough to manufacture a complete new machine. I will contact the Research Institute and Engineering of the Federation Army. It will take some time. But in this way, SRX will be. Gundam was naturally delighted that Yang Hui could solve the problem of the machine, but the second half of the sentence, all three machines need to be redesigned. Are they still SRX series machines? Especially the most important fusion, can it still be preserved? Don't worry. The complete fusion program is stored in your bodies. I can add the design program according to the program during the design. Oh, by the way, the T-Link system, which is most important to you, will definitely not be missed. By the way, Lieutenant Ida, Lieutenant Golan, I would like to trouble you to cooperate with me in conducting an experiment to see if the telekinetic user is compatible with the psychokinetic framework. If possible, the amplification of telekinesis will become stronger and safer. No problem. Lieutenant Blasuda. Mr. Yang Hui, you go. Lattice F. Blasuda now respects Yang Hui very much. Not only did he accurately point out the problems of the body, but he was also willing to help them improve the body. Regardless of whether Yang Hui did it for the confidential information of SRX, he deserved his respect. I've seen the design of the R2 and some of your combat data. Your driving style is heavy firepower support, right? Yes. Lattice F. Blasuda nodded. He was a jack of all trades, he knew everything, he was good at everything, he was comprehensive but not specialized. Considering his position in the SRX team, he nodded. He was also used to supporting the Vanguard Ida Takamori. Okay, I got it. I'll find you when I get the design ready and make modifications based on your opinions. Now these three machines, don't move for now. I'm really afraid that you will kill yourself. With that, Yang Hui waved his hand and left, leaving the three members of the SRX team and Aggie St. Claus stunned. Mr. Yang Hui, can you also design Ms. Ida Takamori asked Aggie St. Claus stupidly. I don't know either. Aggie St. Claus shook his head blankly. He didn't interrupt the whole time. He lost the ability to think until he heard something very important. And he really didn't know that Yang Hui could also design Ms. He. Rita Bernal covered her mouth and chuckled. Ms. Design is Brother Yang Hui's main job. Brother Yang Hui's first job was Ms. Design. The machines of him, Brother Char, Sister Lala, and many brothers and sisters in the Legion were all designed by Brother Yang Hui. Brother Yang Hui is a know-it-all in the field of Ms. From design to production, from research to driving, he is top-notch. It seems. I know some incredible big shot. Ida Takamori looked up and thought, then looked at the hand that had just touched Yang Hui. Otherwise, don't wash it? I don't know if he is a big shot, but I now feel that it might be our luck to come to this world. Gundam was also a little excited. They had not seen Yang Hui's driving skills, but they had seen Yang Hui's machine. When they were in the White Fortress, they heard Char, Lara Singh, Rita Bernal and others introduced that the Dawn series was a machine that only top aces could drive. They had seen the battle between Char and Lara Singh, and Yang Hui's machine was also a Dawn series, which means Yang Hui was at the same level as Char and Lara Singh, at least at the same level. Therefore, Yang Hui's combat ability must be very strong. At the same time, Yang Hui's ability to prepare the machine is very high. He was able to find all the problems of the 3 test machines of the SRX series at the first contact, and gave a reasonable change plan, and also helped them redesign the machine. Just meeting Yang Hui was already lucky, not to mention, there might really be many technologies in this world that could help them. If they could really bring them back, the chances of defeating DC would be much greater. Rita, Director Yang Hui, did you mention something incredible just now? Aggie St. Claus suddenly remembered why he was distracted, and immediately asked Rita Bernal with cold sweat on his forehead. Huh? What incredible thing? Rita Bernal asked Aggie St. Claus with her head tilted. It's the telepathic frame, isn't that a technology that is banned and sealed by the Federation? Director Yang Hui really intends to take the thing out? Aggie St. Claus asked, wiping the cold sweat off his forehead. Oh, you're talking about that. Rita Bernal just remembered that at the end of the Laplace Rebellion, the power displayed by the Unicorn Gundam Unit 1, Unicorn, was too amazing, completely beyond common sense and cognition. Because the Earth Federation was too afraid of NT and this powerful force, including the pilot of Unicorn, Banneker Lynx, he also thought that this power was too strong and it was too early for humans, so he dismantled the seal of Unicorn, and the core psycho frame was also listed as taboo by the Federation. However, that was just this world. The psycho frame has always been the standard of the Promise Caller. With the concerted efforts of top scientists from all major worlds such as Alia Hutchenberg, Professor Elfman, and Mr. Wang, the psycho frame has long been not limited to NT use, and can be used by natural people, playing the role of improving the flexibility of the body and the driving threshold. Therefore, Rita Bernal never felt that the psycho frame and NT together were an uncontrollable force, and subconsciously ignored this matter. But, even if she hadn't forgotten, Rita Bernal wouldn't care, because the Promise Corps had already completely mastered the power of the psycho frame. Brother Yang Hui never jokes about Ms. If he says he will consider installing it, he will definitely install it. Rita Bernal said casually. But, that's... Aggie St. Claus's cold sweat was about to rain down. Touching the taboo of the Federation would offend the entire Earth Federation. Well, it doesn't matter, you will know soon. Rita Bernal also received the order and knew that everything about the Promise Fortress and the Promise Corps was not allowed to be exposed, and the information of people like Rebel who should have died a few years ago was the same, but she knew that Rebel would soon make his existence public and give Yang Hui a high degree of power. Sealing and so on would not be a problem. Okay, but I think it's better to report this to Sanai. Aggie St. Claus trusted Yang Hui very much, but for such an important matter, Aggie St. Claus still felt that Sanai Greywall should be informed. After all, she was the captain of this ship, and he. No problem. Rita Bernal did not stop her. Anyway, no one who could stop Yang Hui's decision was here, and Rita Bernal also believed that Sanai Greywall could not stop it under the mouth cannon of her brother Yang Hui. That? Rita, can you tell us about the seal? The 3 members of the SRX team were listening to the conversation between Rita Bernal and Aggie St. Claus, and they were very interested. This is... On the other side, Yang Hui took into account that Rita Bernal's Phoenix already had a psychopathic frame, so he did not use the production equipment to manufacture more. If he wanted to manufacture, he would decide based on the results after testing. Now he needs to design a new machine and start working. Although the 3 members of the SRX team are still young, they have great potential. With a perfect machine, they can grow rapidly in battle. Director Yang Hui. But not long after Yang Hui started designing, Sanai Greywall came to him with a serious expression. Captain Sanai, do you have any advice? I think we need to talk about your plan to let Ida Longsheng and the other 2 use the psycho frame for experiments, and to install the psycho frame on their machines. Sanai Greywall said. Huh? Yang Hui was stunned for a moment, and soon he was relieved. He really forgot that people in this world were afraid of the psycho frame. Okay, I was careless, Captain Sanai, I should have discussed it with you first. No, Director Yang Hui, I agree with your plan. Something surprised Yang Hui. Sanai Greywall, as a member of the Federal Army, did not have any objections and fully supported Yang Hui's idea. Captain Sanai, can you tell me why you agreed? Suddenly, Yang Hui felt that the girl in front of him was not simple, and had a very hidden purpose. It's very simple. You have analyzed the situation of the Federal Army. It has become so bad that it is terrible. We should use any power that can help us win. For example, the telepathic frame. Yang Hui's eyes were fixed on Sanigre, and his mental waves were always wrapped around Sanigre, observing her every move and psychological changes. Not enough. Tell me your real purpose. Director Yang Hui, what I said. You should know one thing, Captain Sanai, you can't lie in front of NT. I am NT. As he said, Yang Hui stood up, walked to Sanigre in 3 or 2 steps, and looked down at her condescendingly. So, you'd better answer my questions honestly, otherwise. I don't mind doing it myself. Chapter 1245 Lost at the beginning, won at the beginning. A heavy sense of oppression pressed on Sanigre's shoulders, causing her originally firm will to begin to waver, and then her body began to tremble, as if the oppressive feeling of a black hole could tear her apart at any time. But, an inexplicable power arose in her heart, giving her courage, stopping her body's trembling, and her eyes became firm again. Director Yang Hui, I want to unify the earth. This is the cry of the soul, this is the embodiment of will. At this moment, Sanigre is not afraid of any oppression, including Yang Hui's oppression. For some reason, Yang Hui saw the temperament of a king in Sanigre at this time. She is a natural leader. Yang Hui thought to himself. The courage shown by Sanigre at this moment has reached a very high level in Yang Hui's evaluation. Of course, Yang Hui was only surprised, but the feeling of oppression still existed and was not suppressed by Sanigre's spirit. Why? 10 years, Director Yang Hui, 10 years of chaos, a large number of people sacrificed, and a large number of heroes paid a huge price, in exchange for a mere 1 year of peace. Now, this year of peace is called the Year of Miracle, by everyone. I don't want to see the war spread any further. I hope everyone can take off the so-called miracle and let everyone think that peace is not a miracle. This is difficult as a chasm. I know, so. I hope that Director Yang Hui, you can help me, and everyone on the ship, and more companions who will join, Drestriga, in the future. Let's work together towards a common goal to bring peace to the earth and to everyone, so that everyone will no longer be disturbed by war. Is it just the earth? What about the inhabitants of the universe? They are also part of the earth. The earth I am talking about is better said to be human beings, all human beings. What about races other than humans? What if there are other races that can communicate, understand each other, and love peace as well? They are the same. They are included in everyone. How to do it? Be the enemy of all people, forces, countries, and civilizations that attempt to destroy peace. Not enough. Yang Hui shook his head. Sanigre was still in the fantasy stage. Even her wishes and her ultimate goal were forced out bit by Yang Hui's questions. Even the ultimate goal was not completely determined, let alone a detailed plan to achieve this goal. Without a plan, relying only on passion, she would never reach the other side of success and would only die halfway. Clear goals, detailed plans, and most importantly, the power to achieve the goal are not enough. Determination alone is meaningless. Yang Hui said to Sanigre seriously. I know I am not mature enough, so I hope to get your help, Director Yang Hui. I know you must be hiding some secrets, and your identity is definitely not an ordinary development director, but I will not explore. I believe you have the ability to help me achieve this goal. I beg you to help me. No, complete this goal with me and bring peace and happiness to the world. As she spoke, Sanigre bent down and sincerely asked Yang Hui. I can't promise you, Sanigre. Yang Hui withdrew the oppressive feeling, turned around and walked back to the chair to sit down, crossed his legs, and supported his head with one hand to reject Sanigre. Can you tell me the reason? Although Sanigre was a little disappointed, she did not lose her composure after being rejected. Her intuition told her that the reason why Yang Hui rejected her was definitely not because of the lack of success rate or for the Earth Federation, but for a deeper reason. Because I also have this plan, Sanigre. Yang Hui raised the corner of his mouth and said to Sanigre with a smile, I received your awareness, but unfortunately, there can only be one king in the unified world, so we can only be competitors, not partners. I understand. Sanigre got the answer. She smiled, very happy, very sunny, because during the conversation, Yang Hui did not call her Captain Sanai, not once, but always called her full name, which was Yang Hui's respect for her and put her on an equal footing for the conversation. Well, I hope you will give me more advice in the future, Yang Hui. Give me more advice, Mitsuha Wallace. The two held hands together in an equal manner. After Mitsuha Wallace left, Char, Lara Sheen, and Ryu Kanosaki came together. Char had an interested smile on his face and teased Yang Hui, "You acted well. Did you hear it all?" Yang Hui raised his lips and looked at the three people. "That girl is not simple. When she was talking to you, she secretly turned on the broadcast of the entire ship. Not only did we hear it, but everyone in Drestriga heard it." Char shrugged, and the smile on his face became even bigger. "I guessed it, otherwise she wouldn't have the courage to face me." Yang Hui certainly knew about Sanai Greywall's little trick, but he didn't stop it. Most of the people in Drestriga are newcomers, and they are working hard with the most sincere enthusiasm, but enthusiasm is short-lived after all. No one can keep the enthusiasm without a purpose. Drestriga needs a goal that everyone recognizes and is willing to fight for. And Sanai Greywall, as the captain of Drestriga, the highest commander of this unnamed independent force, needs to give them this goal. But as an opponent to you, she lost at the beginning. No, it should be said that she won at the beginning. In Char's view, Sanai Greywall and Yang Hui have no chance of winning as opponents. First of all, Yang Hui has the support of the Promise Corps, and the Promise Corps has already controlled the Earth Federation. What does Sanai Greywall have? There's only Drestriga, and it is part of Drestriga. Not to mention the future, how many members of Drestriga will support Mitsuha Greywall instead of Yang Hui? Speaking of personal ability, how many people in the Promise Corps have ever fought against Yang Hui? How many worlds are the ultimate bosses and protagonists? Has anyone ever defeated Yang Hui? Can Mitsuha Greywall compare to Cruz? Compared to Char? Compared to Rebel? Therefore, this competition is not equal. Mitsuha Greywall lost from the beginning. Apart from anything else, Rebel only needs one order to remove all the powers of Mitsuha Greywall and turn them over to Yang Hui. In this way, how can Mitsuha Greywall achieve her goal? But why did Char change his words and say that Mitsuha Greywall won from the beginning? Because he guessed that Yang Hui had never thought of competing with Sanai Greywall. He simply used competitor as an excuse to stimulate Sanai Greywall and stimulate Sanai Greywall to grow faster. As for the unification of the world, this was originally the goal of the Promised Legion, but Yang Hui would never be the one sitting on the throne, otherwise. With so many worlds connected to the Promise Fortress, would Yang Hui still lack the opportunity to sit on the throne? Yang Hui could be recognized as the uncrowned king, but he would never sit on that throne, and even avoid it like a snake and scorpion. So, even if he wanted to unify the world in the end and restore peace and stability, he would never become the king of the world. And this world needs a king recognized by everyone, so it seems that Yang Hui has chosen Sanai Greywall for this person. That depends on whether she is willing to fight for it. Since you have made up your mind, then do as you like. Lala and I will leave first. It's very lively outside now. After Char and Lalazin left, Yang Hui was about to continue working when he saw a cup of hot tea in front of him and Ryu Kanosaki sitting beside him obediently. "Saki? What are you doing?" "I want to stay and take care of you, Lord Yang Hui," Ryu Kanosaki answered gently. Although Ryu Kanosaki still used the old name, Yang Hui could sense the change in Ryu Kanosaki. The sense of distance brought by admiration disappeared a lot. "I will be busy here for a while. You don't have to waste time waiting here. I heard that you have made friends with several people on the ship. Go and stay with your friends. But I want to stay here to take care of you. Ms. Lakis said that you easily forget to eat when you are working." Ryu Kanosaki was firm, with a bit of shyness. Hearing this, Yang Hui was stunned for a moment, then laughed and shook his head. What? No wonder there was a change. It turned out that he asked Lakis to be her military advisor. Among his wives, who can be 100% sure of Yang Hui? It must be Lakis. Okay, if you are bored, just leave by yourself. Yes, I know. After saying that, Yang Hui picked up the teacup and took a sip, nodded with satisfaction. Great craftsmanship. Putting down the teacup, without waiting for Kanosaki to answer, he focused on his work and began to design a new SRX series body. Kanosaki was stunned for a moment after hearing this, and her face immediately turned red. Then she looked at Yang Hui's side face as he worked seriously. That focused expression was more handsome and more charming than any time she had seen. On the other side, Mitsuho Greywale planned to go back to her room to rest. After all, it was very tiring to talk to Yang Hui under his pressure. But she was stopped halfway by Aggie St. Claus. "Sanai, are you telling the truth?" "What do you mean?" Sanai Greywale asked Aggie St. Claus. "To unify the earth and the world," Aggie St. Claus asked seriously. "Yes," Sanai Greywale answered without any hesitation. "Are you serious?" "Yes, I am serious." "Do you want to conquer the world?" "I will do it if necessary." "I have made up my mind to defeat all those who want to be enemies of peace and the people. Even if this means fighting with those in power, I will not back down. I think this is the mission of capable people in this era." "I understand." After a long silence, Edge St. Claus smiled gently. "I will help you, Sanai. Even if your opponent is Director Yang Hui, I will stand firmly on your side." "Edge, is this an agreement?" "Yes, this is our agreement. I will always stand by you, protect you, and help you achieve your goal and unify the world." "Thank you, Edge." Don't blame me for talking nonsense. By the way, our unit doesn't have a name yet, right? As for the name, I've already thought of it. It's called. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1246 Drei Cruise is established. Drei Cruise? Interesting. After receiving the notice, Yang Hui's mouth curled up with interest. Whether it was Sanai Greywale's naming of the troops before Yang Hui, declaring sovereignty and leading, or the meaning of the name, Yang Hui felt it was quite interesting. Drei Cruise, 3 crosses, 3 X's, according to Sanai Greywale's explanation, not forgetting the starting point of the 30th Non-Commissioned Officer Academy, is also 3 intersections, the military and the civilian, the earth and the universe, the past and the future, which just correspond to the 3 intersections where Dreisliga is at the moment. Lord Yang Hui. Sanai Greywale is a very interesting person, and he has great ambitions, but as he spoke, a fierce light flashed in Yang Hui's eyes. Now he can be sure that there are still people on Dreisliga that he doesn't know. No, it's not right to say that. I don't know if it's a person, but there must be such a person. It is everywhere on Dreisliga, always spying on everyone. No one's every move can be hidden from its eyes, and it has a special connection with Sanai Greywale. I understand. Wait? Yang Hui was stunned by Rukunosuke's answer, and turned his head to look at her. What do you understand? She is the woman that Lord Yang Hui is interested in. Stop. Yang Hui knew what Rukunosuke meant, and immediately stopped her from continuing. You misunderstood. I'm not interested in her. No, I am indeed a little interested in her, but not because she is a woman. No, anyway, you just need to know that I don't have that kind of idea about her. Yang Hui didn't know how to explain it, so he just said it to death. Is that so? Of course. Yang Hui nodded to confirm. But I remember Ms. Shirley told me. You didn't have any thoughts about her at the beginning, did you? And Ms. Cornelia and Ms. CC. Stop, don't say any more. Yang Hui raised his hand again to stop Rukunosuke from continuing, otherwise he would never be able to clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Lord Yang Hui. You just need to know that I don't plan to do anything to her, nor do I plan to have anything happen with her. I don't have any thoughts at all. What do you want to say again? Yang Hui stared with dead fish eyes. He had a hunch that what Rukunosuke wanted to say must be shocking. Ms. Lakis said. Forget it, let's not talk about it. Yang Hui regretted a little. He shouldn't have let Rukunosuke and Lakis have more contact. Lakis, this monster, not only has the ability to make monsters, but also has a terrifying ability to assimilate others. Rukunosuke and Lakis don't have many opportunities to contact each other, and it's just long-distance communication, but it has already dyed Rukunosuke black. Haha, it's exactly the same as what Ms. Lakis said. Rukunosuke covered his mouth and chuckled, sighing that Lakis really had Yang Hui under his control. Okay, Saki, notify the 3 members of the SRX team to gather in the hangar, tell them that the new machine design is complete, and let them come and have a look. Understood. Yang Hui transferred all the design drawings and data to the pad. Ryu Konosaki sent a message to the SRX team and followed Yang Hui to the hangar. When the two arrived at the hangar, the 3 members of the SRX team had already been waiting in the hangar. Ida Takamori was very excited and ran over when he saw Yang Hui. Gulen K and Lattice F Bracita looked much calmer, but their eyes could not hide their expectant eyes. Mr. Yang Hui, is the design so fast? Ida Takamori asked excitedly. In their world, it takes a long time to design a brand new machine. After all, the design drawings are not just completed by drawing a picture, but need reasonable and complete data support. Many things are ready-made. Your machine is similar to many of ours, so it's not difficult to start from scratch. Take a look. Yang Hui transferred the design drawings and data to the projector and explained to the 3 members of the SRX team. First, R1 uses a better deformable skeleton and retains the T-link system. I looked at the test results and found that telekinesis can also use the psychokinesis frame, so a small part of the psychokinesis frame was added as an auxiliary, and the energy conduction system was optimized. The energy loss during the transmission process was theoretically reduced by 74%. At the same time, a limiter was added to ensure the safety of your brains. I replaced the double guns of the weapon with an electromagnetic rifle that can switch between burst and continuous shooting modes, and added the energy transmission interface of the T-link system. Telekinesis can enter the rifle through the energy conduction system to enhance the power of the electromagnetic bullet. The combination system has been reprogrammed, and there is a slight change in the form of the combination, but the change is not too big and harmless. By the way, I also left a universal interface on the back of R1. According to the situation, you can mount external weapons. When executing the combination program, it will automatically detach and will not affect the combination. Oh, great! Super enhanced version of R1. Thank you so much, Mr. Yang Hui. Ida Takamori excitedly shook Yang Hui's hand up and down. Wait a minute. Yang Hui liked Ida Takamori's enthusiasm and straightforwardness, but he couldn't stand it when he was too enthusiastic, so he pulled his hand out and asked Ida Takamori, "This is the first draft, Lieutenant Ida, do you have any other requirements?" No. Absolutely not. Ida Takamori was very satisfied with the new R1. He couldn't find any place that needed to be changed or added. He knew at a glance that this was his dream machine. Well, then I will upload the data and let the Federation Army start manufacturing it. The AOS permissions of Drestriga haven't been unlocked much yet. The production equipment can only manufacture some simple weapons and equipment. It may take some time. No problem. Mr. Yang Hui, I can wait. That's good, then R2. As he said that, Yang Hui looked at Lattice F Pursuta again. Realizing that it was his turn, Lattice F Pursuta couldn't help but step forward, his eyes full of expectation. R2 is the same as R1, with its skeleton, energy conduction system, and electronic circuits all replaced. Judging from your combat record, you are more adaptable to conventional weapons than special weapons, so I discarded the electromagnetic yo-yo on R2's wrist and replaced it with a wrist energy nozzle, which can be used for shooting or as a beam sword for melee combat. I also left universal interfaces for the external armor on the legs and chest, which can be mounted with micro-missile pods to enhance firepower. Oh, by the way, I also added a multiple locking system for you, assisted by an AI system, which can lock multiple targets according to your line of sight. The heavy artillery on both shoulders is retained. In addition to the original muzzle, the armor can be deployed to eject multiple firepower from the inside. Whether it is used as R2's weapon or the combined arm, it can enhance the diversity and powerful firepower of the weapon. Like R1, all long-range weapons can be enhanced with telekinesis. I also equipped the R2 with a T-link system and the psycho frame. Although Lieutenant Blasuda is not a telekineticist, I installed them to make the T-link system and the psycho frame run more smoothly after the fusion. They will not interfere with normal driving. The interfaces are all handled. As for the biggest problem before, I installed a limiter on the Tronian engine and optimized it. While the maximum threshold was not reduced, the smoothness of operation was improved, the explosive power was weakened, and the energy was not so violent, making it safer. Thank you very much. There is absolutely no problem. Lattice F. Blasuda is the one who has served in the army the longest among the 3. He has a sharper vision than the 3. He can see that the new R2 not only eliminates the previous safety risks, but also greatly enhances it. It is not only the transformation component of SRX, but also very excellent as a heavy firepower machine. Okay, next is R3. I won't say much about the frame and system. It's the same as R1 and R2, and doesn't look much different in appearance. But the biggest change is that I've adopted a complete psychokinetic frame. Combined with the T-Link system, telekinesis can be used more safely, and Lieutenant Gulen's telekinesis will not have to bear a huge burden after being amplified. I have improved the handheld long-range electromagnetic cannon, enhancing the single-speed, continuous fire performance, and cooling system. If Lieutenant Gulen has good shooting ability, you can try using it as a submachine gun. Yang Hui made a small joke, which made Gulen K a little embarrassed. Her shooting ability was not bad, but not very good either. Using the electromagnetic cannon as a submachine gun, forget it. Finally, it's the R3's external backpack. With the addition of an external micro-missile pod to enhance firepower, the wing part is equipped with a high-frequency vibration blade to enhance cutting and defense-breaking capabilities. The impact-type floating gun is replaced by a sword gun integrated GN Super Dragoon. Captain Gulen needs to learn how to use it. By the way, after the fusion, the GN Super Dragoon will not be abandoned, but as part of the fusion, combined behind the SRX, it can enhance mobility and can also be used as a weapon. By the way, all weapons can be enhanced using telekinesis, whether it is energy or physical bullets. How to use them, you need to explore it yourself. Thank you very much, Mr. Yang Hui. Gulen K sighed. This is not to eliminate safety hazards, it is simply a super gift package of one-stop service for strengthening and upgrading. As a core member of the SRX project, and one of the earliest members, Gulen K is very clear about how the new SRX series of bodies have been enhanced. This is just a separation. It will be even more terrifying after the fusion. Maybe it can really achieve the ultimate goal of the plan, an invincible super robot in the sky and underground. Since you have no objection, I will upload it and have someone start manufacturing it. When it is finished, I will send it over together. Yang Hui said. No problem. After the three of them nodded, Yang Hui uploaded the information. Ida Takamori then asked, then Mr. Yang Hui, is our original machine. What? Do you still want to drive a defective machine to the battlefield to compete for luck? Yang Hui looked at them and teased. The three of them twitched their mouths. Nonsense. Of course not. But I don't know how long it will take to manufacture a new machine. During this period of time, if a battle occurs, they can only be spectators? Seal it up for the time being. Yang Hui saw through their thoughts and said bluntly, take it back after you find a way to go back. Don't even think about driving it to the battlefield. It's just a few battles, and you don't necessarily need to appear on the battlefield. This. Okay, thank you, Mr. Yang Hui. Although they were unwilling, they had no choice but to accept it. They really didn't want to compete for luck in the battle. That's all, then. If you're bored, you can go find maybe. The simulation training system of AOS has been unlocked. It can simulate enemies we've encountered before. The degree of simulation is very high. I heard that it can also simulate mental waves and so on. I've also sent the data of the new machine to maybe, so you can adapt to the new machine first. Buzz buzz buzz. At this moment, alarms sounded throughout the ship. Chapter 1247, Neo-Zeon's Invasion. The colony satellite London was attacked by the remnants of Neo-Zeon. This ship received a request for assistance from Colonel Bradno of the Lonbull team. We will go to support at the maximum speed. This ship has entered the second-level combat configuration. All departments return to their positions. Ms. Troops, please change into pilot suits immediately and stand by in the machine. I really caught up. The three SRXs all had bitter expressions on their faces and subconsciously looked at their machines. They just said that they were not allowed to participate in the battle before the arrival of the new machine, but they immediately encountered it. Go to the dormitory room and stand by. Your machine must be sealed. As a member of Drestriga, you are not allowed to joke with your life. After saying that, Yang Hui turned and left. He went to the locker room with Rukinosaki to change into pilot suits and boarded their respective machines to stand by. Director Yang Hui. Captain Mitsuha, how is the situation? Yang Hui asked while debugging Dawn Ersterlin, Creation. Londinian was attacked by the remnants of Neo-Zeon on a large scale. There are 16 battleships and 96 MIs. The London Bell team and the RX-9 and T Gundam scheduled for testing have already deployed a defense line, but the number gap is too large and they can't hold out for long. Mitsuha Greywall explained. The estimated time for Dresstriga to arrive at Londinian. 15 minutes. Too long. Dresstriga can't catch up. I'll go ahead to support and you guys will catch up later. While speaking, Yang Hui had already adjusted Erstellin creation to its best state. No, Director Yang Hui. Let's not talk about whether the speed of Dawn Erstellin creation can catch up. A single machine assault is too dangerous. I can't let you take this risk. Promise him, Captain Mitsuha. At this time, Char interrupted the communication channel and persuaded Mitsuha Greywall, with Director Yang Hui's ability, this level is nothing. Char. This. Besides, this is also your opportunity to see how powerful Dresstriga is now. Char said. Mitsuha Greywall fell into silence. It must be said that this is indeed a good opportunity. Mitsuha Greywall regards Yang Hui as an important companion and also as a competitor. For her, Yang Hui has too many mysteries. If she doesn't understand him, how can she defeat him? Director Yang Hui. You said that I can trust you. Mitsuha Greywall asked seriously. That's right. Yang Hui raised the corner of his mouth and answered meaningfully. Leon, start the attack procedure. Dawn Erstellin creation will go ahead to support the London Bell team. Execute the order. Yes. Director Yang Hui, please don't be stubborn and delay until we arrive no matter what. Sanai Greywall said seriously. Understood. Sanai Greywall left the communication channel, and Char was still there, even switching to Siegfried Network to communicate. Are you sure you are going to stimulate her a little? Of course, stimulation can bring motivation, right? I hope it doesn't directly destroy all the power. Char smiled coldly. Yang Hui did it himself, or drove Dawn Erstellin creation. Thinking about that scene, Char didn't think it was just pure stimulation. By the way, have you figured out the secret of this ship? No, but I know that this ship must have a very secret existence, always watching us. Speaking of Dresstriga, Yang Hui's expression became serious. You can't find it? Char frowned. It was just a 2-kilometer warship. Yang Hui's mental wave could easily cover it. It was too easy to find a hidden person, but he couldn't find it. This was puzzling. Yes, it's completely impossible to find it. There's only one possibility, it is hidden outside the range of mental waves. Subspace, different dimensions, or the secret of AOS is bigger than I thought. Let's wait and see if it reveals more. Now, Dresstriga can't do without AOS. Okay, you decide. Use Siegfried Network to communicate in the future. You have exposed so many things. You have to keep a sense of mystery. Char's mouth curled up sinisterly. Of course. Director Yang Hui, Dawn Erstellin creation can attack. During the conversation, Dawn Erstellin creation had arrived at the catapult deck and was ready. Understood. Yang Hui, Dawn Erstellin creation attack. The electromagnetic catapult device on the catapult deck was fully charged, and the huge thrust pushed Dawn Erstellin creation out of Dresstriga. For the first time in this world, it spread its wings, and the golden particles danced in the universe like fireflies. It just flapped slightly and turned into a golden meteor, disappearing in front of everyone in the blink of an eye. Dawn Erstellin creation signal lost. Leon reported in disbelief. There is no special existence in the current universe that interferes with the electromagnetic environment. The sublimated GN particles can control the interference effect according to Yang Hui's consciousness, so there are only two situations for Dawn Erstellin creation to lose its signal. One is being shut down, and the other is out of detection range. Obviously, it is the latter now. But, in just a few seconds, it is out of the detection range of Dresstriga. What speed is this? ? Captain. Reynold Harding whispered in Sanai Greywall's ear. I know, Dresstriga, keep moving at top speed. Understood. XN. On the other side, on the colonial satellite Londinian, the Londbel team originally accepted the commission of the Roche Chamber of Commerce and allowed and cooperated in testing the new Gundam. Unexpectedly, not long after the test began, they were attacked by the remnants of Neo Zeon, and in large numbers, causing Brad to secretly curse whether the Neo-Zeon remnants had bet their entire fortune. Damn it, is there anything in London that is worth Neo-Zeon making such a big fuss? Who knows? Maybe we are the target. We've been invisible for so long, and you still come to trouble us. Are you crazy? Why don't you go ask on the other side? Forget it, either I shoot him or he shoots me. It's not worth it. Ho ha ho ha. X and the members of the London team were surprised and happy. They were happy that there was finally a war to fight. After being idled by the Federation, they had not carried out any missions and had been resting in London. Their originally strong bodies were almost fat. They were shocked that this was a war that they hadn't encountered for a long time, and it was of this scale. Although the London team was composed of the elite of the Federation Army, they could not withstand the other side's large numbers. Lieutenant Jonah, although you are driving a Gundam, don't rush too fast and don't destroy the formation. Understood. Jonah Bishuda was sweating in the NT Gundam. The firepower of the A equipment was very strong, and the mobility in the universe was also very high. The Neo-Zeon on the opposite side sent out Akira Zulu. As long as he wanted to escape, no one could stop him, but he couldn't escape. Not only would he become a deserter and be wanted by the Federation Army, but he also had very important people on Lokalem. What's more, if he escaped now, how would he achieve his goal in the future? Question mark. But if he didn't escape, he hadn't shown any NT qualities for the time being, and his driving skills were not very high. He had only received relevant training in the local forces of the Federation Army. Even the NT Gundam was his first time driving, and he was not as good as the elite veterans of the Londo Bell team. Under the absolute disadvantage in numbers, his performance was not satisfactory. Captain Blade. Michelle Luo, the second lady of the Luo Chamber of Commerce, hurried to the bridge and persuaded Blade anxiously. No one is allowed to enter the bridge at will, Miss Michelle. Brad scolded. Now is not the time to talk about this, Captain Brad. In the current situation, the most correct choice is to retreat immediately. The Londo Bell team cannot stop such a large enemy force. Michelle Luo persuaded. She didn't care about the life and death of the Londo Bell team. She only cared about her own purpose and the safety of the NT Gundam. No, there is no other federal army in London except the Londo Bell team. Once we retreat, it is equivalent to handing London over to Neo-Zeon. You should know very well what will happen to the civilians in London. Brad's expression did not change, and he immediately rejected Michelle Luo. In this case, then please Captain Brad prepare a shuttle so that the people of the Roth Chamber of Commerce and the NT Gundam can leave first. All previous transactions will be invalidated. If you can survive in the end, I will also offer the agreed reward. In Michelle Luo's heart, Brad's brain has been idle for a long time and has a problem. Knowing that it is not necessary to do it, he is seeking death. Is it a soldier's integrity? How could life be more important? No problem, you and the people from Roche Chamber of Commerce can leave, but the NT Gundam can't. Brad told Michelle Luo with a stern face, according to the special management regulations of the Federation Army, in the event of an emergency war, the highest commander in the combat area has the right to take over the command of all combat forces in the area. Lieutenant Jonah is also a soldier. Tisk. Michelle Luo cursed and stopped talking. The NT Gundam is a psycho-frame test machine purchased by Roche Chamber of Commerce from Anaheim Corporation. In name, it belongs to Roche Chamber of Commerce, not to the Federation Army, but pilot Jonah Basuda is a serious Federation soldier, and is still in battle. Michelle Luo does not have the ability to send Jonah Basuda back to the NT Gundam safely, and she can't abandon Jonah Basuda. Don't worry, Miss Michelle, I have received support information from friendly forces, and they will arrive in 15 minutes at the latest. I hope so. Captain, Dredge Crews replied that they have Central High-Speed MIS for advanced support, and it is expected to arrive at the battlefield in 3 minutes. Single machine support? What's going on? Not only Michelle Luo, but everyone else on the bridge was stunned for a moment, not knowing what was going on. Only Brad remained calm. No, it should be said that he could still force himself to remain calm, but he was very excited inside. Single machine support, in his mind, Yang Hui's back immediately appeared. Has the machine code been sent? Yes. Read it out. Don Ersterlin, Creation. Chapter 1248 is over. Order, the defense line shrinks, all those who rushed forward withdraw, protect Lokalem, no action without order. When Brett heard the code name of the machine read out by the SIC, he no longer had any worries. Captain. Everyone looked at Brett in surprise, not understanding the meaning of this order. It was completely giving up all battles, giving up protecting Londinian, giving up retreating, and waiting to surrender to the remnants of Neo-Zeon. Follow the order, the battle is over. Brett's face still had a confident smile, not giving up in a bad way, just feeling extremely relieved. Just when his subordinates were about to ask and persuade Brett, the SIC urgently reported, the radar detection system has reacted. It's Dawn Ersterlin, creation. The speed is so fast. The green logo representing friendly forces appeared on the radar detection system. It was no longer a dot, but a line, rushing straight towards them. The meteor cut through the universe and stopped between the London Bell team and the remnants of Neo-Zeon. The next second, everyone saw its true appearance. Its gently flapping wings swayed with the golden light, as holy and beautiful as an angel descending from the earth. Brad? Sir? What's the damage? 2 misses were slightly damaged, but the rest were intact. Good job, leave it to me next. Understood. Brad smiled, very happily. Yang Hui was his belief, and any compliment was a great honor. Captain Brad. Okay, get ready to clean up the battlefield. The commander's here, and the battle is over. But, this. The adjutant wanted to persuade Brad. With the hard work of the Londo Bell team, Londo 9 was well protected, and they themselves did not suffer too much damage, but they were not strong enough to cause too much damage to the enemy. The Neo-Zeon that was coming was still intact. Brad completely handed the battle over to one person and one Ms. In everyone's opinion, this was an unwise decision, or he just wanted that person to die. But Brad's expression at this moment was confident and relaxed. He didn't look like someone was going to die. And from what they knew about Brad, Brad would never let someone die, let alone surrender. But the next second, they understood Brad and became Brad. The scene before their eyes was beyond human common sense, but it made people completely relaxed and had no sense of crisis at all. Has Neo-Zeon taken out all its assets? What is there in London that is worth them doing this? Yang Hui looked at the Neo-Zeon troops and couldn't help complaining. Neo-Zeon is said to be a force, but it is only a remnant. The real Neo-Zeon fell apart after Full Front's death. Those who still insisted on making trouble were just stragglers. 16 battleships and 96 Ms were the limits of theoretical calculation data. Forget it, since you are all here, don't leave. It's a good time to clean them up. As soon as the voice fell, Yang Hui's eyes changed. The pupils were filled with colorful streams, and the golden silk threads were particularly bright in the complex colors. At the same time, Dawn Ersterlin, creation, spread its wings, spraying golden particles, dyeing the current universe with a gorgeous golden color, like a dream. The golden particles that spread outward aimlessly, as Dawn Ersterlin, creation, waved its arms, transformed into uniform fireflies, performing a gorgeous show among the stars. What is this? Is it the Federation's new technology? Calm down. The enemy has only one machine, send 3 teams to hold him back, and another squadron to occupy Londinian, and the rest of you go to contain the Lonbull team. Eric Hugo, who was in charge of the Ms unit, also found that the unknown new machine and the position of the golden light particles were unusual, but as a commander, he remained calm and commanded the troops calmly. After all, as she said, the opponent only had one Ms, and the Lonbull team, which was regarded as a big enemy, had no intention of attacking, so they sent someone to kill him, and the others just continued their original mission. As a result, Eric Hugo was only responded to by electronic noise. Zizzy, zizzy, zizzy. What's going on? Such strong electromagnetic interference. Could it be that machine? Eric Hugo found that not only the communication system was silent, but even the dashboard and display of the cockpit had malfunctioned. He immediately determined that it was electromagnetic interference caused by the enemy aircraft, but fortunately, the machine's operating system was not disturbed, which made Eric Hugo's expression become disdainful. Oh, is the incompetent Federation only able to use such despicable means? Eric Hugo, who was talking to himself, had already regarded the other party as a strong character with a weak heart. He deduced that the main function of the unknown machine was to release electromagnetic interference, causing chaos in the troops, and restore the scene where the Federation army suffered a great defeat due to the electromagnetic interference of Minovsky particles. In this case, wouldn't it be enough to just kill that machine? Pushing the joystick with both hands and stepping on the pedals with both feet, a fierce flame suddenly broke out behind Kirazulu, Eric's machine, and the huge thrust was about to push Kirazulu, Eric's machine, forward quickly, but the next second, the pink glow filled the main screen of the cockpit. How could it be? Swish! The pink beam pierced through the chest of Kirazulu, Eric machine, and the cockpit and Eric Hugo himself melted under the high temperature of the pink beam and returned to nothingness. Boom. If you don't have the ability, don't use special paint. Can't you learn from August? Yang Hui said coldly, and the ultra-long-range beam sniper rifle that appeared in his hand was released and turned into golden particles again. With a wave of Dawn Erstellen, creation, hand, countless golden particles condensed into GN Super Dragoons around Dawn Erstellen, creation. The moment dozens of GN Super Dragoons appeared, the dark muzzles shone with dazzling pink light, and all bullets were fired at the same time, falling into the Neo-Zeon army like raindrops. Boom boom boom. In an instant, dozens of Kirazulus were pierced by pink beams. Even if they were blocked by the strong shield on their right shoulders, they could only delay their survival for 1 second. Even if they hid behind friendly forces, they could only add another stroke to Yang Hui's record. Neo-Zeon panicked. Eric Hugo was killed in a single encounter. The communication system was completely paralyzed, and the radar detection system was also finished. Faced with a completely confusing and fierce attack, the originally strict formation collapsed instantly and became chaotic. Some wanted to rush forward to fight with Dawn Erstellen, creation, some turned around and wanted to escape, and some were even more confused and spinning in place. But they all overlooked one thing. The golden particles had spread to their side. They were already prey in the web. The hunting spider bared its fangs and raised its claws. Clang, clang, clang. The golden particles that surrounded the Neo-Zeon suddenly condensed into sharp sword-shaped GN Super Dragoons, appearing from behind, above, underfoot, to the side, and even from the front. Only a green glow flashed before their eyes, and then, either the vision of the left and right eyes was misaligned, or they could no longer feel the existence of their lower body, and then death came. The separated body was separated from the piloted body, and the increasingly cold body was ignited by the fierce explosion, turning into ashes in the flames. Damn it! What the hell is this thing? Retreat. Retreat quickly. The fleet that fell behind was lucky. The spreading golden particles had not surrounded them yet, and the mist troops in front suddenly lost contact, and then they saw the prosperous fireworks festival. They had no time to think about what was going on, so they immediately turned around and prepared to escape. But unfortunately, the moment they appeared in Yang Hui's eyes, they had been marked as prey by Yang Hui, and the prey that Yang Hui was targeting, there was only one option, which was to be hunted. The difference was the time. Boom boom. Two purple-black wormhole rays penetrated the two warships that were about to turn around without any obstruction, leaving behind hideous holes. The arcs of electricity and the sparks that burst out became more and more intense, and finally turned into a violent explosion, blooming brilliant fireworks in the universe. Monster. Monster. The sudden destruction of the friendly warships made the Neo-Zeon brain short-circuited, and it stopped all its movements, staring blankly at the direction of the explosion, muttering to itself. Then, wormhole rays followed one after another, turning all the four warships that stayed in place into space junk. As Dawn Erstellen, creation, approached the main battlefield, Neo-Zeon's MIS had only a few enemy planes left, frozen in place, and all dropped their weapons, and raised their hands under the siege of several GN Super Dragoons. They are really weak and haven't even warmed up yet. Yang Hui gave a bad review of this battle. Neo-Zeon seemed to be coming with great momentum, but it was actually vulnerable. Facing the complex electromagnetic environment, it actually lost its composure at the first moment. The simplicity and chaos of the command system was unimaginable. They either turned into lunatics who didn't care about their lives, or became cowards who only wanted to escape, or became wooden men who were at a loss. They couldn't organize any effective counterattack. For Yang Hui and Erstellen, creation, it was simply a slaughter of pigs. They just had to stand there and command the GN Super Dragoons to use their knives. There was no need to dodge or defend. Brad? Sir, what are your instructions? After the battle, send someone to receive the prisoners and clean up the battlefield. Yes, sir, but Loch Haram doesn't have enough space to store them. Should we send them to London? The White Fortress and Dresklige will be here soon. That should be enough. At the same time, Contact the Federation Army and ask them to send someone to take over the defense of London. Understood. When Brad heard that the White Fortress was about to arrive, he immediately felt full of energy. That was the White Fortress, a 1.6-kilometer-long Macros-class battleship, his ride. After enjoying the might and safety of the Macros class, Brad was always on edge when he sat in locker room. Now, my big baby is finally here. Chapter 1249. Good boy Brad. The battle was over. Drestriga and White Fortress had not yet arrived at London. Dawn Ersterlin, creation, naturally stopped at Lockeram for a while, but something very embarrassing happened. Lockeram's hangar could not accommodate a mobile suit as large as Dawn Ersterlin, creation, so Dawn Ersterlin, creation, could only stay outside Lockeram, and Yang Hui entered Lockeram from the boarding hatch. Hello, sir. As soon as Yang Hui's feet stepped on the ground of Lockeram, Brad came to greet him with the members of the London Bell team. I said, "Are you waiting for me to change clothes first?" Yang Hui asked Brad with a wry smile. He was still wearing a driving suit. Although it was not as embarrassing as Fafnir, in order to better establish synesthesia with the Dawn series, it was still quite embarrassing compared to the previous driving suit, mainly because it was a bit tight and the shape was outlined. Also, is there nothing to do after the battle? Have you cleaned up the battlefield? Have you received the prisoners? Have you brought the maintenance team members here? Have you finished maintaining the aircraft? Oh, I'm just too excited. After all, I haven't seen you for a long time. Brad's eyes jumped and he immediately made an excuse, otherwise he would be in trouble. No, he should say he would find a way to reduce the punishment afterwards. Contact Sergei yourself. Yang Hui glanced at Brad and ordered lightly. Yes. Brad knew he was finished. In addition to being the captain of the MIS unit of the First Fleet, Sergei also had another identity, that is, the governor of military discipline, in charge of all violations of discipline and regulations in the Promise Corps. If he went directly to Sergei to receive punishment, he would be skinned. So why are you still standing here like an idiot? Go back to your post. Yang Hui scolded. Ah. Yes. And although they didn't know what rank Yang Hui was, they didn't dare to refute him when they saw that their boss was scolded by Yang Hui and couldn't raise his head. They ran away in all directions, running towards their posts, including Brad, but two people stayed. Yang Hui, Mr. Michel Luo didn't know how to address Yang Hui. After all, there was no mark of rank on Yang Hui's pilot's suit, so he could only address him as Mr. Who are you? Yang Hui looked at the two of them with a puzzled look and asked, Excuse me, I'm from the Luo's Chamber of Commerce, Michel Luo. This is Jonah Bishuda, a second lieutenant of the Federation Army, and a pilot of the NT Gundam. Michel Luo introduced herself and Jonah Bishuda to Yang Hui, wanting to establish a good relationship as soon as possible. Although she and Jonah Bishuda wanted to achieve their goals with their own hands, they really had no confidence if they only relied on the NT Gundam. After all, it was a force that the whole world once feared. But if they could establish a good relationship with Yang Hui, it would also be a huge help. As for Yang Hui, as a high-ranking member of the Federal Army, his opinion on their goal, let's talk about it later. As for the reason why Brad respected and trusted him so much, Michel Luo believed that Yang Hui was not the same kind of person as the group of corrupt pigs above. Ms. Luo, Lieutenant Jonah, hello. Yang Hui pretended not to know them, but he still had some impression of them. As for the goal, Phoenix, and Rita Bernal, to be precise, the Phoenix, whose body disappeared and whose spirit was completely integrated with Phoenix. But now, the Rita Bernal of this world has been merged with the Rita Bernal of the Promise Corps. Rita Bernal has regained her body, and she is still in her grown-up appearance, separated from Phoenix. The most important thing is that she and Phoenix are on Drestriga, so their goal has actually been half achieved, and the rest is to ask for Rita Bernal's forgiveness. Mr. Yang Hui, do you have time to chat? Michel Luo invited Yang Hui to chat alone. Sorry, Miss Michelle, I'm afraid I don't have time now. I still have to supervise Brad. If I don't keep an eye on him, he might slack off. Yang Hui refused with a smile. Really? Then I'll look forward to Mr. Yang Hui's arrival. Goodbye. Michel Luo was not surprised by Yang Hui's refusal. This was reasonable. After all, it was the first time they met, and Yang Hui didn't say anything final. There would be opportunities in the future, right? Mr. Yang Hui. Before Yang Hui left, Jonah Bishuda, who had been silent, suddenly called him. Anything else? Lieutenant Jonah. Excuse me, your machine. Sorry, it's the highest secret of the Federation. You don't have enough authority now. Yang Hui knew that Jonah Bishuda wanted to know the secret of Dawn Erstellen creation, to see if he could make the NT Gundam stronger. He had never been confident in fulfilling his wish, knowing that his driving skills were not good. Excuse me, Mr. Yang Hui. Then I'll go first, Miss Michelle, Lieutenant Jonah, goodbye. Bye. X2 After Yang Hui left, Michelle Luo glared at Jonah Bishuda, took him back to his room, and locked the door. You are too impulsive, Jonah. Michelle, I know, Jonah Bishuda was hesitant to speak. But you can't be so rash. You should know how sensitive the Phoenix is. Although I think the person Brad respects is different from those people, we don't know him. Okay, I understand, Michelle, I will pay attention to it in the future. Well, that person is not simple. You should try to reduce the chances of contact with him. As for the secret of that machine, I will contact my sister. She may be able to find something valuable. Please, Michelle. Well, I won't forget, Jonah, that day. Michelle. Okay, now is not the time to think about these things. I will deal with Mr. Yang Hui. You just need to find a way to improve your strength. You are still far from it now. Is it okay? Michelle, you also said that the gentleman is not simple. Do you want to try divination, which you are best at? Hearing Jonah Bishuda's suggestion, Michelle Luo also became serious. Divination was what she was best at, and it was very effective. She suspected that it might be the use of her NT ability, but routine tests did not show that she was NT. Michelle Luo was not frustrated. No matter what the reason was, her divination was accurate. If that was the case, she would vigorously develop it. After all, divination could help her gain an advantage. Thinking of this, Michelle Luo took out the tarot cards that she had hidden and began to divine. After only half of the cards were turned over, Michelle Luo's brows frowned. As she continued to turn over the cards, her face became paler and her forehead became more and more sweaty. Michelle, are you okay? Jonah Bishuda saw that Michelle Luo was getting weaker and weaker, and even had signs of falling. He immediately stepped forward to support her and asked with concern. It's not working. Michelle Luo muttered with his eyes blank. What? My divination is not working. How is it possible? Jonah Bishuda was horrified. He was the one who knew Michelle Luo best and knew how accurate Michelle Luo's divination was. Although not every prediction could come true, it had never failed. This was the first time that Michelle Luo's divination failed. Really, it's out of order. I can't see anything. On the other side, under Yang Hui's supervision, Brad showed 200% of his enthusiasm, and his fiery state scared the members of the Londo Bell team. Even in the most intense battles, they had never seen Brad like this. Who is Mr. Yang Hui? How should I know? Aren't you curious? You'd be crazy if you're not curious. Captain Brad is a legendary hero from the 1-year war to the present. Has anyone ever appeared before who can make him so convinced? Well, I don't remember. The Titans were arrogant in front of the captain, but they couldn't make the captain surrender. I heard about this too. It seems that the captain was beaten badly, right? Well, it's true. The two over there. What are you talking about? How is the cleaning of the battlefield going? Report directly if there is any situation. Yes. X2 There must be more than the two people who were named whispering, but their voices were a little loud, so Brad just happened to catch them as examples. Sir, what are your instructions next? Brad saw that everyone was working in an orderly manner, and asked Yang Hui a little flatteringly, just like a good baby waiting for instruction. You still need to ask me about the established procedures. Yang Hui glanced at him, and Brad trembled all over. Especially the calm tone of voice was the most frightening. No need. Well, then continue. By the way, let everyone clean up and pack up. The new ship is coming. Prepare to change ships. Yang Hui reminded Brad. The White Fortress. Brad asked in surprise. Well, your wife is here as the acting captain. The vacancy has been reserved for you. There are also new aircraft bodies. Remember to have everyone undergo physical examinations after changing ships. Understood. Who needs Lockharem when there is already the White Fortress? However, after integrating the memories of Brad in this world, he still has feelings for Lockharem. After all, he has accompanied him in many battles, then Lockharem. Give it to the Federation Army that is changing guards. See if it is assigned to other troops or kept temporarily. Understood. Lakarim is the latest battleship of the Earth Federation Army. Even if the Macros class appears, Lakarim cannot be abandoned. It is naturally best to give it to ordinary Federation Army troops. Well, hurry up. Calculate the time, it should be. Captain, the radar detection system has responded. It is friendly forces. The White Fortress and Drestriga are coming. Oh, they are already here. Oh. XN. Chapter 1250, Surprised? Unexpected? Such a big battleship? Shouldn't this be a space fortress? Get out. Space fortresses are much bigger than this. Which one of Solomon, Abavaso, and Axis is not much bigger than this? Don't even mention Xeons, the Luna II is not just this big. Oh, that's right, it's mainly because the impact is too strong when viewed up close. Is this our new ship? Have the military top brass finally gotten it? Keep your voice down, if anyone hears you, you'll be secretly executed. There are no outsiders here, what are you afraid of? Huh? Wait, you won't. Unfortunately, I just happened to record it. I have a month's worth of socks that haven't been washed yet. I don't have that much, just half a month's worth of underwear. Ugh. You bunch of beasts. A large group of people crowded at the window to watch the huge battleship parked next to Lakalim, especially the black and gray Macros class, White Fortress. Their hearts were filled with excitement at the thought that it would be their new battleship. Drestriga and White Fortress have arrived at Londonine and joined the Lawnbull team. They were very nervous. After all, the Neo-Zeon army was coming this time. Drestriga's missed troops were not many. White Fortress seemed to have very terrible firepower, but I had never seen it in actual combat. Most of the information was about it being in the rear for fire support. The main body of the battle was still the missed troops, so there was no intuitive feeling. As a result, before they arrived, they received a notice that they could come slowly. The battle was over. What? The battle is over? Londonine has fallen. The first reaction of the members of Drestriga was this. They knew that Yang Hui was very powerful and that his special machine was not simple, but they had never thought of repelling the enemy's army alone. Then, the battle record was shared. Except for Char, Lara Singh and Najasa, everyone was dumbfounded. What the hell was this monster? Although it was hard to accept, this was the fact and they had to accept it. When the members of the Londo Bell team saw their new ship, the White Fortress, they slapped the people around them in unison, wondering if they were dreaming. After Brad confirmed to them that this was real, and Malayashio also handed over all the power of the captain to Brad in front of everyone, they completely believed that this dreamlike scene was real, and they were all the protagonists. The follow-up was naturally to change ships happily. Lakarim carries many precious memories, but unfortunately, Lakarim is old and can't carry their dreams. Cough cough. It's difficult to deal with the dangers that may be encountered in the future, so change ships. Change Ms. Yahoo! Isn't it possible to warm you up? Char teased Yang Hui in the Gunakuri of Drestriga. You haven't warmed up yet. Yang Hui was naturally surrounded by more than just Char. All the Ms. troops and members of the maintenance squad of Drestriga came over, and they wanted to look at Yang Hui to express their admiration. Well, it's not quite there. Quantity is secondary. The quality is too poor. Yang Hui shrugged and replied. That? Mr. Yang Hui, if I remember correctly, excluding the Promise Corps and Drestriga, the military technology of Neo-Zeon is above that of the Federation Army. Jay from the maintenance class raised his hand and said weakly. I'm not talking about the bodies and warships. Whether it's the Federation or Neo-Zeon, or some mechanical beasts, alien fusion humans, metal beasts, they can't compare with the Dawn series, in terms of pure performance. Oh, by the way, the newly discovered unknown alien forces are not bad, so I'm talking about the quality of the army. The quality of the army. I guess so. Then Director Yang Hui, can you tell us about the so-called quality of the army? Mitsuha Greywall also came. Just when she heard Yang Hui mention the quality of the army, she was very interested in this topic. It's not convenient to talk about it here. Yang Hui did not agree immediately. Is there anything inconvenient? Mitsuha Greywall asked. Although they are competitors, sometimes competitors can also be used. Let's go to the conference room, Saki, prepare the battle records, the global perspective. Captain Mitsuha, arrange the shifts, and talk about it while reviewing. I'll arrange it right away. Mitsuha Greywall couldn't wait to arrange the relevant matters of the shifts. Yang Hui's small class was about to start, and it must not be missed. By the way, Captain Mitsuha, there is one more thing. Call Brad over and let him be a negative example for everyone. Oh, Captain Brad? A negative example. Mitsuha Greywall's mouth twitched. Although he guessed that your identity was not simple, shouldn't he give Brad some face? After all, he is also a legendary captain of the Earth Federation Army. Isn't it a bit too much to scold him like a child in front of so many people? Go. Oh, no problem. It's not too much at all. Soon, the news that Yang Hui's small class was reopened spread within Drestriga. The members in charge of life and logistics were not very interested in it. After all, it was not their specialty. They stayed in the room during the battle and waited for orders when necessary. When there was no battle, they just had to take care of the daily life of the members. The members of the MIS unit and the bridge personnel were very excited. After all, Yang Hui's class, whether formal or informal, could always learn a lot. Of course, the people who were assigned to be on duty were definitely unhappy. There was another person who was not happy, that was Brad. When he was called over by name during the review, he went there in person instead of through remote video communication. He guessed that he would be used as a negative example. This was simply a public execution. Let's go, I'll go with you. Mile Yashio gently came to Brad, who was like a bereaved mother, and held his hand. Mile. Brad was very touched. His wife was the best. She was always by his side to support him when he needed her the most. I haven't seen the commander for a long time. I want to see him scold you. Mile Yashio suddenly showed a sly smile, which made Brad burst into tears. Excuse me, Captain Brad. Before leaving, Michelle Luo brought Jonah Bishuda to Brad and made his request. Excuse me, can we go together? You. Brad yes, Lieutenant Jonah admires Mr. Yang Hui's strength very much, and hopes to learn more from Mr. Yang Hui and improve himself. Please allow me, Captain Brad. Michelle Luo did not mention that she was interested in Yang Hui, and she was also very interested in Drestriga. White Fortress did surprise her, but there were more Macros-class battleships than White Fortress. The flagships of the Promise Corps were all 1.6 kilometers long Macros-class, and there were many quarter-class Macros battleships, not the only ones. But Drestriga is unique. In the Earth Federation Army, uniqueness represents specialness, and specialness is the most attractive trait. Moreover, according to Michelle Rowe's divination, she and Jonah will both encounter unexpected gains in Drestriga. Okay, it just so happens that the Londo Bell team will be merged into Dresgi Cruise and act together with Drestriga. You also need to be deployed to Drestriga. No problem. Michelle Rowe agreed without hesitation. This is exactly what she wanted. Then let's go. Brad signaled Michelle Rowe and Jonah Bishuda to follow. They took the shuttle directly. As for the NT Gundam, it would be fine to send it to Drestriga later. Yang Hui couldn't be kept waiting for too long, otherwise he would die even more miserably. After boarding the shuttle, Mile Yashio squeezed Brad's hand and gave him a look. Brad shook his head in understanding. Husband and wife are connected by heart. He understood that Mile Yashio was reminding Brad that Michelle Luo's purpose was not as simple as she said. She was from the Luo's Chamber of Commerce, so she was not such a simple person. Brad was very clear about this. Michelle Luo, Jonah Bishuda, and NT Gundam were not simple existences. Their purpose of coming to the Londo Bell team to find him was not pure, but NT Gundam was also a fighting force. Anaheim in this world was in decline, and the financial resources of the Luo's Chamber of Commerce were still good. It was necessary to maintain friendly contact, and Yang Hui had already contacted Michelle Luo, and Yang Hui didn't say anything, so he naturally didn't have to worry about it. With Yang Hui's arrival, he had a backbone and didn't have to make decisions on everything. He only needed to manage the Londo Bell team well and make sure there were no mistakes in the battle. Other things were not within his scope of concern. Michelle Luo and Jonah Bishuda's eyes were attracted by the Drestriga outside the window. Is this the warship we are going to stay on? Jonah Bishuda was a little dazed. He had been shocked recently. At first, it was Yang Hui's great power, then the huge White Fortress, and Drestriga, and finally his subordinates changed again. Yes, and we will stay for a long time. Get ready, Jonah, This ship. We will fulfill our wish. Michelle Luo murmured. Well, I understand. I won't let her wait too long. By then, I hope she can forgive us. Michelle Luo and Jonah Bishuda were full of hope for the future. Some vague figures had already appeared in their minds. That was the goal they were pursuing, the reason why they could not forgive themselves, the nightmare that troubled them, and the redemption they needed. Then, the shuttle entered the hangar of Drestriga, stopped, the hatch opened, and the girl standing in front of them was like a thunder in their minds. The brain turned into paste and the mind was stained with pure white. Surprised. Unexpected. Lilita. Chapter 1251. Forgive them, forgive yourself. It was Rita Bernal who greeted them. Yang Hui guessed that Michelle Luo would not miss this opportunity and would definitely bring Jonah Bishuda to Drestriga with Brad and Malyashio, so he arranged for Rita Bernal to greet them, just to give them a surprise. Is this surprise a little too big? Malyashio pulled Brad's ear down and whispered. How can this be a surprise? It's clearly a shock, but it fits the style of the commander. Brad didn't dare to complain about Malyashio's behavior. He was used to it anyway. On the way here, Brad and Malyashio retrieved the information from the central database and checked Michelle Law, Jonah Bishuda and NT Gundam. They didn't need to look at other information. When they saw that Michelle Law and Chopper Bishuda were one of the three miracle children, like Rita Bernal, they understood the whole story. Don't forget that Brad is a member of the 12th Independent Technical Unit. Rita Bernal's life experience is known to all members of the 12th Independent Technical Unit. You really are Rita. Michelle Law and Jonah Bishuda were still in a trance and couldn't believe what they saw. The once lovely blonde girl has grown up now, with long golden hair draped behind her head, a better figure, and more beautiful, but that cuteness and sunshine, supporting them in despair, turned into a beam of light to warm their smile, without any change. It's me. Rita Bernal said playfully. Impossible. Michelle Luo's expression changed drastically, becoming ferocious and terrifying. Rita is dead. She no longer exists. Obviously she has already. Roaring, and then, crying, tears have covered Michelle Luo's face. His feet seem to be tied with heavy shackles. He wants to lift his feet and walk over, but he can't move well. He is trembling all over and is about to fall, but all his strength supports him, so he doesn't fall. On the other side, Jonah Bishuda's pupils trembled, and he stretched out his hand to Rita Bernal tremblingly, and walked towards Rita Bernal with heavy steps. Rita, is it really you? Of course it's me. Rita Bernal answered crisply with her hands behind her back. But, haven't you already? Phoenix. As he was speaking, Jonah Bishuda had already walked in front of Rita Bernal, and raised his hand to touch Rita Bernal's face to make sure that she was real and not an illusion created by him and Michelle Luo. However, just before he was about to touch her, Rita Bernal took a step back and playfully stuck out her tongue. No, Jonah, this is sexual harassment. This. Jonah Bishuda was petrified. He was still feeling lost. Rita Bernal's dodging made him think that the person in front of him was just an illusion and imagination. Who knew that Rita Bernal suddenly made such an aggressive statement? Brother Yang Hui said that this kind of action is not something that should be done between friends, even if they haven't seen each other for a long time. Rita Bernal righteously put her hands on her waist and taught Jonah Bishuda a lesson, but she looked so cute no matter how you look at her. I understand. But, just as Jonah Bishuda was about to admit his mistake, Rita Bernal suddenly stepped forward and gently hugged Jonah Bishuda. Her cute and playful temperament completely disappeared, replaced by familiar tenderness and long-awaited understanding. I'm here, Jonah. I am Rita Bernal, and I don't blame you, Jonah. Really? Rita, you really don't blame us? Yet, really? Rita raised her head and smiled gently at Jonah Bishuda, loosened one arm and stretched it out in the direction of Michelle Luo. Lita. Michelle Luo was originally very stubborn and didn't want to admit that all this was true. Her guilt towards Rita Bernal also made her unwilling to believe that everything in front of her was true. To be more precise, she couldn't forgive herself for lying that she was the child who predicted the destruction of Australia, and then was adopted by the Luo Chamber of Commerce, leaving Rita Bernal and Jonah Bishuda to be taken away by the Federal Army and taken to the Augusta Institute for Inhumane Experiments, which also caused Rita Bernal But when she saw Lita Bernal open her arms to her and smile sweetly at her, all the persistence in her heart was like the snow in early spring, melted by the warm sun, and she strode forward and threw herself into Lita Bernal's arms. "I'm sorry, Lita, I'm sorry. It's okay, Michelle, it's okay, it's all over." Lita Bernal patted Michelle Luo's back to comfort her, and her other hand also hugged Jonah Bishuta. The long-lost child of Miracle hugged each other tightly. "Should I interrupt them?" Brad asked Yezu in a low voice. "The older you are, the more susceptible you are to such scenes. No one wants to ruin this beautiful picture of a broken mirror being reunited, but Yang Hui is still waiting for them to go to a meeting. Calculating the time, they are already late." "No," the commander asked Rita to pick us up. It's obvious that he had thought about it. He won't blame us. Besides, Rita is not an ignorant child. She knows her limits. Yezu rolled his eyes at Brad. "Oh, that's good. Anyway, it's you who's being scolded, not us." Oh, there was a little devil behind Brad, constantly poking his butt with a steel fork in his hand, urging him to hurry up and pull the three people apart, dragging them to the meeting room. However, not to mention that the little angel in her heart finally defeated the little devil, Rita Bernal also let go of Michelle Luo and Jonah Bishuta. "Okay, I know you have a lot of things to ask me, but now is not the time. Brother Yang Hui is still waiting for us." "Yang Hui, brother?" Jonah Bishuta and Michelle Luo were stunned for a moment, with strange expressions, but the age and other things are also consistent. It just feels weird. "Well, let's go quickly. They are waiting for us. Brother Brad, are you ready?" Rita Bernal smiled slyly, a little naughty. "Brad, brother." If Rita Bernal called Yang Hui brother, it would be nothing. After all, the age difference between the two is consistent with the relationship between brothers and sisters. But Brad, isn't he an uncle? Why call him brother? Something is wrong. It is very wrong. When did Rita Bernal become so close to Brad Noah? Have they met before? Question mark. However, before they could react, Rita Bernal dragged the two of them to the large conference room of Dreskliga, followed closely by Yashio and Brad. The delegates brought by the Londo Bell team did not dare to slack off and hurried to keep up. When they arrived at the conference room, it was as if with a swish, countless eyes focused on them, frightening Jonah Bishuta and Michelle Luo to turn around and want to run, but they were held tightly by Rita Bernal and could not get away. "Sorry, Director Yang Hui, we are late." Rita Bernal was still sensible and apologized to Yang Hui in a normal manner. "Well, find an empty seat and sit down." "Understood." The group hurriedly found an empty seat to sit down. If there was no empty seat, they consciously stood in the empty space at the back. As for Brad, Yang Hui stared at him when he entered the door, and he shuddered. He stood in front with his head down and dared not speak. "Well, let's start the review. Since some people here are attending the meeting I preside over for the first time, let me say hello first. I don't like people interrupting me when I'm speaking. I'll leave time for questions after I finish speaking. Do you understand?" Yang Hui said with a stern face, exuding the iron-blooded aura of a veteran who has fought many battles, which frightened the first-time participants and made even those who had experienced it feel creepy. "Understood. XN very good, then let's start." While speaking, Yang Hui played the video recording of the defense of Longdanan. There were not only video recordings of the battle process, but also bird's-eye views and data analysis. First of all, Colonel Brad's early command was excellent, and the Longdan Bell team's response was also very appropriate, effectively forcing Neo Zeon to shrink its front line and not dare to split up to bypass the Longdan Bell team to attack Longdanan in the rear. If you want to hit someone with a stick, you naturally have to give him a sweet date first. Of course, this sweet date is also based on facts. Before Yang Hui arrived in Dawn Ersterlin, creation, Brad's command and the actions of the Longdan Bell team were indeed impeccable. But please note that all of this is based on the strength of the Londo Bell team. It is because of sufficient strength and tactical coordination, and even the blessing of reputation, that such an effect can be achieved. If there are not enough conditions, then Yang Hui separated the red mark representing Neo Zeon on the bird's eye view, and separated a part of it to bypass the mark of the Londo Bell team and move to the rear. Once the enemy is divided, how should we respond? Brad? Here. Tell me about it. Yes. Brad also perked up his attention. This was a small test for him and he dared not be careless. I will disperse the MIS troops and carry out assault operations in the front battlefield in the form of 3-3 teams. Order the teams to move back and forth, disrupt the enemy's formation, create chaos, delay time, and destroy the enemy's living forces as much as possible. 2 teams of MIS will be separated to cooperate with Lakarim to destroy the detour enemy in the shortest time, and then return to the front battlefield to block the enemy. Anything else? Yang Hui asked. If the combat plan fails, the front battlefield cannot delay time, or the enemy forces that have taken a detour cannot be eliminated in a short time, I will shrink the defense line and retreat, relying on Longdinian to redeploy the defense line and hold out until the arrival of friendly forces. Very good, Captain Sanai, write it down. Ah, got it. Sanai Greywale, who was named, was stunned for a moment, and then began to take notes seriously like a good student. To be honest, if she was in the situation described by Yang Hui, the only option she could think of was to abandon Longdinian and retreat. Chapter 1252 Yang Hui's small classroom is open. Everyone couldn't help but give a thumbs up. It was indeed Yang Hui's small classroom. Captain Sanai, who everyone was very convinced of, could only be a good student in front of Yang Hui. At the same time, they couldn't help but admire Yang Hui's broad mind. After all, he and Sanai Greywale were competitors. As competitors, he taught each other so attentively. Although it was strange, it was also admirable. Then what's next? Yang Hui paused and glanced at Brad. Feeling Yang Hui's disappointed look, Brad began to tremble all over. He knew he had to use his strength. What kind of bullshit is this? Yang Hui pointed directly at Brad's nose and cursed, scaring everyone present. It was the first time they saw Yang Hui get so angry. Oh, except for Char, Lala Singh, Ryu Kanosaki, and Mao Yazu, they all know Yang Hui's temper very well. It is best not to make principled mistakes in battle, and don't let Yang Hui catch you if you make them, especially don't be caught by Yang Hui for a review, otherwise. Everyone retreat, and leave all the battles to the reinforcements. Is all you have in your mind about the defense? Have you been defending all day and night during the days of idleness in London? How could you think of that? Sir, don't I trust you absolutely? Brad said aggrievedly. He dared to give such an order because he knew Yang Hui too well. At the same time, he also understood Yang Hui's character. He must be itching to do it after unlocking Erstling creation, and he also needs a gorgeous and overwhelming appearance to strongly declare his existence. Well, I'm glad that you trust me so much and understand me so well. Yang Hui nodded in agreement as if it was a matter of fact, which made everyone feel relieved immediately, but Brad didn't. According to Yang Hui's style, the next thing should be. But is this the reason why you gave reckless orders? Have you ever thought that if I was 1 minute late, your actions might completely ruin the Lundable team and London? That's right. Yang Hui understood Brad's approach, but it didn't stop him from using Brad as a negative example. Also, when did you learn to be a formalist? After the war, instead of commanding your subordinates to clean up the battlefield and keep the surroundings on alert in case new enemies appear, you brought so many people to greet me. Is it necessary? Yes, sir, I know I was wrong. Go and accept the punishment yourself. Also, before tonight, I want to see a detailed combat report and a 20,000-word self-criticism. Understood. Okay, everyone. I hope you will remember Colonel Brad's wrong command just now. In battle, don't put all your hopes on others. No matter how powerful the friendly forces are, don't pin everything on them. Your own strength is the foundation. Instead of hiding in a corner and begging others to save you when a crisis comes, I hope you can stand up at the most dangerous time and rely on yourself to protect everything you cherish. Do you understand? Understand. Understood. XN very good. Now I will start to explain the problems of Neo-Zeon. Look at the big screen. Then, Yang Hui enlarged the battle records and data of Neo-Zeon and explained to everyone why he felt that Neo-Zeon's military quality was too poor. First of all, look at this machine. The special paint job means it will be conspicuous. There are dozens of MIS in the battle area, but only one has a special paint job. And its location is at the center and back of the entire front. Even if it is not a senior commander, it is at least an important figure in the MIS unit. And this is a reminder, reminding us that it is a command machine. Since it is a command machine, it is the target with the highest priority to be shot down, so I chose to shoot it down at the first opportunity. As it turned out, I was right. After it was shot down by me, The MIS unit of Neo Zeon was in obvious chaos. No, it should be said that it was completely messed up. There was no formation, no coordination. Some fled, some were confused, some went crazy, and they were completely unable to pose any threat to me, Brad. Here. According to your judgment, what is the right choice? After the highest level commander is killed, the next level commander should immediately take over the command and command the troops. If the next level officer is also killed, he will automatically replace him. Even if there is only a squad leader left, he must maintain the command of a squad. A perfect answer. Yang Hui nodded with satisfaction and looked at everyone present. According to Colonel Brad, if a junior officer took over the command at this time, it would not be a big threat to me, but at least it would not become my slaughterhouse, and it would even cause me some trouble. This is the main reason why I say that the military quality of New Zeon is too poor. Then there is personal quality. When encountering a powerful enemy, many people chose to escape at the first time, without considering whether they could escape. This is no longer the behavior of a soldier. Alternating cover retreat is the foundation of the foundation. Fleeing in a hurry will only send your back to the enemy, that is, send your life to the enemy. This is pure idiocy. I hope everyone present will take it as a warning. In addition, the rear battleships, except for a wave of barrage suppression at the beginning of the war, had no fire support at all afterwards, and chose to turn around and escape at the first time. Zeon was once a country with a strong warrior spirit. Many outstanding soldiers and generals were proud of the warrior spirit, and this kind of New Zeon is not worthy of this name at all. Everyone subconsciously looked at Char in the front row. Although they couldn't see his face, they could guess that he was in a bad mood. So, to sum up, there are 3 points. First, train hard and strive to improve yourself. Only when you become stronger, it will be less likely for the enemy to take advantage of you. Second, basic military literacy. The database should have been updated. Take out the military theory, the personal literacy of soldiers and other theoretical knowledge in it and learn it. Without qualified military literacy, you are not worthy of being called a soldier. Especially commanders, you must always understand your duties and responsibilities, and implement them to the end. Third, mutual coordination and training. The training system of Drestriga has been opened. All members of the Mecha unit will be dispersed and randomly formed into teams. After getting familiar with each other, they will be disrupted again. You are not required to be close, but at least you can use basic team tactics proficiently to prevent special circumstances. You don't know how to fight without familiar teammates. Understood? XN very good, then it's time for questions. You have 10 minutes. Director Yang Hui. Aggie St. Claus raised his hand hurriedly. AG, ask. Excuse me, what is your relationship with Colonel Brad? Good question. XN many people silently gave AG St. Claus a thumbs up. This was also a question they were very curious about. Colonel Brad Noah, the legendary captain of the Federation Army, was scolded by Yang Hui like a grandson. He couldn't even raise his head. This was simply too dreamy. Don't care about such trivial matters. Personal questions will not be answered. Understand. Understand. Understood. AG St. Claus originally wanted to refute, but Yang Hui's eyes frightened him and trembled. He swallowed the words of argument and sat down obediently. Director Yang Hui. After AG St. Claus sat down, others also raised their hands. They couldn't ask personal questions, but they had too many doubts about the previous battle and Yang Hui's review and guidance that they wanted to get answered. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1253 The Unreasonable Bad Woman. The 10-minute Q&A time passed quickly with the questions from everyone. Some people left satisfied, while others felt a little regretful that their questions were not all answered. But the most regrettable thing was that their curiosity was not satisfied. Some were curious about why Yang Hui was so powerful, some were curious about why Dawn Erstellen, creation, was so powerful, and some were curious about the relationship between Yang Hui and Brad. Among them, Mabe was the most curious. Isn't that right? As soon as the review meeting ended, Mabe pestered Yang Hui, asking questions all the way, especially about Dawn Erstellen, creation. In Mabe's opinion, The power displayed by Dawn series was not something that the Earth Federation Army could possess. There were also Macros-class battleships. If the Federation had the ability to build such battleships, they would have taken them to the battlefield long ago. Why wait until such a large scale was formed before taking them out? In Mabi's eyes, the Dawn series and the Macros-class battleships are full of mysteries, and Yang Hui is also full of mysteries. Yang Hui's special relationship with Char and Lara Singh, Rita Bernal's miraculous return. Yang Hui also has a special machine for the Dawn series, and it is obvious that it is not a new one, but has been prepared for a long time, and there is also the wonderful relationship between Yang Hui and Brad. All the strange clues are finally connected to Yang Hui. If it is described as a storm, then Yang Hui is the center of the storm, connecting all the information together. The unknown is the most irresistible existence for Mabi, just like a piece of extremely delicious cake placed in front of a sweet lover, full of temptation. However, not only is Yang Hui not interested in Mabi, but he also has no intention of letting her know the truth now. In front of Mabi, there is also a mountain called Ryukinosaki. Miss Mabi, Lord Yang Hui is very tired and needs to rest. Please don't disturb him. At this time, Ryukinosaki blocked the door of Yang Hui's room, blocking Mabi who wanted to sneak in. Don't say that, Miss Ryukino. I have important business to report to Director Yang Hui. It won't take too much time. You can tell me if there is anything first. I will convey it to you when Mr. Yang Hui has rested well. That won't do, Miss Ryukino. This is a confidential task that Director Yang Hui gave me alone. No third person can know it. Then please go back, Miss Mabi. I will tell him when Lord Yang Hui wakes up. But it's very urgent. This is a very dangerous matter. Any delay will threaten everyone's safety. Please go back, Miss Mabi. Tisk, damn it, why can't you understand what I'm saying? I said this is. With Lord Yang Hui here, General Char and Major Lala here, and the White Fortress here, I don't think anything is happening that can threaten everyone's safety at the moment. Tisk. What a stubborn woman. Mabi had no choice but to leave angrily. While cursing Ryukinosaki to death in her heart, she was also determined to find an opportunity to contact Yang Hui and then dig out the secrets from him. As for now, let's use AOS to satisfy our cravings. It just so happens that AOS has reached the point where it can unlock new features. What a stubborn woman. After driving Mabi away, Ryukinosaki breathed a sigh of relief. This was the first time she had encountered such a situation, and her voice was almost hoarse. If Mabi continued to be stubborn, Ryukinosaki would have taken coercive measures. Thank you for your hard work, Sister Ryukinosaki. At this time, Rita Bernal arrived with Michelle Luo and Jonah Bashta. She was also looking for Yang Hui, but when she came, she saw Ryukinosaki driving Mabi away, so she didn't rush forward, but waited at the corner for Mabi to leave before bringing the two of them over. Miss Rita. Is Brother Yang Hui still resting? Yes, the long-distance raid is also very tiring for Lord Yang Hui. Is that so? Well, please notify me when Brother Yang Hui wakes up. I have something to talk to him about. Okay, Miss Rita. Rita Bernal also left with her people. Ryukinosaki waited at the door for a while. Seeing that no one came again, she opened the door and walked in, locked the door, and even turned off the doorbell. It seems that Mabi's really giving you a headache, Saki. Yang Hui in the room did not rest either, or rather, his way of resting was not sleeping, but leisurely looking at the information in documents. Yes, Lord Yang Hui, that woman, is a trouble. I suggest that we find a chance to get rid of her. Ryukinosaki said ruthlessly. Haha, don't be so angry, Saki, she is just a girl with a strong desire for knowledge, which is a good thing for a scientific researcher. The old man, professors and teachers should like her very much. Yang Hui smiled while flipping through the information. But it's not a good thing to be too eager to find a job, and you have no sense of boundaries. I think Mr. Iolia and the others will have a headache, right? Then it's none of my business. I'm only responsible for handing the people over to them. Yang Hui smiled sinisterly. Oh. Ryukinosaki's mouth twitched. She suspected that Yang Hui wanted to use Mabe to retaliate against Iolia Hutchenberg and the others. After all, they all joined the Avengers formed by Cruz for fun, and also exposed a lot of negative information about Yang Hui. By the way, Mr. Yang Hui, what information are you looking at? Ryu Konosaki walked behind Yang Hui naturally, gently pinched his shoulders, and asked Yang Hui softly. Information of the hero and GGG. The hero. Courage is also a kind of will. Logically speaking, the power of courage is the same as the power of the combination of NT and psychoframe. They are all the power of the embodiment of human will. It's just, the G-stone of the appearance technology is quite interesting. The power of will is materialized, but the combination of psychoframe and NT cannot be exerted to this extent, right? My lord, you are the NT, and Dawn Gundam has always been equipped with psychoframe, but you haven't achieved this level. Ryu Konosaki asked. So, my will is not strong enough. Yang Hui pointed to his head and entered the transformer state at the same time, his eyes filled with colorful streams of light. After entering the transformer state, I will be in an absolutely rational state, with all the emotions I should have, but I will be restricted by absolute rationality, and it is difficult to have drastic emotional fluctuations. Human will is only most obvious when emotions fluctuate violently, so for me, the transformer mode is this shackle, and when I get the power of the transformer, I am also greatly restricted. I see, but I still find it hard to believe that human will can burst out with such a powerful force. As for examples, there are too many, you can see. Chapter 1254, Michelle Luo is in a state of confusion due to concern. Then, Yang Hui pulled out the records of the Second Neo-Zeon War in the Laplace Rebellion, and patted Ryu Konosaki's hand. Ryu Konosaki was stunned for a moment, and soon a happy smile appeared on her face, because Yang Hui's hand patted her thigh after patting her, and the meaning was self-evident. However, Ryu Konosaki blushed and was very excited. This was also Yang Hui's initiative to her, which also meant that Yang Hui began to accept her, but what should she do? Should she accept it? If she accepted it directly, would Yang Hui regard her as a slutty girl? But what if she missed the opportunity she had waited for so long? So excited. But so shy. I gave you a chance, but you didn't use it. At this time, a Q-like little Lux with angel wings and an angel halo jumped out of Ryu Konosaki's head and knocked on Ryu Konosaki's forehead angrily. MRS. Lakis, but it's too fast. I'm not ready yet. The shy little Ryu Konosaki jumped out from the other side, aggrieved, with her little hands tapping on her chest. Big idiot. Angel Lakis kicked over fiercely, hitting the little Ryu Konosaki's head. This guy rarely takes the initiative. If you miss this time, I don't know when you'll have to wait. Do you still want to keep waiting foolishly? Woo woo woo. Madam Lakis, stop hitting me, I get it. Bang. In a puff of green smoke, the little Angel Lakis and the little Ryu Konosaki disappeared at the same time. Ryu Konosaki shyly approached Yang Hui, and then, continued to shyly, not knowing whether to sit or not. Yang Hui smiled and sighed, and put his arm around Ryu Konosaki's waist and pulled her into his arms, sitting on his lap. Master Yang Hui. Ryu Konosaki looked at Yang Hui with a flushed face, her eyes full of spring water, her body limp and unable to exert any strength. Watch it. Yang Hui held Ryu Konosaki's waist with one hand to prevent her from falling, and opened the record with the other hand, asking Ryu Konosaki to concentrate on reading. Master Yang Hui is too cunning, how can you read the record like this? Ryu Konosaki lowered his head and did not dare to raise it. Yang Hui smiled, and did not read any more. His hand passed through the bend of Ryu Konosaki's legs and picked her up. Master Yang Hui. Did it Lakis tell you? I eat meat. On the other side, Rita Bernal brought Michelle Luo and Jonah Bishuda to her room and told them her story. Of course, it was a story that was compiled in advance. Rita Bernal did fail in the experiment and lost her body. Her spirit merged with a phoenix and became the phoenix. But no one knew what happened. The consciousness in the phoenix suddenly fell asleep. When she woke up again, Rita Bernal regained her body and appeared in the cockpit of the phoenix. At first, the phoenix could not start. Rita Bernal had no choice but to send out a distress signal. Finally, she was found and rescued by Char and Lara Singh, and then taken back to the Republic of Zeon to recuperate. Until some time ago, Rita Bernal received an order to join the dress rigger with Char and Lara Singh and set off from the Republic of Zeon with the White Fortress. Then, it was an encounter and a reunion. Why did you get your body back? Michelle Law asked. Michelle. Jonah Bishuda shouted at Michelle Law. Asking such a question just after the reunion was like Michelle Law didn't want Rita Bernal to come back. Calm down, Jonah. Before Michelle Rowe could speak, Rita Bernal spoke to calm Chopper Bishuda's excitement. Michelle is just worried about me. Worried? Jonah Bishuda was stunned for a moment, and looked at Michelle Rowe in confusion, receiving a look of disgust and contempt. Oh, it's unbelievable. How could the lost body suddenly appear? Why now? This. So Rita, has your current body been fully checked? Michelle Rowe asked with concern. Yes, it has been checked, and it's completely normal. Rita Bernal couldn't say that this was originally her body, but she was not from the same world. That's why it's not normal. Michelle Luo said with a serious expression, the only people I know of with identical bodies are clones, just like the large number of clones of Red Comet. But clones also have very big flaws, and clones also have self-awareness, not just an empty shell. Full front is the most typical example, but Rita's body has no flaws, it's completely normal, which can rule out the possibility of a clone. So, Jonah, what do you think? The sudden appearance of an identical body that can perfectly accept Rita's consciousness, what could it be? Maybe it's a miracle. How could Jonah Bishuda think of this? He knew that Rita Bernal's safe return was a miracle and the best result, but as for the reason, he really hadn't thought about it. Forget it, I'm the fool who asked you. Michelle Luo was not surprised by Jonah Bishuda's answer, and he also expressed his own speculation. As far as I know, photon force, gamma ray, G-stone, none of these powers exist, so there are only two possibilities. One is some unknown alien technology, and the other is an unknown ability from another world. No matter which one it is, I don't think the other party is a philanthropist who simply did a good deed to save Rita. I am more inclined to think that they intend to use Rita to achieve some purpose. Jonah Bishuda himself would definitely not think so much, but after Michelle Luo said this, he completely understood. It's okay, Michelle, Jonah, I'm really okay. Rita Bernal didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If she was just the Rita Bernal of this world, Michelle Luo's speculation would be reasonable, but the problem is, she is not. No, it should be said that she is not completely the Rita Bernal of this world. Her body is the original body, but it is just fused with the consciousness of the Rita Bernal of this world. Rita Bernal had brought Michelle Luo and Jonah Bishuda to find Yang Hui before, just to apply to tell them the truth, because Rita Bernal knew Michelle Luo very well, and had been quick-witted since childhood. Even if she couldn't guess the truth, she could still come up with many reasonable inferences, and Michelle Luo would definitely not allow Rita Bernal to be used as a tool by others, even if it was the price of returning. As a result, they failed to meet Yang Hui, so they had to give up for the time being. Rita. Okay, Michelle, this kind of thing can only be investigated slowly in the future. Now let's welcome Rita back. Jonah Bishuda patted Michelle Luo on the shoulder and suggested. Yes, Michelle, if what you said is true, there is nothing to find out now. At least I am on this ship, with you and brother Yang Hui. Even if there is a problem, we can definitely work together to solve it. Rita Bernal took Michelle Luo's hand and comforted him. Okay, I understand, but I will investigate this matter. Yes. Rita Bernal was helpless. Michelle Rowe had already compromised to the limit, and he didn't go all the way, otherwise it would backfire. By the way, since you have joined the Drestriga, what about Phoenix? What is the attitude of the Federation Army towards you now? Michelle Rowe thought of another very important thing and asked. This. Chapter 1255, Rita has changed, she is unrecognizable. Phoenix. Are you still driving it now? Michelle Rowe and Jonah Bishuda followed Rita Bernal to the hangar. Looking at the golden Gundam in front of them, they felt extremely complicated. This was the beginning of the tragedy, the nightmare of their lives, and also the pursuit of their lives. Why did Michelle Rowe risk the world's disapproval and secretly activate the forbidden psycho-sensing frame to create the NT Gundam and embark on a dangerous journey with Jonah Bishuda? Wasn't it because of it? And Rita Bernal was trapped in it. And now, Rita Bernal has returned safely, and Phoenix is also in front of them, making the two lose their life goals for a while, not knowing how to go on in the future. Well, it's a good kid. I have asked brother Yang Hui for permission to transform it into the Dawn series. It will accompany me all the way to the battle. Rita, why do you still want to fight? Michelle Luo asked. Let's not consider other factors first. Do you really not care about everything the Federation has done to you? Of course I can't forget it. Rita Bernal was silent for a moment and replied. Not to mention what kind of hell Rita Bernal in this world has experienced, The original Rita Bernal could not forget the days when she was taken away by the Federation Army and imprisoned in the Augusta Institute for various inhumane experiments. Then why do you still want to fight for such a federation? Michelle Luo questioned Rita Bernal. I'm not fighting for the Federation. Rita Bernal answered Michelle Luo firmly, with a serious expression. I will never forget what the Federation Army did to me, but I don't hate them, because I have brother Yang Hui and so many brothers and sisters. The warmth they brought me made me let go of hatred and made me understand the truth. Instead of living because of hatred, it is better to live with sunshine and hope. Hatred is not worth giving up other beautiful things. The days in the 12th Independent Technical Unit were the treasure of Rita Bernal's life. As the sister of everyone in the 12th Independent Technical Unit, she received warmth and love beyond everyone's imagination. Under the influence of countless loves, Rita Bernal let go of all hatred. As she said, hatred is not worth letting her give up the beauty around her. Her wish has not changed. Although she can't really turn into a bird, she can now fly freely. Then, it will be her turn to spread her wings, shelter others from the wind and rain, and pass on the countless loves she has received to others. Then why are you fighting now? For Mr. Yang Hui. Not only brother Yang Hui, but also other brothers and sisters, and everyone else, including brother Xia, sister Lala, sister Liu Mui, and sister Wang, sister Yulin, sister Liu Mei, and you, Michelle, Jonah. Just like brother Yang Hui, my fight does not involve any righteousness, no high-sounding reasons. I just want to protect the people I love. Hearing this, Michelle Luo and Jonah Bishuda were silent. At this moment, they felt that the person in front of them, who they should be very familiar with, became so strange, as if they had never known each other. You have changed, Rita. Michelle Luo and Jonah Bishuda both noticed one thing, that Rita Bernal must have experienced something they could not imagine, which would cause such a huge change. At the same time, they also found that Rita Bernal had something very important to hide from them, but they did not ask any more questions. They believed that Rita Bernal was still the same. People will change, Michelle, Jonah, the important thing is to become better, isn't it? Rita Bernal smiled. Yes. Let's go. I'll take you to visit Drasliga, and get to know everyone. We will be companions fighting side by side in the future. Yes, thank you, Rita. It's a small matter, let's go. After meeting up with the London Bell team, Drake Cruise's next stop was naturally the GGG orbital base. London was not very far from the GGG orbital base, and the designated route was also a safe route under the control of the Federation Army, so no enemies were encountered along the way, and Drake Cruise also got a short rest time. But once people are idle, they like to think about random things, and once they think about random things, they like to make things happen, such as the cake tasting event that is ongoing. Oh, Lieutenant Kujimiya, are you sure this is a cake? Yang Hui looked at the abnormally colorful cake in front of him, and the corners of his mouth kept twitching. Of course it's cake, Director Yang Hui. I've made many varieties, please try them. Kujimiya said with a smile. Why, me? Yang Hui pointed at himself and asked. Because you are the authority of Drake Cruise. Kujimiya said as a matter of course, you and Captain Mitsuha are the leaders of Drake Cruise, and naturally you are the most authoritative and persuasive. They all say that the cake I made is not delicious, but I don't think so, so please judge it. This is just a judgment, it should, maybe, it doesn't need to be eaten. Yang Hui answered Kujimiya while pushing the cake away inconspicuously, but unfortunately, Kujimiya still found out and pushed the plate full of cake back. That won't work, Director Yang Hui. Only the protagonists of light novels and comics will use words to convince others, and reality naturally requires the most direct proof. This. Yang Hui sweated profusely. This cake looked wrong, right? Especially the syrup that couldn't solidify at all was still flowing, or it could be said that this was just sugar, not cake. Well, Director Yang Hui, please taste it. Wait. Yang Hui glanced and saw the people hiding in various corners waiting to watch the show. Since he couldn't hide, he would pull people to share the burden. I think it's a bit too much for Lieutenant Kujimiya to taste Lieutenant Kujimiya's cake by myself, and more people's comments will be more convincing, right? Well, that's right, but it's only you, Director Yang Hui. Of course not. Lieutenant Hitachi. Lieutenant Asagi. Lieutenant Jun. Edge. Lieutenant Ida. Lieutenant Blasuda. Lieutenant Bisuda. J. Lieutenant Reynolds. Yang Hui named the people he found one by one, and those who were named exclaimed, which naturally exposed their positions, and then, the Kujimiais were pulled out one by one, sitting in a row, eating fruit, cough cough. Sorry for the interruption, they were waiting to taste the cake. Please start tasting, I made a lot. Gulp. And everyone swallowed their saliva, their eyes focused on Yang Hui, but Yang Hui didn't look away, his expression was calm, as long as he thought he couldn't see, then he really couldn't see. Everyone. XN. In the Earth orbit not far from Dreki Cruise, an orbital base the size of a space station was moving around the Earth. Everyone in GGG was ready to welcome Dreki Cruise, and they were all looking forward to what was so unique about this independent force entrusted with the future of the Earth. Are they almost here? Yes, General Rebel. Well, it's good news that they arrived safely. Yes, there are wars everywhere now, and it's not surprising that enemies appear anywhere, but... General Rebel, are you really planning to? Ha, it's not a good idea to hide all the time. Besides, I'm not a shameful sewer rat. That's true, but forget it, it's a blessing that you can return safely, as well as General Shyam and the others. Well, don't worry, Commander Agassan, since we are back, we will not let those bastards who destroy the peace and provoke disputes do whatever they want. Your words are still so inspiring. Ho. Chapter 1256, Rebels Arrival, the General's Bizarre Return. Finally we're here, GGG Orbital Base. I wonder if we can meet the hero. Hitachi was excited and looking forward to it. His dream was to become a hero, and the hero was one of the most famous heroes. That's true, but the GGG members at that time were exiled from the Earth 10 years ago, right? Jun Hezhong said. 10 years ago, GGG, who used Super AI, that is, Gusty Galaxy Guard, went to the Triple Solar System against the order of the Earth Federation government and was exiled. In fact, GGG took this opportunity to go to the Triple Solar System to solve the mystery of the contraction of the universe and save the mysterious boy Amami Mori from the Triple Solar System. The real intention of the Earth Federation government in making the exile decision was to give GGG the power to act freely, because Amami Mori and Kato Ikumi, who returned safely from the Triple Solar System, provided sufficient testimony, and the hero team also made great sacrifices to save the Earth and the universe. In the end, this decision was withdrawn a few years later. However, these truths were not made public, so the public generally believed that this was the out-of-control behavior of radical elements, so the reputation of GGG was not fully restored. As compensation, a new generation of heroes was needed to continue to protect the Earth, so a new GGG was re-established on the basis of Gusty Galaxy Guard, namely, Gusty Global Guard, and the permanent base was the orbital base in front of everyone. The new generation of GGG is using this base now, right? Kujimiya asked. We came here to handle the formalities this time, so I heard that we basically have to be on standby on the ship. By the way, why do we still need to handle these formalities? Hasn't Dreki Cruise obtained sufficient authority? Isagi Shunichi felt that things were not that simple, but it was only limited to feeling that it was not that simple. He couldn't think of anything deeper. It seems that we were called here by the top management. G from the maintenance team said, he got some gossip. The top management you are talking about is... Everyone was shocked. The top management that the members of Dreskliga had contacted was Commodore Fix, who built this battleship, forced them to be crew members and supported the establishment of Dreki Cruise. So don't spread rumors. Forget it, don't think too much about it. We're almost there, and we'll know the answer soon, right? That's right. Similar to the private discussion of the people below, Sanai Graywall and Reynold Harding were also very confused. They were sure that they were not called to the GGG orbital base to handle the procedures for landing on the Earth, but that someone from above wanted to see them, but... Logically, this person should be Brigadier General Fix, Dreki Cruise's direct superior, but... The order in hand did not specify it clearly, but was vague, as if trying to conceal someone's identity, which made people curious and uneasy. Captain, who do you think it will be? Reynold Harding asked Sanai Graywall, feeling inexplicably anxious. I don't know either. Mitsuha Graywall shook her head, but she was sure of one thing, but this person must be higher in rank than Brigadier General Fix, and, my intuition tells me that he is a huge surprise. Someone higher than Brigadier General. I don't know if this is a blessing or a curse for Dreki Cruise. It's a blessing, Not a curse. If it is, it will be revealed soon. Since he wants to meet us alone, he should not be a bad person. Well, it's coming soon. Notify everyone to gather in the number 1 hangar and wait for the arrival of the high-ranking members of the Federation Army. Mitsuha Greywall ordered, and prepared to go to the hangar to wait, but just after leaving the bridge, he saw Yang Hui and Rukinasaki, and was stunned. I hope so. Director Yang Hui? Miss Rukinasaki? What are you doing? What made Mitsuha Greywall and Reynold Harding stunned was not meeting Yang Hui and Rukinasaki at this time, but the uniforms Yang Hui and Rukinasaki were wearing. Yang Hui and Rukinasaki were wearing the ordinary uniforms of Dressliga before, but now they were wearing a black uniform that they didn't know. Captain Mitsuha, Vice Captain Reynold, are you going to the hangar? Yang Hui asked Mitsuha Greywall and Reynold Harding with a smile. Yes, Director Yang Hui. Then let's go together. Oh, okay, but... Mitsuha Greywall and Reynold Harding followed behind Yang Hui and Rukinasaki, their eyes still lingering on the two of them, or rather, their new uniforms. Director Yang Hui, your and Miss Rukinasaki's uniforms. You will know later. Yang Hui didn't answer now. Anyway, there will be a surprise later, so he might as well add one more and double it. Okay. Mitsuha Greywall and Reynold Harding were very dissatisfied with Yang Hui's riddleman behavior, but they could do nothing about it. The 4 of them arrived at the hangar and saw that most of the people from Dressliga had already arrived, but they were scattered and not lined up. It was not until they saw the arrival of Mitsuha Greywall and others that they quickly lined up. It was called a line, but it was divided into 3 parts. The members of Dressliga and the 5 people from the Rabbit Squad stood together because they all belonged to the Federation Army. The members of Huso, Mabet, and Shorek's team lined up separately. They belonged to the Holy Military Alliance, not the Federation Army. Finally, there were the 3 people from the SRX team. They were guests from another world, so they had to be separated. This was not a small splinter group within Dreki crews, but it was just that this separation helped to distinguish them. In addition to the 3 teams, Mitsuha Greywall and Reynold Harding saw that researchers such as Char, Lara Singh, Rita Bernal, and Nina Pableton all changed into the same black uniforms as Yang Hui and Ryu Kanasaki, standing alone on one side, as if, why do I feel like I'm seeing the Titans? Everyone was surprised. Although this was different from the Titans' uniforms they knew, and the Titans had indeed been destroyed, it felt very similar. I said the color of this uniform is wrong, right? If it's a lighter color, it won't be mistaken for a Titan's. When Yang Hui walked over, Char teased jokingly. How about changing it to pink for you? It will definitely suit you. Yang Hui ruthlessly counterattacked. Not only are you blind, but you also have a problem with your brain. Pink and I are completely 2 parallel lines. Char's mouth twitched and he cursed unhappily. Why is there no intersection? Pink and Mother's Baby, a perfect match. Char glared with dead fish eyes, and his anger turned into a black aura that enveloped his whole body. It was so thick that it almost became a physical coat. Without saying a word, he directly reached for the gun. Colonel. The black aura suddenly disappeared, and the hand that was about to touch the gun was put down again, but the eyes that wanted to kill someone could not be hidden. Yang Hui smiled and did not continue to provoke Char. He stood at the head of the queue and waited patiently. Soon, there was a slight vibration under his feet, indicating that Dressliga successfully docked at the GGG orbital base. After a while, a shuttle drove into the hangar and stopped. Everyone's expectations were immediately full. They were very curious about which senior official of the Federation Army wanted to see them, but the next second, their eyes turned into disappointment, because the person who came down from the shuttle was not the senior official they expected, but Brad, Mile Yashio and other members of White Fortress. They were also wearing black uniforms. After getting off the shuttle, they quickly joined the queue of Yang Hui and others. Sure enough, they are not ordinary. Who are they? Except for a few natural and cute people like Iri Huan who didn't think too much, most people began to doubt the identities of Yang Hui and others. After all, their common uniqueness and unique relationship made it hard not to be suspicious. Okay, everyone, be quiet. Someone is coming. Another shuttle drove into the hangar of Dressliga, and there was an exclusive pattern of the Earth Federation Army on the side, which had already revealed the other party's identity. Sanai Greywale reminded everyone who were whispering to be quiet and stand in line, so as not to embarrass themselves in front of the high-ranking officials of the Federation Army. But as the door of the shuttle opened, an old but strong man walked out of it. They were all stunned, dumbfounded, unbelievable, and even a little terrified. How? How could it be? How could it be you? You are not. Sanai Grewale looked at the old man who walked in front of him and was the first to exclaim in question. Wow, nice to meet you, Lieutenant Colonel Mitsuba Grewale. It seems that someone still remembers me 10 years later. As a soldier of the Federation, anyone can forget, but no one will forget you, General John Abraham Rebel. But you were not during the 1-year war. That's right, the person who came was Rebel. His plan to control the Federation went very smoothly, but the wars in various parts of the Earth made the morale of the entire Earth Federation very low, and the war also entered a stalemate. So they needed a shot of adrenaline to restore the depressed morale, and for this shot of adrenaline, nothing could be more suitable than Rebel being alive and back in charge of the Federation Army. That's another story. Rebel pretended to recall the past and said, 10 years ago, I also thought I was dead, but fortunately I didn't die. Instead, I was teleported to an unknown world before I died. By chance, I came back again and found that 10 years had passed. Everyone felt that Rebel's explanation was too bizarre, and it seemed that many important processes were omitted, but it was not unacceptable. After all, DBD phenomena are too frequent in this world, and no one can say when they will suddenly be sent to another world by DBD phenomena. Okay, let's talk about it later. Now I have 2 things to announce. First, Brigadier General Fix Blackwood, the person in charge of the Drestriga project, has been arrested for suspected collusion with hostile forces. XN. Chapter 1257, Dreddy Cruz's new inspector. Who has any objections? Mitsuba Grewal, Reynold Harding, Mabe, J. These students from the 30th Officer Academy who were forced to become crew members when they first started Drestriga were shocked. They were forced to become crew members and were not allowed to refuse. They also established Dreddy Cruz under the instructions of the other party and became a member of an independent unit. And now, the general who returned strangely told them that their former superior was likely to be in collusion with hostile forces and had been arrested. What should they do? Will he be arrested as well? I know what you are worried about. I can tell you clearly that Fix Blackwood was arrested shortly after the Drestriga set sail. All the orders you received after that were issued by me personally. In other words, except for the very first contact, the subsequent contacts you had with Brigadier General Fix were all from me. Seeing that everyone was in a bit of commotion and beginning to panic, Rebel explained calmly, so, you don't have to worry about being implicated. Everything in Dreddy Cruz remains the same. Everyone keeps their current positions. Lieutenant Colonel Mitsuba is still your captain and the person in charge of Dreddy Cruz, but these 3 simple words made everyone's hearts, which had just been put at ease, rise again. Everything was fine at first, but there was a sudden turn, which completely messed up people's mentality. Dreddy Cruz has set up another supervisory position, who is responsible for supervising whether Dreddy Cruz has fulfilled its duties and completed various tasks successfully. He must participate in every important decision of Dreddy Cruz and record it. He is usually under the control of Lieutenant Colonel Sanai, but has the right to replace Lieutenant Colonel Sanai at critical moments. Rebel continued. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Doesn't this mean that Sanai Grewal is sidelined? Because the supervisor's power is too great, he can directly take down Sanai Grewal and have all the authority. In other words, Sanai Grewal is the highest officer of Dreddy Cruz and the captain of Drestriga, on the surface, but this position is not stable and may be replaced at any time. After all, Rebel only mentioned critical moments, so, what is a critical moment? General Rebel, may I ask if there are specific standards for the critical moments you mentioned? This is not only a concern of Mitsuha Grewal, but also a concern of everyone in Dreddy Cruz. Mitsuha Grewal has been recognized by them and they are willing to follow her command to fight, but if Rebel parachutes a senior officer, it will be hard to say, especially worried about the officer who knows nothing and likes to make decisions. There is no specific standard, everything is judged by the inspector. Rebel replied. Why is this the case? What's the difference between this and directly removing Captain Mitsuha? The queue began to whisper, and there were countless similar remarks, but there was no doubt that they were all worried about their future. Mabed and the Shurek team from the Holy Military Alliance even thought about leaving Dreddy Cruz. General Rebill, is this decision too arbitrary? Reynold Harding stood up to question Rebill. Yes, he was questioning. In his opinion, this order was not something a wise general like Rebill would say. Or Rebill deliberately sidelined Sanigrewale and arranged for his own confidant to take the position. No, my order is absolutely reasonable and the best arrangement. I know what you are worried about, but you can rest assured that this inspector, you will definitely not have any objections. Rebill said confidently. How could there be such a person? Everyone didn't believe it at first, because the current Earth Federation Army, the truly capable senior officers are stationed in major defense zones and can't get away at all, and the senior officers at the Federation Army headquarters, who they don't know, are basically people who have no ability and rely on their backers and backgrounds to get experience in safe areas. Moreover, whether they have the ability or not, they will not admit defeat and are not familiar with it. How could they have no objection at all? But thinking about it, they found that there seemed to be such a person who made everyone unable to raise any objections, and this person was among them. The next second, everyone turned their heads and focused their eyes on Yang Hui. Director Yang Hui. Here. Yang Hui stepped forward. From now on, you are the inspector of Dreddy Cruz, with a rank of colonel. Can you fulfill this heavy responsibility? I guarantee to complete the mission, everything for the Federation. Well, very good. Rebel nodded with satisfaction, then looked at everyone in Dreddy Cruz. Do you have any objections to my selection? No. XN what a joke. Who among the members of Dreddy Cruz dares to have any objections to Yang Hui? From the initial escape from death, battlefield command, AOS, research, mispreparation, manufacturing, development, powerful misdriving ability, isn't it a lesson for them? Yang Hui's position in their hearts is very high. They are convinced and recognized by Mitsuha Grewale, and are willing to accept her command to carry out various combat tasks, but even so, Mitsuha Grewale can only be ranked behind Yang Hui, because they not only recognize Yang Hui, but also thank and admire her. Well, very good, Colonel Yang Hui, Lieutenant Colonel Mitsuha, Lieutenant General Char, Lieutenant Reynold, Aggie St. Claus, follow me on the shuttle to the orbital base, and Miss Mabet, Miss Gulen, please go with me as representatives of the Holy Military Alliance and the other world. Rebel said. No problem. X2 Mabet and Gulen K nodded in agreement. For Mabel, she also wanted to have a good contact with this legendary general of the Federation. Maybe she could get a very big benefit for the Holy Military Alliance, while Gulen K did not want to miss the opportunity to contact the top leaders of this world. Why am I still here? Aggie St. Claus scratched his head and was depressed. He was a little regretful that he could not meet Brigadier General Fix. After all, he had some grievances and wanted to settle them in person, but he kept a distance from Rebel, a big man who died and came back to life. After all, you are in contact with the top secrets of the Federation's civilian people. Rebel said with a smile. Oh, I got it. The rest of you should disperse and do your job. General Rebel. Irie Tamaki from the Rabbit team raised her hand to ask a question, and even jumped twice for fear that Rebel wouldn't see it. Hey. Tamaki. Isaji Shunichi, Kujimi Ayake and Shun Kazunika were shocked. This wasn't a class in the academy where you raise your hand to ask the teacher a question. That was General Rebel. It's okay, then, Lieutenant Irie, is there anything else? Rebel didn't care and allowed Irie Tamaki to ask questions. Oh, General, please, can we go visit the GGG orbital base? Irie Tamaki asked expectantly. Of course. Great. And not only Irie Tamaki, but many people, including Hitachi Aizu, were very excited. They had heard the heroic stories of the heroes since they were young. They were their childhood idols. Although the old generation of heroes were gone, they still yearned for the bases where the heroes used to be. But not now. Huh? And wait until Lieutenant Colonel Mitsuha returns and then arrange the shifts. Now is not your vacation. Oh, I see. And no one asked any more questions after that. Rebel took the people who were named onto the shuttle and headed for the GGG orbital base. The people who stayed on the ship were in a state of panic. They were completely furious. General Rebel is still alive. It's unbelievable. Isn't it? He went to another world because of the DBD phenomenon and came back 10 years later. Isn't this a dreamlike experience? That's great. I also want to go to another world to take a look. Are you sure? Can you come back after going there? Okay, I'm just talking, don't take it seriously. But General Rebel is back, and I feel a lot more relieved. Nonsense. That's General Rebel. He used to be the backbone of the Federation. He's known as the twin walls of the Federation together with Admiral Garp. But didn't General Rebel suffer a crushing defeat in the Battle of Loum? That was because of the poor intelligence. Zeon caught them off guard. Didn't they develop Gundam and GM not long after that and turn the tide of the war? Okay, that's true. Have you never doubted the authenticity of this General Rebel? Doubt? Why should you doubt? Is it our turn to doubt? Oh, the person who asked the question twitched his mouth. In fact, many people had the same doubt. After all, the dead came back to life. This kind of thing was too bizarre. For a while, they couldn't believe it completely, but, just like the answer, they were just soldiers. What was the point of doubting? Whether it was true or false, there were people above to verify and worry about it. How could it be their turn? By the way, Colonel Brad, what kind of uniform are your uniforms? Who stayed behind? Asked Brad curiously, and the people around him also gathered around curiously. This is the special uniform of the Promise Corps. Brad took a look at his uniform and explained to everyone. Promise Corps uniform. Everyone was stunned for a moment. They all knew that the Promise Corps was the most powerful military force in the Federation. Not long after it appeared on the scene, it leveled the Federation's defeat and entered a stalemate. But what they didn't understand was that wasn't Brad a member of the Londo Bell team? Why was there a Promise Corps uniform? The White Fortress is under the Promise Corps, so the Londo Bell team will naturally become a subordinate of the Promise Corps. Brad took out the speech he had prepared in advance. Then, what about Dreddy Cruz? Everyone was confused again, because Brad said that the Londo Bell team that changed to the White Fortress would join Dreddy Cruz, right? How did it become the Promise Corps again? You will also change into this kind of uniform soon, Brad said with a smile. In other words, everyone seemed to understand what he meant. You guessed right, Dreddy Cruz will also join the Promise Corps and operate as an independent unit under the Promise Corps. XN. Chapter 1258, Ray Bill's Changing Face Speed. GGG Orbital Base, Sanigrawale and others saw that there were very few people in the base. Even if GGG was not a big organization, such a huge machine should have enough people to operate normally. Why were there so few people? There is another large-scale invasion of alien machine fusion people on the Earth. The new generation of heroes have landed on the ground to deal with it. They are experts in this area. Rebel is also an NT, and a sensor specialized NT. He clearly noticed what Sanigrawale and others were wondering about. General Rebel. Ho, relax, everyone, this is not a formal occasion, you can just treat me as a respectable old man. Rebel joked playfully. Rebel was very serious and rigorous in formal occasions, but he was still a funny old man in private and liked to tease people. You? Still worthy of respect? You are disrespectful to the elderly. Yang Hui complained in his heart, but on the surface he still respected Rebel's expression. We're here, come in. Rebel led a group of people to a room inside the base. This was originally the room of the base commander, but Rebel had a need, so he had to temporarily give it up. After entering, the group sat down separately. Yang Hui and Shia sat together, Reynold Harding and Aggie St. Claus sat on the left and right next to Sanigrawale, and Mabet and Gulen K sat separately. First of all, Lieutenant Gulen, thank you very much for your willingness to help us. Rebel first looked at Gulen K and said, you are too modest, General Rebel. Rather than saying that we are helping you, it is better to say that you are helping us, or that we each take what we need. We are new here and don't understand everything. It is very dangerous to wander around and may even cause trouble for you. You are willing to accept us and help us investigate ways to return to the original world. If we don't do something, it will be too unreasonable. Gulen K said. Well, I understand. On behalf of the Earth Federation Army, I formally invite the SRX team to join Dreddy Cruz. Your military ranks will be determined by your current military ranks. You will follow Dreddy Cruz and participate in all combat missions. Of course, the Earth Federation Army will continue to investigate the DBD phenomenon and help you find a way back. Once you find it, you can leave at any time. Rebel formally invited the SRX team represented by Gulen K. The invitation and consent from Yang Hui and Sanigrawale were not official before. Gulin K and the other two were still stowaways from another world. Now they have the qualifications and authority to officially act in this world. No problem. By the way, Colonel Yang Hui customized a brand new machine for you, right? Rebel asked. Yes, I really thank Colonel Yang Hui for this. Gulin K answered Rebel and thanked Yang Hui for not only perfecting the SRX plan, but also helping them build a strengthened version of the machine from scratch. This favor is really too heavy. It's my job, Lieutenant Gulin. After all, you are also members of Dreddy crews. The stronger you are, the safer the combat mission will be. Yang Hui responded with a smile. Lieutenant Gulin, we started manufacturing after receiving the design drawings sent by Colonel Yang Hui. At present, the new R2 has been completed, and R3 still needs an external flight backpack. The slowest R1 has also completed 74% of the progress. I suggest contacting you after all are completed. So fast. Gulin K was surprised at the efficiency and productivity of the Earth Federation Army. How long has it been since Yang Hui redesigned the 3 new special machines? Are they all going to be built? Thank you very much, General Rebel. There is no need to say more about gratitude, Lieutenant Gulin. If you really want to repay me, just fight bravely in the mission. I'll look forward to your performance. Yes. Then it's Miss Mabet. After explaining the SRX team, Rebel looked at Mabet again. I have contacted the leader of the Holy Military League, Jin Gahanam, and discussed the formal incorporation of the Holy Military League into the Earth Federation Army. Although there is no final conclusion, a preliminary consensus has been reached. This. Mabet was stunned for a moment. Before, she completely looked down on the Earth Federation Army. She liked everyone in Drestriga very much and was willing to treat everyone as a companion, but this was different from her feeling about the entire Earth Federation Army. If it was before, someone said that the Holy Military League would join the Earth Federation, she would definitely not believe it, otherwise the Holy Military League would not have been established in the first place. You know, many people in the Holy Military League are former Earth Federation Army. But now, if it is the Earth Federation Army led by you, I have no objection. General Rebel, the legendary general of the Earth Federation, is also the backbone of the Earth Federation Army. After the 1-year war, people with a little vision have always believed that the most important achievement of the Zabi family in the 1-year war was not the success of the British operation, nor the Battle of Laum, which almost completely destroyed the space fleet that the Earth Federation Army spent more than 10 years to build, but the killing of Rebel, breaking the last backbone of the Earth Federation. It is precisely because of the loss of Rebel that the Earth Federation will become worse and worse after the 1-year war. And now, Rebel is back, and the Earth Federation has hope of rising again. Mabet does not trust the Earth Federation, but is willing to believe in Rebel. Well, then you should act as you are now. I'll look forward to the day when you officially join. Yes, General Rabir. Then, Rabir looked at Sanai Greywall and his expression became serious. Lieutenant Colonel Sanai, you made a very remarkable statement. At that time, I must have had a problem with my brain. Sanai Greywall was embarrassed and uneasy. She lowered her head and dared not look at Rabir. When arguing with Yang Hui, she didn't know where she got the courage to say those words. But now the highest commander of the Earth Federation Army was in front of her and specifically raised this matter, which made her embarrassed and afraid. After all, her speech may make her an enemy of the person in front of her. What? After putting down the bold words of unifying the Earth in front of the team members, you dare not admit it in front of me? Rabir asked sternly. General Rabir. Ahem. Seeing that Rabir suddenly became serious and was still forcing Sanai Greywall, Aggie St. Claus and Reynold Harding wanted to help Sanai Greywall, but just as they were about to speak, they heard Yang Hui coughing lightly. Director Yang Hui. Don't talk, just watch. Yang Hui reminded them softly. This. The two of them didn't know what to do for a moment. It was not right to help, nor was it right not to help. They could only worry. But Sanai Greywall gritted her teeth and took the initiative to stand up and face Rebel. Unifying the Earth is indeed something I have been thinking about since I was a student. When I faced Colonel Yang Hui, I said everything out loud in a fit of excitement, and also conveyed it to everyone through the ship's broadcast. To be honest, I have been wondering, can I really do it? What qualifications do I have to do this? Am I really qualified to be a competitor of Colonel Yang Hui? Even, wouldn't it be more appropriate for Colonel Yang Hui to be the captain of Drestriga? Sanai. Captain. Silence. Reynold Harding and Aggie St. Claus stood up excitedly, and Rebel shouted, "Now is the time for Lieutenant Colonel Sanai to answer, and those who are not involved should sit down." General Rebel. Reynold Harding and Aggie St. Claus were stunned, and their brains lost the ability to think for a while, because Rebel had always shown a very kind image in front of them before, and suddenly he became so tough, iron-blooded, and majestic that it was difficult to switch for a while. He is worthy of being General Rebel. He is worthy of being the general in charge of the Earth Federation. As bystanders, Mabed and Gulen K couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. General Rebel, I don't think they are irrelevant people. Sanai Greywall suddenly had the courage to face Rebel again, and looked at Rebel without any avoidance. They are Dreddy crews, companions who I have been fighting side by side with me since the launch of Drestriga. Even if it is my ambition, they have always supported me. They are the most important people to me. Sanai. Captain. Huh? Rebel's mouth curled up with interest. He glanced at Yang Hui and found that he also had a satisfied smile on his face. Then go on, your answer. I also talked about this matter privately with Colonel Yang Hui. His answer to me was that the captain of Drestriga can only be me, and only me, and what I have to do is to do everything I can to fulfill my duties and mission. I didn't quite understand it at first, and I still can't figure out the meaning of this answer, but... As she spoke, Sanai Greywall glanced at Aggie St. Claus and Reynold Harding beside her, then at Mabed and Gulen K, then at Yang Hui and Char, and continued, everyone didn't laugh at my arrogance, nor complain about my immaturity. They supported me, encouraged me, and helped me. I think. I can't find the answer now, but I will find it in the future. But for the sake of my companions, I can't give up so easily, so, my goal remains unchanged. I want to unify the Earth, and I will fight against all forces that are hostile to civilians. The eyes of the two began to collide, and at this moment Sanai Greywall also exuded a strong momentum, and was not swallowed up by the storm imposed by Rebel. Ha. After staring at each other for a while, Rebel's momentum suddenly disappeared, followed by a hearty laugh. Isn't this great? Ha. General Rebel. Very good, Sanai Greywall, keep going firmly on the path you have chosen. I am looking forward to the day when you realize this wish. If you can really do it, I can retire. Ha. General Rebel. But you have to remember one thing, Sanai Greywall. Laughing, Rebel's expression became serious again, as fast as the face changing in Sichuan opera. Please advise, General Rebel. To achieve the goal, it is not by talking, but by doing. This road is difficult and will cost a lot. If, one day, you want to give up, or you go against your original intention, then, I am your enemy, and the entire Earth Federation is your enemy. Do you understand? Understood. Very good, then, do you still want to resign? Rebel suddenly laughed and teased. Oh. Hearing this, Sanai Greywall lost her momentum and became embarrassed again. She hadn't told anyone before, so why did Rebel know that she wanted to resign? Okay, you go first and arrange the shifts for Drestriga, so that the little ones on the ship don't get anxious. Miss Mabed and Miss Gulen should go too. Yes, General Rebel. Aggie St. Claus, Reynold Harding, used A. X2. Chapter 1259 The Identity of Aggie St. Claus and Reynold Harding. Reynold Harding and Aggie St. Claus, who were called just A, were at a loss, especially Reynold Harding, who was just a vice captain. Logically, he was not qualified to participate in this level of talks. Aggie St. Claus was easy to talk to. After all, he was still a civilian. According to the development process just now, Rebel should also persuade Aggie St. Claus to officially join the Federal Army. Mitsuha Greywall was also confused as to why the two were left alone, but no matter how confused he was, he still had to obey the instructions. As for the reason, he would ask later. After the three left, Rebel first looked at Edge St. Claus, a genius boy from Agency A, number 1542, codename Edge, am I right? For some reason, after his true identity was exposed in public, Edge St. Claus was not surprised, angry, or worried, but was as calm as the surface of a lake. So, General Rebel, are you here to arrest me, a fugitive? Because when he was in Agency A, he couldn't stand the hellish torture, so he escaped from Agency A with a few friends. Although it was not made public, Edge St. Claus was indeed a fugitive in federal records. No, you think too much? I don't mean to arrest you. Rebel waved his hand, denying Edge St. Claus's idea. Then why did you reveal my identity? To attack me? Or to coerce me? Edge St. Claus asked calmly. Coerce a wanderer? I'm not that bad. The reason I pointed out your identity is to tell you that I know all your information, so don't play dumb in the following conversation. Rabir said. He learned from Yang Hui that Agi St. Claus was quite capable and had good potential, but he had been hiding his identity and rejecting the power he had. In this case, no matter how he talked, he would not be able to reach an agreement. It would be better to get straight to the point and blast him in the face with a king at the beginning, blowing through his armor. Tisk, then what does General Rabir want to talk to me, a fugitive? A deal. What deal? Join the Federation Army, be subordinate to Draghi Cruz, Drestliga, and be under the command of Lieutenant Colonel Mitsuba Grey-Willett, with the rank of second lieutenant. In return, the Federation will cancel the internal arrest warrant for you, revoke your fugitive status, and forgive the past. Is this different from what I'm doing now? Agi St. Claus was a little confused. It felt that Rabir was not making a deal, but giving away a gift package. Is there a difference between the official ticket sales channel and the scalpers? Oh, okay, I understand, but why do you use this metaphor? Agi St. Claus felt that Rebil's metaphor was very subtle. Wow. Rebil smiled playfully and looked at Yang Hui. Even Char had the same expression. Yang Hui covered his face and felt depressed. These two were indeed the best generals in the Avengers. They were too persistent and never missed any opportunity. What do you mean? Reynold Harding and Agi St. Claus felt that their brains were not enough. What did the subtle metaphor have to do with Yang Hui? You will know later. Rebil raised his eyebrows, and his expression became more playful. Hey. You can't play like this. The Riddler, get out of the Federation. Then let's get back to the topic. Do you accept this deal? Rebil asked Agi St. Claus. Tisk, don't make it sound like I have a choice, General Rabir. You clearly didn't give me the right to choose. Agi St. Claus pulled up his scarf to cover his face and complained. Of course you can refuse, and I won't arrest you. But the Promise Corps rescued a girl in the northern plains. She said her name was Yezi. After a little investigation. Don't touch her. Upon hearing this, Agi St. Claus's face suddenly changed, his eyes were full of ferocity, and he glared at Rabir fiercely. A wanderer who wanders around the world also has concerns in his heart, and the name mentioned by Rabir is one of the only concerns in Agi St. Claus's heart, and he will never allow anyone to touch it. Don't get excited, Agi. Facing Agi St. Claus's angry questioning, Rebil said calmly, we have no plan to do anything to her, nor do we plan to take her back. According to her own wishes, she chose to stay in the Promise Corps to fight. This is her own choice. We did not force her in any way. How can I believe your words? Agi St. Claus did not believe Rebil's words at all. The hellish life in Agency A made him fully understand the cruelty and shamelessness of the Federal Army. A special and outstanding talent, who also escaped from the Federation. How could the experimental subject completely obey his own wishes? Just like himself now, Rebil also said that he would give him the opportunity and power to choose himself, but his words and deeds completely blocked his retreat. He also pointed out Yezi's situation. Wasn't this forcing him to accept the deal proposed by Rebil? I can arrange for her to contact you. You can judge for yourself whether she is lying to you. Rebil really did not lie. The Promise Corps did not force Yezi to stay. It was really Yezi's own choice to choose to fight with the Promise Corps. It's just that. Not forcing anyone, but letting everyone act according to their own ideas, is Yang Hui's usual method. After being with Yang Hui for so long, how could he not learn something? What's more, Yezi met the 2nd Fleet led by Fleet. Fleet grew up chasing Yang Hui step by step. How could he not understand this trick? I'll wait. Agi St. Claus did not give Rebel a reply. He would wait for Yezi's contact and make an accurate judgment after the contact. Before that, he was still a civilian who assisted Draghi Cruz and was still a hidden fugitive of the Federal Army. However, the identity of this fugitive would not be pursued for the time being. No problem. Rebel was not in a hurry. Anyway, he did not lie. Agi St. Claus's joining the Federal Army was a foregone conclusion. It was just a matter of time. Finally, Lieutenant Reynold. Then, Rebil looked at Reynold Harding. Reynold Harding was still in a brainstorming state. The news he just learned was too important. He thought a lot at once, so he didn't listen carefully to the conversation later. It was not until Rebill called him that he pulled him out of his thoughts. "General Rebill, please speak." Reynold Harding immediately adjusted his state, but he was worried in his heart. After all, as a spy, have you found any useful information? Hearing this, Reynold Harding was shocked and stood up from his seat. He subconsciously turned around and ran away, but the next second, a familiar hand pressed on his shoulder, and the huge force made him sit back without resistance. "Don't worry, let's talk more." Turning his head, Yang Hui, who was sitting next to him, had come to Reynold Harding's side without knowing when. The hand pressing on his shoulder was Yang Hui's. He had a warm smile on his face, but it was extremely cold. "Colonel Yang Hui, let's not talk about the results of General Rebel's investigation. Justice for you, the malicious speculation is too obvious. You need to practice your lurking skills more." Yang Hui said calmly to Reynold Harding, "I didn't find anything unusual at the beginning. You were quite vigilant. You paid special attention to me, the Director of Airborne Development, and Aggie, a civilian. After all, you are the instructor of a group of student soldiers. I can understand it, but your observation and surveillance were scattered on Miss Mabet, the Shurek team, and then the SRX team, and finally even spread to the entire Dreki crews. Something is wrong. The biggest loophole, you forgot to delete the browsing history of the database. How is that possible? I cleared the browsing history every time. It's impossible for you to find it." Reynold Harding retorted loudly. Although he was not a professional spy, he still knew the introductory course of cleaning up traces, and it was impossible for him to make such a low-level mistake. "Yes, so you only deleted your personal browsing history. You didn't know that Drestriga has a complete automatic backup program that will save each browsing history separately." How could I know this? So, not investigating the lurking environment during the lurking period is your fatal flaw, so, give you a chance to relearn. Yang Hui patted Reynold Harding on the shoulder and said, "What, meaning? Tell me, what exactly does Fix Blackwood want to do? What is he hiding?" Yang Hui sat back in his seat, crossed his legs, and asked Reynold Harding leisurely, "I don't know anything. Crews must hope that you are as stubborn as Fix, but I personally hope you won't be so stubborn, after all." As he said that, Yang Hui paused, and the corners of his mouth raised a cruel arc. "The trick in Cruz's hand is really uncomfortable. Who are you?" Reynold Harding knew that he couldn't escape. In despair, his brain, which was about to lose his mind, suddenly cooled down. The key to extreme anger and fear is to be calm. Reynold Harding had indeed noticed the problem a long time ago. Yang Hui's ability was too terrifying. He was a top NT, a top commander, a top MIS pilot, a top researcher, a top mechanic. How could such a person be a simple airborne development director of Drestriga? Such a talent would definitely be a treasure in the Federation Army, and it would be easy and pleasant for him to rise to the top. Of course, it is not ruled out that Yang Hui had a conflict of interest with the Federation's top leaders, and then he was exiled, but there are also doubts. Based on Reynold Harding's understanding of the Federation's top leaders, if there was a conflict of interest, the Federation's top leaders would never allow Yang Hui to live. Then came the arrival of Char and Lara Singh, the appearance of the Promise Corps, the unimaginable Macros-class battleships and Numas, the special relationship between Yang Hui and Char. Finally, it was Rebel's sudden return, which gave Reynold Harding an idea like a fantasy in his heart. The Earth Federation has been completely occupied by an unknown alien civilization or visitors from another world. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1260, Continue to work as a spy. It doesn't matter who we are. Yang Hui grinned. There are special people in every world, especially those who can sense that something is wrong with their identities. However, this is also related to the fact that they did not completely conceal it. It is the confidence brought by strength and the confidence that one is not afraid of the shadow. The important thing is, everything we do is to protect this world, and we do it better than the Earth Federation. Reynold Harding looked at Yang Hui, then at Char, and Rebel sitting behind the desk. His attention fell on the same uniform. It seemed that he had seen it during the investigation. Is it the uniform of the Promise Corps? Wait, please wait a moment, what are you talking about? Aggie St. Claus suddenly distanced himself from everyone and slowly moved towards the door of the room. His discussion with the rebel was just angry and helpless words. From the moment Rebel looked at Reynold Harding, it was really explosive. First of all, Reynold Harding is a spy. I was wondering why I always disliked this kid, and he also disliked me. It turned out to be a spy. Secondly, Director Yang Hui. Oh, no, now he should be Colonel Yang Hui. Colonel Yang Hui's identity is very special, and it is definitely not as simple as the development director and officer of the Federation Army. But it seems, it's not that surprising, right? After all, Mr. Yang Hui is so powerful, how can this small temple of the Federation Army accommodate him? And then, there's nothing else. Wait, it doesn't seem so explosive. Then I explode a spiral circle. Huh? Everyone watched Ben move towards the door. Aggie St. Claus, who had the intention of escaping, was stunned for a moment and then walked back and sat down safely, even casually, like the audience watching a play, confused for a while. Edge, what are you doing? Watching a show. Edge St. Claus said as a matter of course, Colonel Yang Hui, you taught us that we should never miss a show. Oh, by the way, General Ribeir, do you have a watermelon and a small stool? I forgot to bring them. Bang. Oops. Yang Hui, with a dark face, appeared in front of Edge St. Claus at the speed of teleportation, raised his fist, aimed at his head, and swung it down with an afterimage, knocking Edge St. Claus down directly. Go to the side and cool down. Oh. Edge St. Claus immediately got up and ran to the corner of the wall, squatted down, holding something in his hands, and judging from the shape, it seemed to be a melon rind. Yang Hui, my fist is hard, I really want to beat him to death, what should I do? Puff ha ha ha. X2 Ribeir and Char suddenly laughed, and laughed happily. They had seen it many times, but every time they saw Yang Hui being defeated, they were very happy. AG. There's a problem with the identity of Colonel Yang Hui and the others. There's a big problem with the identity of the entire Promise Corps. How could you? Reynold Harding really couldn't understand A.G. St. Claus. His attempt to escape just now made him sure that A.G. St. Claus had nothing to do with Yang Hui and the Promise Corps, but why did he change so quickly? And he was still quietly watching the show? Shouldn't he run away and tell everyone? I found out too. A.G. St. Claus answered Reynold Harding. He was chosen by Agency A and was gifted. How could he not notice Yang Hui's abnormality? Then how could you? I believe Colonel Yang Hui will not harm us, otherwise, we would have died countless times. Huh? A.G. St. Claus' words were like a ray of light that broke through the fog, penetrating the haze that shrouded Reynold Harding's heart, allowing him to see some things more clearly. Just as Aggie St. Claus said, if Yang Hui and his men really wanted to harm the people of Drestriga, they would be gone when Drestriga set sail, not to mention now and in the future. But Reynold Harding would not completely trust Yang Hui and the Promised Legion because of this, especially since they arrested their superior, Brigadier General Fix, and have not yet pried open Brigadier General Fix's mouth. Brigadier General Fix, how is he? Reynold Harding asked Rebill. He's well fed and well provided. When it comes to Fix Blackwood, Rebill has no good temper. It's fine if he talks hard, but he really won't listen. Hard tactics are useless, and soft tactics have failed to achieve the goal. It really gives Cruz a headache. If the information in his brain had not been specially restricted, Cruz would have sent a magician to swallow him up long ago. Haha, the policy of softness is useless to the Brigadier General. Reynold Harding sneered. What about you? Captain Reynold, can you provide us with any useful information? Rebel asked Reynold Harding seriously. Sorry, no comment. Reynold Harding, who did not trust Yang Hui and the Promise Corps, naturally could not let go. After all, the mission he shouldered was too important. If you want to arrest me, feel free to do so. If you want me, just throw it to Cruz. Char saw Reynold Harding raised his hands calmly, with a look of being at the mercy of others, and could not help but sneer. Fix Blackwood was indeed a rare hardbone in his life. It was rare enough for such a person to appear. Char did not believe that he could meet a second one, and this Reynold Harding's brain might not have special restrictions. He could just let the demon swallow him without opening his mouth. No, he is still a little useful. If he suddenly disappears, it will also make the members of Dreddy Cruz suspicious. Yang Hui waved his hand to reject Char's suggestion. Well, I also think it's not appropriate to arrest him now, and he will be more useful if he stays in Dresky Cruise. Dresliga is full of doubts, and we need a pair of eyes to keep an eye on it. Rebel thought for a while, and did not agree to arrest Reynold Harding directly. Lieutenant Reynold. Rebel looked at Reynold Harding and made the final judgment: continue to perform the spy mission, carefully observe everyone in Dresky Cruise, and report to Colonel Yang Hui if there is any abnormal behavior. You, just let me go? Aren't you afraid that I will tell your identities to others? Reynold Harding looked at Yang Hui, Rebel and Char in disbelief, and found it difficult to accept this result. Who would believe you if you said it? Yang Hui smiled playfully and asked Reynold Harding in return. Reynold Harding was stunned for a moment, turned his head and looked at Aggie St. Claus on the side. You can't see me, Aggie St. Claus is not here. Aggie St. Claus cursed Reynold Harding in his heart. Can't he just eat melons quietly? You're still trying to make me uncomfortable at this time? Aggie, you. Let's not talk about what that bastard fixed it to me, and Yezi, and others. I'm a civilian. I will only choose the side with a greater chance of winning. Aggie St. Claus knew that he couldn't hide and made his choice. That's right, because of the hellish life in Agency A, Aggie St. Claus didn't have a good impression of the Earth Federation Army. He even hated Fix Blackwood so much that he wanted to kill him with his own hands. The reason why he stayed in Dresstriga to fight was that on the one hand, he could get a salary and didn't have to live a poor and wandering life. On the other hand, he really only knew how to drive a Miz and had no other skills. The most important reason was Mitsuha Greywall. But Mitsuha Greywall said that her goal was to unify the Earth and to be enemies of all forces that were hostile to the people. So, any force could be an enemy or an ally. Now that the definition of allies and enemies could not be completely determined, he would naturally choose the side with a greater chance of winning, that is, the Promised Legion. What if I refuse? Reynold Harding was desperate about Aggie St. Claus. It was impossible to expect him to help him. Then there is only one end for you. Yang Hui patted Reynold Harding on the shoulder and said, leave Dresky Cruise, leave Dresliga, be deserted by everyone, and finally die in an unknown corner. After all, you are a spy. Is this the so-called voluntary principle? We only give voluntary opportunities to our own people. We are not kind to our enemies. Yang Hui said. Tisk. So, agree? Or refuse? It's as if I have a choice. Very good, then work hard. As for your former boss, don't worry. He will live well until he tells you what he knows. And then kill him. Decide based on the value of the intelligence he provides and which side he stands on. Humph. Okay, go ahead, both of you. We still have something to talk about. I won't waste your time. Yang Hui raised his hand towards the door, expressing his intention to send the guests away. Reynold Harding knew he had no choice, and Aggie St. Claus also understood that the melon was finished. Although the most important doubts were not answered, the harvest was not small. If he continued to talk, his life would probably be in danger. It was better to take it slowly, and I didn't expect you to escape from the laboratory. I wrongly accused you. Tisk, you, a spy, actually thought I was a spy. Who made you so weird? How dare you say that to me? Damn spy, you should be hanged. What I just heard. After a moment of silence, the two spoke at the same time and looked at each other. The second half of the sentence was not spoken, because they had guessed what the other wanted to say, and reached a silent understanding. Yang Hui, who stayed in the room, saw that everyone else had left, and immediately returned to his lazy and casual appearance and sat on the sofa, looking at Rebel with an unhappy face. You are really amazing, let me be your subordinate again. It's a rare opportunity. Rebel smiled happily. It was a rare honor to let Yang Hui be his subordinate. Haha, a general in a foreign army is not subject to orders. It doesn't matter. It's the Queen's job to convey orders. I'm only responsible for conveying orders to her. Rebel continued to say with a smile. Old bastard. Tracheitis. Shiire watched Yang Hui and Rebel hurt each other with a smile, and felt that the black tea in his hand was particularly fragrant, but the next second, he couldn't suppress his murderous intent. What are you laughing at, Mama's boy? X2. Chapter 1261, Severe Excessive Combat Power. Okay, let's get down to business. After a while, Yang Hui got the conversation back to the point. Just now, did you feel it? Hearing this, Char and Rebel were silent, their expressions a little solemn. There is something in that girl's body that doesn't belong to her. Both Char and Rebel were NTs, and they were experts in mental induction. Mitsuha Greywall was almost collapsed by Rebel's pressure, and suddenly he was able to muster up the courage to fight Rebel, not only because Rebel's stimulation hit the point that Mitsuha Greywall valued. Just because of this, Mitsuha Greywall might muster up the courage to face Rebel again, but he definitely didn't have enough ability to fight Rebel. That was Rebel, a veteran of many years, and his momentum was definitely not something that a student soldier who had just become a captain not long ago could fight. At that moment, whether it was Rebel, Char, or Yang Hui, they all vaguely felt that another force suddenly erupted from Mitsuha Greywall's body. This force gave Mitsuha Greywall courage and also gave Mitsuha Greywall the aura of a superior, so that she could fight against Rebel's aura. What on earth is that? Rebel asked Yang Hui. Yang Hui had the most contact with Mitsuha Greywall, and his mental wave was the strongest among the three, so he should know the answer. But unfortunately, Yang Hui shook his head. I don't know, I haven't found out yet. This kind of existence is very special. So far, I have noticed it 4 times in total. 2 times I felt spied on in my room, and once I talked to Mitsuha Greywall and used aura to oppress her. She also suddenly had the courage and enough aura to fight against me. This is the 4th time. Did you find anything? Rebel asked. No, at first I asked Prue to check Drestriga several times, but nothing was found. Then my mental wave covered Drestriga throughout the whole process, and nothing was found that did not belong to the members. Yang Hui shook his head and said, I checked it several times, but nothing was found. Char added, this is very troublesome. Rebel was distressed. Although Fix Blackwood had not spoken yet, various data and signs showed that the existence of Drestriga was not simple, and it occupied a very important position in this world. It was probably one of the key cores of the distortion of this world, and it was also a key observation and training object. Now it seems that it is also a time bomb, and it cannot be used with peace of mind. Those who can escape the mental wave detection of Yang Hui and me are either in another dimension or in the subspace, and finally, the data space. The last one is also the most likely. There are also many mysteries in Drestriga, SAOS. Char said. In the data space, Prue should not have made no discoveries, right? Rabir asked in confusion. Prue, who is integrated with Veda, was a godlike existence in the field of computers and data. As long as it was data, it would definitely not be hidden from his detection. So we rely too much on Veda and Prue. Yang Hui shook his head. The super AI in this world is not inferior to Veda. The AOS, on Drestriga, is even more mysterious. Prue and I have been investigating it together for so long, and we have been studying it, but we have not been able to dig out all its secrets. Well, it seems to be a good thing. Rabir touched his chin and thought. He was not anxious, but a little happy. This also made us realize our shortcomings and the shortcomings of relying too much on Veda and Prue. Now is not an urgent war, so we have enough time and opportunity to correct this shortcoming and strengthen ourselves. Good and bad are interdependent. When encountering threats, opportunities are also gained. Now that we are in a peaceful period, we just discovered the problems within the Promised Legion and have the opportunity to correct them. If we wait until the critical moment to discover them, it will be a big trouble. Does the old man have any research projects on Super AI? Yang Hui asked Rebel. Yes, but it's not a high priority. Now the old man IRA is mainly responsible for the research of Get Array, Professor Eefman specializes in photon force, and Mr. Wang is still supporting the Holy Military Alliance, but the focus of research is on the materialization of the power of the psycho-sensing framework. Rebel said. Has Mr. Wang not been brought back yet? Yang Hui asked. In his opinion, instead of hiding in a guerrilla armed force to conduct research, it is better to return to the Federation directly, where he has more people, a safer environment, and more complete equipment. If you come back directly, it will not match Mr. Wang's Beijing identity, and it will be easy for people to find flaws. Rebel answered with a headache. What identity? A scientist who was driven out of the Earth Federation because of exclusion and jealousy. Yang Hui and Char covered their faces at the same time. Mr. Wang's identity arrangement is really painful. That's why I contacted the people of the Holy Military League and tried to persuade them to join the Federation. Rebel explained, not only Mr. Wang, but there are other companions in the Holy Military League. The backgrounds arranged for them by the fortress are similar. They all defected from the Earth Federation out of necessity. Let's solve it as soon as possible, but let Mr. Wang complete the project of using the telepathic framework to visualize mental waves before he returns. After he comes back, let him go to GGG, G-Stone and J-Stone. These two super system powers come from the 3 consecutive solar systems. This is also a very important topic. I'll tell Mr. Wang. Will Dreddy Cruise's next area of activity be on Earth? According to the positioning that Wang and I gave to Dreddy Cruise, the Earth and the universe are both Dreddy Cruise's range of activities, but the DBD phenomenon on Earth has been too frequent recently, and the enemy forces on Earth have become more and more active. On the contrary, the situation in the universe has become relatively stable, so Wang and I agree that we should settle down the Earth first, or at least make it a little calmer. Earth, how's the contact between the demon god and Geta? Yang Hui asked Rebel again. Although the demon god and Geta belong to the Earth Federation, they are also independent forces with strong autonomy, and the Federation army cannot mobilize them easily. I have contacted the demon god unit and Geta's pilot Ryuma. They are willing to obey my deployment, but they have very important tasks in their hands and can't come to join Dreddy Cruise now. Okay, when we get to Earth, I will find a way to get in touch with them. Oh, by the way, there is one more thing. After taking control of the Federation, Amuro and Camu are also out of trouble. I plan to send them to Dreddy Cruise. Are you crazy? Yang Hui looked at Rebel with an absurd face. Dreddy Cruise already has 3 A-class pilots, me, Char and Lala. The 3 successfully awakened, Dawn series, are already overflowing with combat power. Why are Amuro and Camu still coming here? Is it a waste of combat power? For now, Dreddy Cruise is not a big deal. The Battle of Dreddy Cruise is definitely enough. Not only does it have the 3 successfully awakened Dawn series, namely Erstalin, Transfer and Induction, but also the Macros class White Fortress. Rita Bernal's Phoenix has also been successfully transformed into the Dawn series. Although it is not yet awakened, it can still use the psychotronic frame to materialize the mental waves for attack. The remaining troops of Dreddy Cruise are not weak either. Dreddy Cruise is a super mothership that is longer and larger than the Macros class. There are a large number of series protagonists and important supporting roles on board, all of which are very powerful. In this case, Amuro and Camu are still sent to Dreddy Cruise. The combat power is seriously exceeded. It is better to disperse them to other war zones for support. This is the application of Amuro and Camu. After they came to this world and merged their memories, they heard some vague voices asking them to go to Dreddy Cruise. Blurred voice. Yang Hui frowned. Yes, according to their description, it was a very strong sense. They couldn't hear clearly what was being said, but they could understand what it meant, and it was very clear. They tried to find the source, but found nothing, and the voice never appeared again. They wanted to find out the source of the voice, so they applied to be transferred to Dreslinga. Just because of vague guesses. Yes. Rebel nodded seriously and continued. They reported that although they couldn't find the source, NT's intuition told them that they had to go on this trip, and it might be related to the core secrets of this world. What a trouble. Yang Hui shook his head. He had expected from the beginning that the world of mecha battles would not be simple, but he didn't expect so many troubles, and they couldn't be ignored. Wait, if Amuro and Camu are coming, wouldn't Betty, Feng, Rasamia, and Hannah? Not really, just Amuro and Camu. The others have other tasks to perform. That's fine, otherwise Dreddy Cruise's excess combat power will be too strong. I know this better than you. There are more and more enemy forces appearing now. I plan to clean up 1 or 2 to relieve the pressure. Rebel said in a deep voice. Zanskar Empire. Well, they are the only ones in the open, and they are the easiest to deal with. Just make the decision with the Emperor. Is there anything else? No, I have to hurry back to Earth. I will hold a press conference in 2 days to directly announce the war to annihilate the Zanskar Empire. Okay, let's stop here. Everything that needed to be said was said, and Yang Hui and Char did not waste any more time. Char is now in charge of the pilot training of Dreddy Cruise pilots, and Yang Hui also has the AOS research project in his hands. The newly acquired telekinetic system and T-Link system also need to be analyzed carefully. There are still many things to do. But just as he was about to return to Dreslinga, he happened to meet Maybe, who arrived at the GGG orbital base. When she saw him, her eyes lit up, her eyes twitched, and she turned around and wanted to run, But he didn't know where Maybe got the strength and speed, which caught Yang Hui off guard. Colonel Yang Hui, you can't run away this time, right? Chapter 1262 Maybe's Discovery and Speculation. So, this is what you found. I'm not completely sure yet, I just found a common point that makes me curious. Yang Hui originally didn't intend to pay attention to Maybe, whose thirst for knowledge had reached a crazy level, but Maybe secretly made a gesture to him, and Yang Hui gave up the idea of shirking and went to the laboratory of the GGG orbital base with Maybe. That gesture was a secret signal from Yang Hui to Maybe. At the beginning, it was not only Yang Hui who discovered the peculiarities of AOS and Drestriga, Maybe also noticed it. Once Maybe found Yang Hui and planned to tell him about it, but was stopped by Yang Hui in time. After a secret communication, he left Maybe with a secret signal and asked her to slow down the efficiency of the investigation to avoid danger. And now, Maybe used this secret signal, which means that she has gained something. After a thorough physical examination of all the members of Dreddy Crews, Maybe was surprised to find that the first batch of members of Dreddy Crews, that is, all the students of the 30th Officer Academy, had exactly the same gene. Although other people also had a very similar gene, the gene of the students of the 30th Officer Academy was more obvious. The same gene was also found in Aggie St. Claus. I found it very strange at first. Even if while the original crew members died due to an accident, there were other federal troops in Yales at that time, and even the instructors of the academy were better than us, a group of students who had not yet graduated. Why did it have to be us? And Brigadier General Fix's first communication directly handed the hope of the Earth and mankind to us, which made me even more confused. Maybe explained the reason for her suspicion. Could it be that he thinks highly of you? Yang Hui asked Maybe in return. Although the original members of Drestriga were indeed a group of student soldiers, there was one thing Yang Hui had to admit, that is, these students were very talented in their respective fields. Mitsuha Greywall grew rapidly in the position of captain. Under Yang Hui's intentional or unintentional guidance, whether it was the tactical command of the battleship, the tactical command of the MIS troops, or the strategic vision, they all made great progress. There were also Jay and others in the maintenance class, Leonov Sik, all of them were growing at a very fast speed, not to mention Maybe, whose research ability was very high from the beginning, and every time Yang Hui gave her guidance, she understood it at once, and now she is not inferior to outstanding adult scientists. No matter how much they think highly of us, they won't give us the hope of the Earth and mankind, right? What virtue and ability do we have? Maybe admitted that she and her classmates were all very outstanding young people, but they were also young people. The future belongs to the young, but now it belongs to the predecessors. They haven't had enough time to grow up. It's suspicious to directly hand over the heavy burden to them, right? Go on. Then I secretly investigated. First, I looked at the list of original crew members. I couldn't find this list in the database, and I couldn't even find it after using a special method to enter a high-level area. Although the clue was broken, it confirmed my doubts. Then I changed direction and started with the Drestriga project and internal personnel. What's strange is that the records of Drestriga's development opportunities are very vague. The development time of the entire project is exactly 8 years, but there are only detailed records of the last 4 years. The records of the first 4 years were erased by someone, and the records of the last 4 years were also recorded from the completion of the construction of Drestriga, which is very abnormal. But unfortunately, I still can't find the relevant records with my ability, so I focused on the internal personnel, and then I made the current discovery. What do you suspect? Yang Hui asked Mabe. I suspect our group of student soldiers did not board the Drestriga by chance and become members of the Drestriga crew, but it was decided from the beginning. What else? This same gene, there must be something wrong. People who have this gene must have something in common, or have some special function. Mabe answered very seriously. You can take a look at this first. Yang Hui confirmed Mabe's eyes. She was not joking, and she was not just exploring the unknown with curiosity, so Yang Hui took out the pad and passed her several confidential documents. Read it now, and destroy it immediately after reading it. This is. Mabe browsed the data files sent by Yang Hui with doubts. As she read, her brows frowned even deeper. Colonel Yang Hui, these data are exactly the same as what I found. There is no new discovery. This is the problem. Yang Hui snatched Mabe's pad and broke it into pieces with both hands. Ah! Colonel Yang Hui, what are you doing? Mabe was shocked and asked Yang Hui in confusion. Destroy the traces. Ah! I will delete the file records. Physical destruction is more thorough. Okay, then you just said, this is the problem, what does that mean? Putting aside the physical destruction method that made Mabe's mouth twitch, she sought answers from Yang Hui. Your special method is to hack into the restricted area of the central database to view the data, right? Yang Hui asked Mabe. This. Mabe's eyes dodged. Unauthorized hacking into the restricted area of the central database is a felony, the same as espionage. However, Mabe's expression also told Yang Hui the answer: you hack into the central database, and you can only find the records on the surface. What I sent to you is some of the records found in the black box, and some of them were paper documents kept on file. Do you understand what I mean? This, you mean, the Federation doesn't have more records at all? That's right. How is this possible? Mabe was surprised. Since it was a project under the name of the Federal Army, there must be detailed records. It may not have been entered into the central database, or it may have been entered into the central database but processed, but the black box of the database or the paper documents kept on file must be retained. This is also the information management system of the Federal Army. But the project of Dressliga did not even have a black box or paper documents kept on file. There are only two possibilities. One is that this project is not a project of the Federal Army at all. It just secretly used the name of the Federal Army, but it has nothing to do with the Federal Army. The other is that this project is really like the records found now, and there is no previous content at all. Another point is that the list of casualties reported by Fix is forged. The original crew members on the list are all Federal soldiers who died on various fronts, or they are simply characters he made up out of thin air. So, the so-called original crew members did not exist in the beginning. Yang Hui told Mabe. It seems that the answer is very clear. There is indeed something special about our group of people, but what is special about us? Do we have any special talents? Or, do we have a special role? Mabe analyzed calmly. It's easy to talk to smart people. Yang Hui's mouth curled up slightly. Mabe is a smart person. She will not shout because of this special thing, but calmly analyze the cause and effect. If someone like Itachi heard this news, he would probably jump for joy and think he is the savior. This is the target of our investigation, maybe. I will check from the source to see what common special features your group of students has, and the same goes for Aggie St. Claus. Fix Blackwood also has people responsible for gathering intelligence. What you have to do now is to pay attention to your own safety. On the Dressliga, you are prohibited from conducting any investigation in any form. Focus on digging out the secrets of AOS. If you have any discoveries, don't report them to me on the Dressliga. Find a chance to get off the ship and tell me like you did today. Colonel Yang Hui, do you mean, is there danger on the Dressliga? Maybe frowned. This is not good news. The Dressliga is the battleship they are on, and it is their fixed residence. Is there danger in their own home? Well, the ship, Dressliga, has many secrets. Fix Blackwood can establish unilateral communication with Dressliga from Earth without triggering any alarms, and I noticed on Dressliga that there was always a pair of eyes watching us, so just be cautious. So, I have the same feeling, and I thought it was an illusion. Okay, I will follow your instructions, Colonel Yang Hui. Yes. By the way, should this matter be reported to Captain Mitsuha? No, let's wait until we find out the results before telling her. So I am on your side now. Mabe smiled sinisterly and approached Yang Hui. Pa. Yang Hui angrily gave her a finger-snapping move. Aya. Things you should know will naturally be told to you, and don't ask about things you shouldn't know. Yang Hui angrily told her. Tisk, stingy man. Okay, check these gene samples again first. Remember to keep a backup. I'll have someone come to receive them, and then I'll go back to the ship. I'm leaving first. Okay, Colonel Yang Hui. Buzz buzz buzz. Just then, the alarm sounded in the GGG orbital base, and Yang Hui's pad also received a communication request. Captain Sanai, this is Yang Hui. Colonel Yang Hui, please return to the ship immediately and prepare for the attack. The traces of the Zanskar Empire have been discovered in the current space domain. The scale is very large. Currently, 30 warships and 180 MIs have been detected, including new warships and Ms. Sanai Greywale explained to Yang Hui. Understood, I will return to the ship immediately. Please order the Ms on the ship to attack first and conduct firepower reconnaissance on the enemy. Yang Hui made his own suggestion. The Fair Spurt 30, Rabbit Team, and V Gundam 1 and 2 have already attacked first. I asked the White Fortress to follow up, which is enough to find out the enemy's firepower configuration. Okay, I'll be back immediately. Chapter 1263 Everyone's Growth. Yang Hui returned to the Drestriga at the fastest speed, and did not even change his pilot's suit before getting on the Dawnbreaker Erstellan creation to prepare for the attack. How is the battle situation at the front? Yang Hui contacted Sanai Greywale on the bridge. It is currently in a stalemate. To be honest, Sanai Greywale was a little confused when she said that. It didn't seem real. A battleship and less than 10 mobile suits could stop the army of Zanskar. This was something Sanai Greywale could not imagine. What about the Drestriga? Is it going to be dispatched? Yang Hui asked Sanai Greywale. The last batch of crew members have returned to the ship, and the Drestriga is in the process of sailing. Colonel Yang Hui, you, Char, Lala, and Rukino will go to the front to support the repulse of the enemies of the Zanskar Empire as quickly as possible. The Drestriga will stay at the GGG orbital base to prevent the enemy from making a feint to the east and attacking in the west. Sanai Greywale said. Only the Drestriga will stay. Yang Hui frowned. This was not a correct decision. The firepower of the Drestriga was not weak, but it was far inferior to that of the Macros-class battleships. Even the White Fortress did not dare to stop the enemy's mixed army alone, so how could the Drestriga dare? As for the Shurak team that stayed together, it was not that Yang Hui looked down on them, but that their ability was indeed not enough. Saki and I will stay, and Char and Lara will immediately go to the front line to support the White Fortress and eliminate the Zanskar troops as soon as possible. Colonel Yang Hui, I think. Understood. X2 without waiting for Mitsuha Greywale to refute, Char and Larasin immediately responded and accepted Yang Hui's command to go to the front line. After the attack, the Dawnbreaker Erstellan and Ryukinosuke's Valvrave No. 4 Camilla guarded around the Drestriga. Colonel Yang Hui, I think it is enough to have the Shurak team accompanying Dreki crews. Even if they make a feint to the east and attack in the west, the number of enemy forces attacking should not be too many, and the pressure on the front line will be greater. You still. With the White Fortress, Nightingale transfer and Amy induction, they are enough to deal with Zanskar's army. Yang Hui interrupted Sanai Greywale without waiting for her to finish speaking. Clearly understand the combat power and make appropriate distribution of combat power, Captain Sanai. I understand. The communication ended, and the frown did not relax. Yang Hui felt that there was something wrong with Sanai Greywale now. It should be said that she was different from usual and a little too strong. From the time they set sail to now, Sanai Greywale is indeed the captain and the commander of Dreki crews. Under normal circumstances, Yang Hui would not interfere with her decision-making and command. He would only put forward his own opinions and finally leave it to Sanai Greywale to decide. But sometimes, Yang Hui would overstep his authority. According to previous contacts and understanding, Sanai Greywale should be very clear that Yang Hui's overstepping of authority to refute her orders was definitely not random, but Yang Hui judged that it was necessary to correct Sanai Greywale's wrong judgment. It is precisely because of this understanding that whenever Yang Hui overstepped his authority, Sanai Greywale would also acquiesce to Yang Hui's behavior and follow Yang Hui's instructions. But now, Sanai Greywale is a little too strong, so strong, that she is not like her. Is that unknown thing affecting her? Or? Yang Hui shook his head and suppressed this situation first. The battle is not over yet, and it is not known whether there will be new enemies. It is better to focus on the battle in front of him first and investigate other things later. Fearspurt 30 held the newly equipped gravity rifle in both hands and shuttled back and forth with Husuo driving V Gundam No. 1, tearing the enemy's formation apart with just 2 machines. Hush, the firepower of the new weapon is really fierce. Aggie St. Claus admired the power of the new weapon. Before, there was only the beam rifle, which was not powerful enough and could be easily resisted by the beam shield. Although the attack mode of the impeller knife was strange, it could only be used unexpectedly. If the enemy mastered it, it would not be difficult to dodge it. Moreover, using the impeller knife in such a large-scale melee might cause it to be hit by stray bullets before hitting the enemy plane, So Aggie St. Claus was also troubled by the monotonous armament of the Fierce Bird 30. But now it is different. The gravity rifle is very powerful. It can not only easily penetrate the beam shield and destroy the enemy plane behind the shield, but even easily sink the battleship. It is so comfortable. Aggie, don't be too careless. Husuo reminded Aggie St. Claus, who was a little excited, and shot and killed several Zoroarks that surrounded him. Don't worry, Husuo, I'm not an arrogant man. The Fierce Bird 30 fired continuously, keeping its position constantly changing, not giving Zansker the opportunity to surround him. That's good, but, Huso. Edge St. Claus asked worriedly when he found that V Gundam number 1 suddenly stopped moving and turned in one direction. This feeling is so familiar. Huso felt a familiar feeling from the direction he was facing. It should be someone he knew, but how could he have an acquaintance in the Zansker Empire? Huso, did you sense anything? Edge St. Claus asked as he drove the Ravenbird 30 to the side of V Gundam number 1 and protected it and slowly retreated. He also knew that Huso was an NT, and an NT with strong sensing ability. Yet, I feel like there's someone familiar in that direction. Huso also came back to his senses and drove V Gundam number 1, retreating and destroying the enemy while answering Edge St. Claus. Go, Huso. Edge St. Claus supported Huso to find out without any hesitation. Although Huso was still a minor, his precocious personality and excellent abilities helped many people in Drestriga, and Edge St. Claus was one of them. We should report to Captain Blade. We can't act on our own. Well, you've really grown up. You're worthy of being Colonel Yang Hui. Aggie St. Claus couldn't help but sigh, and also laughed bitterly at himself. Husuo's driving is first-rate, but his combat ability is third-rate. His superb driving skills and terrible talent have supported him to safely pass all the previous battles, but he is not a qualified soldier. Most of the battles are self-centered. He will cooperate with his companions, but more often he will act on his own. He doesn't care about the situation on the battlefield at all, let alone report to his superiors before executing his ideas. This is all thanks to Yang Hui. Yang Hui's small class is not a joke. Yang Hui will teach the members of Drestriga something in his spare time. As long as Yang Hui knows it, he will not keep it private, including scientific research knowledge, maintenance technology, Ms. tactics, Ms. driving skills. Among them, battlefield common sense is the focus. Because Yang Hui knew very well that Drestriga and Dreki crews were independent units of the Federation Army, but now they were just a makeshift team or a hodgepodge, with all kinds of elements. It was impossible to expect them to consciously abide by battlefield discipline, so, battlefield common sense was very necessary, and the most important of them was battlefield discipline. Captain Brad coordinates Q14 direction. I feel a very familiar feeling. I want to investigate. Please allow me. Husuo contacted the bridge of White Fortress and made a request to Brad. Feeling very familiar? Is it an acquaintance? Brad asked. Husuo's V Gundam number 1 was at the forefront of the front line and was also an important role in disrupting the enemy. If he left the current position, he would need to make tactical adjustments. It should be. Approved. Ravenbird 30, go with you. Red 5, Blue 1, take over the positions of V Gundam number 1 and Ravenbird 30, be prepared for the response. Purple 2, calculate the best route. Understood. XN Captain, reinforcements are coming. It's Nightingale transfer, and ME induction. Change the order. Red 5, Blue 1, V Gundam number 1 and Ravenbird 30 go together. Send Nightingale transfer, and ME induction. Attack the enemy formation and create chaos. Brad is worthy of being a veteran who has experienced many battles. The moment the situation changed, he made the most accurate judgment and changed the order. Understood. XN. Thanks to the training and growth during this period, everyone did not hesitate or pause because of Brad's temporary change of order. They quickly changed their action mode and executed the latest order. Red 5 and Blue 1 rushed to Ravenbird 30 and V Gundam number 1 from the other side. The four machines formed a cone formation with V Gundam number 1 as the spearhead and charged forward. The army of Zansker sent 4 mobile suits to disrupt the formation and gathered them together to move in one direction. They originally had the idea of reorganizing and encircling and intercepting, but the next second, 2 meteors streaked across the cosmic curtain. The moment they revealed their bodies, gunfire rang out. It was not all strange floating guns, but all the attacks came from strange blind spots. The muzzle of the gun that locked on him was clearly in front of him, but after pulling the trigger, it pierced him from behind. Lara. It's calculated, Colonel, please receive it. Lara Sin's whisper was like a breeze blowing by, and all the fires that were aroused by the battle were extinguished. The rippling lake surface returned to calm as a flat piece of jade. Char's eyes swept across the red dot on the screen, following Lara Sin's guidance, weaving an airtight net, and every node was a captured prey. Lala, the next wave. It's already calculated, Colonel, please receive it. Hearing this, Char's mouth curled up and he pulled the trigger, while his eyes swept back and forth again. Dot. On the other side, Red 5, Blue 1, and Ravenbird 30 followed the footsteps of V Gundam Unit 1 and broke through the Zansker line. They came to the rear, with 20 warships in sight, and were completely separated from their companions by the Zansker army. Huso, did you find it? Aggie St. Claus asked Huso nervously. In the past, he could easily shuttle through the enemy's formation. In addition to his improved driving skills and the cooperation of his companions, he also had the firepower cover of the White Fortress. But now they were completely separated, and the firepower cover of the White Fortress could not touch them, and they were in a dangerous situation for a while. Husuo, how about next time? Yes, retreat first and wait for the White Fortress to catch up. The enemy can't escape. Even Hitachi Izumi and Asagi Shunichi were trying to persuade Husuo, because the enemy's Mist troops were in great chaos due to the strong attack of Nightingale transfer and Amy induction. But if they came to their senses and surrounded them from behind, they would be dead. Wait. I found it. Husuo was also very anxious. He focused on feeling the familiar feeling and finally found the target. And, it was indeed someone he was very familiar with. How could it be? How could it be Miss Katagena? Chapter 1264 Disgusting Arrogance. Husuo's eyes were fixed on a pink Kenshio that was parked near the battleship. The familiar feeling came from this Kenshio. As the distance got closer, Husuo's perception became clearer and clearer, until the beautiful figure that he longed for appeared in his mind, allowing Husuo to confirm that the pilot of the Kenshio was the Katagena Ruth that he had been thinking about. Miss Katagena. Is it you? Miss Katagena. Husuo turned on the public channel and called out to the object of his admiration. He didn't want to believe his feelings, but was anxious to confirm his feelings. Husuo, you really came to the universe. On the other side of the communication, a voice that haunted Husuo's dreams came, like a gentle big sister, soothing the restlessness in the heart of her little brother. But to Husuo, it was like a heavy hammer hitting his heart, shattering it and making him even crazier. Why? Miss Katagena? Why are you sitting on Zansker's Ms? Why? Haha, ha 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 ha, Husuo, you actually ask me why. The gentle big sister was no longer there, replaced by a hysterical mad woman. Then tell me why? Why didn't you listen to me? Why did you drive the V Gundam to fight? It's because you can't bear to do it, right? You have no parents since childhood, so you long for everyone's attention, right? Driving the V Gundam to fight, you are getting more and more powerful and dazzling. You enjoy everyone's attention, right? No, I'm not fighting for this. Then tell me why. As soon as the words fell, Kenshio had raised the beam rifle in his hand, locked onto the V Gundam number 1 and pulled the trigger. The linear hooks on his shoulders also detached from his body, and surrounded the V Gundam number 1 from the left and right. Miss Katagena. I don't want to fight you. Facing the attack of Kenshio, V Gundam number 1 dodged left and right. There were many opportunities to shoot down Kenshio, but it didn't dare to do it. Shut up. Little brat. You are like this every time. Why don't you listen to me? It's obvious that if you obey me, nothing will happen. It's all your fault. It's all your fault. Miss Katagena. Husuo's brain was shocked. He really couldn't understand why Miss Katagena, who was once a gentle big sister and firmly opposed to the war, would become like this now. Not only did she sit on him as to join the war, but she also became so crazy. Husuo. Be careful. Fiercebird 30, Red 5 and Blue 1 came to the side of V Gundam number 1 to protect it. They also had many opportunities to shoot down Kenshio, driven by Katagena Rose, but they didn't do it because the opponent seemed to be Husuo's acquaintance. Miss Katagena. Huso, wake up. We are still fighting. Aggie St. Claus shouted loudly. He was still a child. Although he had grown up, He was still a child. But let's talk about this woman later. Retreat first. Go out, Asagi. Understood. X2 Red 5 and Blue 1 fired at the same time, breaking the linear hooks that surrounded them on both sides. The Ravenbird 30 switched her beam rifle and accurately hit the right arm of Kenshio, destroying it along with the weapon in its hand. Then the three machines retreated with V Gundam number 1. If they stayed any longer, they would be surrounded. Miss Katagina. Understood. Huso gritted his teeth and did not take his eyes off Kenshio in front of him. But when he thought of the safety of his companions, he could only suppress all his doubts in his heart and retreat with his companions. Tisk. Huso. And Katagina in the cockpit of Kenshio fixed her eyes on the back of V Gundam number 1 leaving, gritting her teeth, her face grim. Katagina, are you okay? At this time, another, Conchier, quickly came to the side of Katagina and protected it behind it. Lieutenant Chronicle, I'm fine. After changing a person, Katagina's face quickly changed like a Sichuan opera face changing, regaining its gentleness and tenderness. Return to the ship, Katagina, you can't continue to fight. Chronicle Aisha ordered. But Lieutenant, I still. Obey the order, Katagina, you are still a newcomer, I can't let you lose your life here. Lieutenant. I understand. Katagina felt warm and sweet in her heart, and Chronicle left a deeper mark in her heart. Of course, Chronicle didn't pay attention to such trivial matters. His attention was on the battle. After sending Katagina back to the ship, he immediately joined the chaotic battle, trying to stabilize the chaos and reorganize the situation. However, under the joint slaughter of Nightingale transfer and AIM induction, he couldn't find any chance at all. As soon as he showed signs of reorganizing his formation, he was immediately defeated. Damn it, what kind of monster is this? How could the corrupt Federation develop such a powerful Ms? Even if Chronicle was proud and wanted to prove himself, he didn't think he was a match for Char and Lara Singh, and looking at the rapidly decreasing friendly signs, Chronicle once again wanted to retreat. That's it. Damn it. He had already wanted to retreat. His sight crossed the battlefield. He could clearly see the huge robot standing behind the distant enemy with his naked eyes. His intention to retreat reached its peak. Horizontal ellipsis. 5 minutes ago, the Dreisliger, staying at the GGG orbital base, encountered an enemy attacking the orbital base as expected, or rather, the target was the Dreisliger. It's an unknown enemy. And there are so many of them. Mitsuha Greywall looked at the dense gray dots in her field of vision, her face horrified, terrified, and extremely fortunate. If Yang Hui and Ryu Kanosaki stayed and only relied on the Shurek team, she really couldn't imagine what the consequences would be. But, with so many enemies, targeting, Dreisliger, can Yang Hui and Dawnbreaker Ersterlin, creation, really hold it? Colonel Yang Hui. Captain Sanai, tell Brad to unlock the Macros attack, the Shurek team and Camilla protect, Drestriga, and retreat, these enemy planes, leave them to me. Yang Hui gave instructions to Sanai Greywall with a solemn face, and the tone was completely commanding. Now Yang Hui was not in the mood to play the game of power struggle with Sanai Greywall. This. I understand, Colonel Yang Hui, military luck. Sanai Greywall somehow compromised after a little resistance, and she also felt it was ridiculous, and suddenly there was a kind of hope that Yang Hui could die with the other party. Understood. Because of the distance, Yang Hui did not notice Sanai Greywall's abnormal psychology. His attention was attracted by the enemy plane in front of him, or, it was the only enemy plane with arms and a large group of enemy planes. This feeling was not a drone. Oh, very courageous, and also very reckless. A strange voice came from the public channel, and the arrogance of the other party could be felt without seeing the person. Reckless? Just these drones you brought. Yang Hui smiled coldly. They were just drones. Yang Hui would not care about them no matter how many there were. What's more, it only had 2 legs and a body, and the only weapons were 2 heavy artillery in the lower abdomen. Arrogant, conceited, you gave me a bad first impression, but there's nothing I can do. Who asked me to be magnanimous? I forgive you, then, start the experiment. Noisy. This condescending tone and attitude reminded Yang Hui of the 2 disgusting knights. They were obviously incompetent, but they were self-righteous. There was no need to communicate more. Yang Hui directly sentenced them to death. Dawn Ersterlin, creation, the wings spread out, and golden particles sprayed and scattered, quickly filling the entire area. This is, other light particles, a little surprising. The surprise is yet to come. As Don Ersterlin, creation, raised his right hand and clenched it into a fist, countless GN Super Dragoons appeared out of thin air and covered the entire area. The wormhole rays unceremoniously wove a deadly hunting net, covering countless gray unknown machines. The unknown machine that had escaped the catastrophe had just made a dodging move, and the sword-shaped GN Super Dragoons attacked from all directions behind, below, and above it, cutting it to pieces. The armor cannot resist the wormhole concept, but it has a certain resistance to the high-frequency vibration blades wrapped by GN particles. The armor damage is slowly healing. It should be nanotechnology. Yang Hui observed and recorded the performance of the unknown machine while quickly destroying it. Switch to normal beam particles. Don Ersterlin, creation, waved his hand, and the GN Super Dragoon that fired the wormhole ray changed its form. The muzzle became smaller, and the purple-black energy turned into a lovely pink fire. The GN Super Dragoon roared again, and the purple-black hunting net turned into pink silk threads to weave, but the hunting net failed to be completed. A large number of beams fell on the armor of the enemy aircraft, which was blocked by the invisible force field shield, splashing ripples. Under the excessive beam shooting, cracks appeared in the force field barrier, becoming more and more dense, and finally shattered and disappeared. The beam fell on the armor and melted the armor, but failed to penetrate directly. Normal beam energy has little effect, confirming the existence of the force field barrier, and its strength is equivalent to the second-generation GN force field. Finally, Don Ersterlin, creation, raised his palm and stood upright in front of him. The golden particles condensed into a thin semi-cylindrical light curtain in front of Don Ersterlin, creation, blocking the incoming blue high-energy rays. Crack crack. The moment of contact, cracks appeared on the light curtain, which healed quickly and reappeared. The bombardment power is comparable to the burst mode of the GN cannon. Yang Hui recorded the data of the unknown machine. It was almost done, so he could start, or end it. The mobility is just so-so. The recording is over, so let's end it. The Azure high-energy rays did not last long before disappearing, because the machine that was the source had been destroyed by the GN Super Dragoon. At the same time, Yang Hui had no intention of playing anymore. With a wave of his hand, all the GN Super Dragoons dispersed into golden particles again, and condensed into black and red balls around Don Ersterlin, creation, rotating around Don Ersterlin, creation. It was unknown whether the other party had achieved the goal or felt threatened. The enemy's only machine with a pilot disappeared on the spot with a flash of blue light, completely ignoring the remaining drones. You ran away really fast, but don't take these away. As soon as the words fell, the spinning balls scattered and shot out at an extremely fast speed, landing in the remaining enemy camp, and then boom 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 boom. Chapter 1265, Revealed Fangs. What kind of power is this? On the bridge of Drestliga, Mitsuha Greywall and others were stunned to see what was happening before their eyes. The scene was completely beyond their comprehension. If they said that the special particles could condense autonomous mobile weapons of the floating gun type out of thin air, they could barely accept it. After all, although the floating gun was powerful, it was also a conventional weapon, at least they had seen it many times. But Don Ersterlin, creation, could actually create strategic-level weapons with the same power as nuclear bombs out of thin air, and it seemed very easy, and it could create many at the same time, completely shattering their common sense and crushing them into debris. Nuclear bombs have caused a lot of pain and tragedy in this world, and they are also sealed. In their memory, the last time a nuclear bomb appeared was in UC-0083, when the Delaz fleet, composed of the remnants of the Principality of Xi'an, launched the Delaz Rebellion, stole the newly developed Gundam GPO-2, Physalis, of the Federation Army, and used the nuclear warhead carried by Physalis at the Federation Army's military parade, destroying 2/3 of the Federation fleet. Although Don Ersterlin, creation, uses a different weapon from a nuclear bomb, it has the same destructive power as a nuclear bomb, which frightened and even frightened Mitsuha Greywall and others. Captain! Captain! Sick Leon's exclamation briefly awakened everyone's consciousness. What happened again? Mitsuha Greywall asked anxiously. White Fortress, deformed. Deformed? What does that mean? You can see for yourself. As soon as the voice fell, Leon projected the optical image of White Fortress on the main screen, causing the brain that had just resumed thinking to crash again. This. In the sight of everyone, the 1,600-meter-long super battleship began to split, one module after another transformed into human body parts and stretched out, legs straightened, heavy catapult deck held in the left hand, ferocious super main gun held in the right hand, and the supergiant robot stood up in the universe. On the bridge of the White Fortress, the deputy captain Yazu, who served as the helmsman, reported to Brad, "Transformation is complete, Macross attack is ready." Well, has it started to collapse? Brad observed that the army of the Zanskar Empire was originally killed and defeated under the cooperation of Nightingale Transfer and AIM Induction. The moment the White Fortress showed its true posture, the remaining morale completely collapsed, and no one had the thought of resisting. "Captain, does the main gun need to be charged?" Yazu asked. "Forget it. There is no need to expose the super heavy quantum reaction cannon now. Just follow the Nightingale Transfer and AIM Induction and chase them." Understood. Then, the White Fortress cooperated with the Nightingale Transfer and AIM Induction to quickly wipe out the enemy forces. They turned back without chasing them far. They had received a message from Dreskliga asking for help. Enemies appeared at the GGG orbital base, and their numbers were huge. However, after receiving the message, neither Blade nor Char was in a hurry. The White Fortress slowly changed back to the battleship form, and the Nightingale Transfer and AIM Induction also followed the White Fortress and slowly returned, which made Eggy St. Claus and others anxious. "Captain Brad, Mr. Char, Dreskliga, and the orbital base are in danger now. We have to hurry. With Yang Hui here, what's the danger?" Char said calmly, asking them not to worry. "But Colonel Yang Hui is indeed very powerful, but the enemy is not a simple character, and there are many of them. Calm down, Yang Hui hasn't sent any news, which means he doesn't need help." But this. What happened? Suddenly, a doomsday scene appeared in everyone's sight. Even from a distance, they could clearly see several black and red spheres expanding in the universe. Even without direct contact, they could feel the breath of destruction. It seems that Yang Hui is very unhappy. He actually used such a heavy hand. Seeing that Yang Hui actually used the destruction impulse ball in a battle of this level, Char, Lala Singh, Brad, and Yashio immediately guessed that Yang Hui was angry. Otherwise, the current situation did not require the use of such a powerful attack. Using it showed that Yang Hui was angry and did not intend to leave any room for the enemy. Char, do you mean this was caused by Colonel Yang Hui?" Aggie St. Claus asked with difficulty, his mouth a little bit unable to close. When they saw the explosion just now, they all thought that everyone in Dreskliga was in danger, and they were even more anxious to go back to rescue. Who knew that Char said that it was caused by Yang Hui, and their brains were shocked again. Well, if you don't believe it, go back and look at the records yourself. Oh. With a nervous mood, Aggie St. Claus and others also followed the White Fortress, and slowly returned. When they returned to the GGG orbital base, they saw that Dreskliga was safe and sound, and the Shorek team and Camilla, responsible for guarding Dreskliga, did not look like they had experienced a battle, and Dawn Ersterlin, creation, was not far ahead, stretching its wings, and the golden particles added a dreamlike scenery to the lonely universe, and a lot of floating space garbage. "Captain Mitsuha, the battle is over, please give instructions." After making sure that all the enemies still in the current space were eliminated, Yang Hui asked Mitsuha Grey Wallace when he saw the White Fortress and the accompanying MIS troops returning. Return to the ship, Colonel Yang Hui. Dredge crews will return to the orbital base for supplies and then land on Earth. Understood. Why are you all looking at me like that? Returning to Dreskliga, Yang Hui secured Ersterlin, creation, and got off the plane, and saw a large group of people surrounding him, looking at him as if you were a rare animal. "Colonel Yang Hui, just now you." "Oh, the other person's tone really upset me, so I hit him a little too hard." Yang Hui explained his behavior as if nothing had happened. That person really upset Yang Hui, especially the unreasonable arrogance that reminded Yang Hui of Joy Knight and Bloody Knight, so he couldn't help it and hit him a little too hard. What upset Yang Hui the most was that the other person actually ran away when he saw that the situation was not good. Everyone's mouth twitched, and they decided in their hearts that they would never make Yang Hui angry in the future. The consequences of making Yang Hui angry were too terrible, especially when they knew the number of unknown forces and how many wreckages were left after Yang Hui's statement. Okay, let's all return to our respective posts. Got it. Understood. After persuading everyone to disperse, Yang Hui planned to meet Sanaigre. He wanted to investigate her situation again and find out what happened to her previous change in attitude. He also planned to discuss the next course of action with Sanaigre. If possible, Yang Hui planned to go to the mountain city after landing on the Earth. After all, he had a very important date to attend, and he could also give Dreddy Cruz a holiday. Since the departure of Drestriga, no one has had a good rest. No, Colonel Yang Hui, after landing on the Earth, Dreddy Cruz's first destination will be Alice Springs in Oceania, and then he will go to the nearby Blue Hole for investigation. Blue Hole. Yes, one thing is certain at present. The kingdom of Kaluta from another world came from the Blue Hole, and it is constantly sending more troops. At the same time, most of the monsters named Warcraft are also born from the Blue Hole. Although heavy troops have been dispatched to build a defense line around the Blue Hole, the number of enemies coming out of the Blue Hole is increasing, and it is becoming more and more frequent. It is not a long-term solution to keep stationed there. So General Rebel ordered Dreddy Cruz to meet up with friendly forces in Alice Springs after landing on the Earth, and then go to the Blue Hole to investigate the DBD phenomenon. Sanaigre explained, and also told Yang Hui that this was not her intention to refute Yang Hui, but Rebel gave the order, and she was just following it. Yang Hui pretended to be thinking, but his mental wave was always wrapped around Sanaigre, paying attention to her every move. After close contact, Sanaigre's strength became more obvious and clear, but what puzzled Yang Hui was that he did not catch the influence he had discovered before, as if the Sanaigre who became stronger in front of him was herself, and Yang Hui keenly discovered that Sanaigre was not only stronger in front of him, but also with a trace of fear, a fear of rejection. If it was just fear, Yang Hui could understand it. After all, such a terrible power had just erupted, which could be called a single-soldier nuclear bomb that could be fired indefinitely. It was normal for people to fear such power. Including the other people in Dreddy Cruz, there was a little fear in their eyes when they looked at Yang Hui, but more of it was respect and admiration. Fear was just an instinctive reaction. But Sanaigre's fear was different. It was subjective, that is to say. Sanaigre was actively afraid of Yang Hui and actively rejecting Yang Hui. Oh, is it an influence again? It seems that there are very important clues on Sanaigre. Although there is no evidence, Yang Hui is very confident in his guess. The unknown existence that has been hiding on Drestriga must have a very deep connection with Sanaigre. If you keep an eye on Sanaigre, you will definitely find the answer. Okay, Captain Sanai, then go to Alice Springs first, and then go to the Blue Hole to carry out the mission. If the mission in the Blue Hole is successfully completed, please consider my suggestion. No problem, Colonel Yang Hui, I will think about it carefully. Chapter 1266, The Road is Narrow? No, it's dead. What did you find? Shi'er followed Yang Hui to his room and asked Yang Hui what happened in the previous battle. It is now certain that the Force is not a purely mechanical civilization, and the machine can also be driven by humans. Yang Hui replied. So that person offended you? The Emperor and the others are still arrogant. Shi'er teased. Based on Shi'er's understanding of Yang Hui, there are only two things that can make Yang Hui unhappy in the battle and want to blast the opponent into pieces. One is Yang Hui's wives, and the other is the arrogance of being high above. The latter reminds me of Joy Knight and Bloody Knight, which is disgusting. Yang Hui said with disgust. Sure enough. And what makes me most unhappy is that when the situation was not good, the guy used a technology similar to space teleportation to escape. He was very decisive and did not drag his feet. Yang Hui complained. Wow. This is really interesting, strong on the outside but weak on the inside? Pretending to be so. If that's the case, I wouldn't be so upset. Yang Hui shrugged and continued, that person's arrogance is engraved in his bones. He really thinks that his existence is naturally higher than ours, regardless of ability or strength. This is an interesting thing. Shi'er was silent for a second or two, and a sneer appeared on his face. Such a person has the greatest possibility. Manufactured, with a very short life cycle, and memory and knowledge are instilled. Very simple and pure, And his self-thinking ability is not much different from that of a baby. Not bad in combat ability. Judging from his decisive retreat, he is good at self-preservation, but he is also very confident and puts himself in a very high position. In a few words, Yang Hui and Xia completed the profile of this enemy they had never met, and roughly guessed what kind of person he was. But there is one thing, this kind of person, is there only one, or are there many? Xia questioned. It goes without saying that there must be many of them, but only he has appeared so far. We will analyze the others when they appear. If they are products with self-awareness, there should not be many of them, at least not just soldiers and weapons. Otherwise, why use drones on a large scale? Yang Hui expressed his opinion. I understand. Then the most important thing, do you think there is a connection between him and the knight? Xia asked Yang Hui with a solemn face. Hearing this, Yang Hui fell into thinking. To be honest, this kind of arrogance is very similar to the knight, but there are also great differences. At least the arrogance of the joy knight and the bloody knight does not allow them to retreat immediately when they perceive a threat, and the knight is more arrogant, not as simple and natural as this person. There are similarities, but I can't be sure. There are also many inconsistencies. If he appears again next time, catch him before he escapes. Understood, I will pass this information up. After the supply was completed, Dre crews landed on the Earth. The scheduled landing site was the Alice Springs location in Oceania. Because the Blue Hole is the largest EBD phenomenon site and the most frequent location for the two hostile forces in the other world, the Emperor and Rebel directly sent the first fleet led by Katie to garrison here. Although I have read the information, it still feels amazing to see it with my own eyes. Through the glass of the corridor, Aggie St. Claus looked at the first fleet floating in the air and couldn't help but sigh. Dreisliga is indeed huge, a 2-kilometer-long super battleship is unique, and White Fortress is not much smaller, but the full body armor is much more terrible than Dreisliga, not to mention that it has a transformation function, which is completely a super weapon born for war. It is hard not to be thrilled when seeing another battleship of the same type as the White Fortress, and a large number of quarter-level Macros-class battleships guarding it. Since the Federation Army has such power, why has it been hiding it? Even at the cost of being at an absolute disadvantage. Huasuo asked in confusion. This is indeed very suspicious. If it can be brought out earlier, let alone more than a dozen fleets, just one fleet can change the situation, and even the Neo-Zeon War cannot be fought. Mabet also held the same doubts. Aggie St. Claus couldn't help but twitch his mouth when he heard this. In the previous conversation, he already knew that the origins of Yang Hui and others were not so simple, and the Promise Corps were not entirely members of the Earth Federation Army, but he didn't dare to tell this secret everywhere, even if Yang Hui and others didn't force him to keep it secret. Aggie, what's wrong with you? Hitachi Aizu beside him noticed the abnormality of Aggie St. Claus and asked with concern. Nothing, I just imagined the scene that Huso and Mabet described, and I felt that Neo-Zeon and other forces were really lucky. Aggie St. Claus suddenly had an idea and immediately found an excuse to divert attention. Yes, and as soon as this was said, everyone sighed in unison. Not to mention the entire Promise Corps, even if it was just the first fleet in front of them, Neo-Zeon would be at a loss. The Laplace Rebellion would not be in chaos at all, and the Zansker Empire would have no chance to rise. Maybe the Federation is playing a big game, and the decision of the top leaders is not something we can know. Kyujimi said. That's right. And everyone nodded in agreement. By the way, have you heard? The fleet commander of this fleet is a big beauty. At this time, Jun Hong suddenly said, his face flushed, and he had already begun to imagine a romantic encounter. Why not a handsome guy? Iri Huan protested angrily. If it wasn't a handsome guy, wouldn't she have to wait for the fruit of her love? Isn't this the point? And it's no surprise that Jun and Zhonghe Iri Huan were all collectively complained about at the same time, and they enjoyed the same treatment as Itachi Aizu. Isn't it? X2 of course not. And everyone covered their faces and had a headache. These two people really had no sense of tension. They didn't even think about it. Can ordinary people become a fleet commander in a legion like the Promised Legion that speaks by strength and command such a powerful fleet? Even if she is a beautiful woman, she must be an iron-blooded soldier with a very strong aura and a very tough wrist. Maybe? Commander Katie is really beautiful, Lieutenant Lala. Lieutenant Rukino. At this time, Lala Zin and Rukino Saki walked side by side. Because of Yang Hui's change of appointment, Rukino Saki also rejoined the battlefield, so Rukino Saki naturally regained his military position, and his rank was the same as Lala Zin, that of a lieutenant. Lieutenant Lala, do you know the commander of the First Fleet? Hitachi asked curiously. Although Lala Zin's rank was the same as many people present, or even lower, no one disrespected her. After all, her strength was there. Yes. Lala Zin did not hide it and nodded to confirm. Then Lieutenant Lala, can you give us a detailed introduction? Jun Hezhong asked with stars in his eyes. Knowing yourself and the enemy will win every battle. If you get more useful information, won't the success rate be higher? No problem, Commander Katie is one of Mr. Yang Hui's wives. Boom. Thunderbolts fell from the sky and hit Jun Hezhong's forehead, splitting him in half. Not only was the beautiful commander who had not had time to meet already someone else's wife, the worst news was that she was Yang Hui's wife. Junhee, take care. X and everyone subconsciously took a step back, distanced themselves from Jun Hezhong, and mourned for 3 seconds in their hearts. They actually dared to hit Yang Hui's wife? They got ready to die. And Commander Katie. That's enough, Lieutenant Lala, no need to continue. Lala Zin continued to introduce Katie to Jun Hezhong as if she hadn't noticed anything, but Jun Hezhong hoped that he could die more easily, so he raised his hand to stop Lala Zin from continuing. No more. Lala Zin tilted her head in confusion. No, it's enough. If it's not enough, I don't want to know. Jun Hezhong replied with an explosive desire to survive. Okay, I hope I can help you. Lala Zin smiled gently. I helped him embark on the road to death. X and everyone complained in their hearts, and also complained that Lala Zin's gentle and quiet appearance actually hid such a dark side. Ryu Kanosaki covered his mouth and chuckled. Lala Shin's appearance was too deceptive. She was gentle, quiet, elegant, and well-mannered. It was easy for people to mistake her for the character of the big sister next door. But, a woman who could be the mother of Red Comet, Char Aznable, a woman who could eat Char to death, could only be gentle? At this time, Katie, who was being discussed by everyone, met Yang Hui and Mitsuha Greywall on the fleet flagship, Celestial Being. Nice to meet you, Commander Katie. Nice to meet you, Captain Mitsuha. I received an order from General Rubir. The investigation of the Blue Hole will be left to you. To be honest, Katie didn't understand Rubir's order. The Promise Corps didn't have much research on the DBD phenomenon, but did Dreki Cruz? Moreover, there were many top scientists participating in the mission this time, and their research capabilities were not comparable to those of the members of Dreki Cruz. Why should the task of investigating the DBD phenomenon be given to Dreki Cruz? However, considering that Yang Hui has been with this unit must have something special. Katie did not oppose Rebel's order and would cooperate with Dreki Cruz. Thank you very much, Commander Katie. Dreki Cruz has just landed on the Earth and needs to rest for a while and adapt to the gravity environment of the Earth. Tomorrow, our unit will move towards the Blue Hole. No problem. If you need anything, Colonel Yang Hui can contact me directly. Colonel Yang Hui. Sanai Greywale was stunned for a moment, and his eyes swept back and forth between Yang Hui and Katie. The two were not shy people. Naturally, they needed to be serious when doing official business, but it did not prevent them from exchanging glances to hint at the relationship between each other. Okay, I understand. Sanai Greywale curled his lips, cursed Yang Hui as a scumbag in his heart, and replied. By the way, I have 3 people to introduce to you. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1267, The Shame of Being an Adult. Looking at the 3 children and 2 dwarves in front of him, Yang Hui had an ugly expression and complicated thoughts. Hello, my name is Ernesti Echeverria, from the Kingdom of Primavera, the leader of the Silver Phoenix Knights. You can just call me L. The assistant leader of the Silver Phoenix Knights, Arkid Oda. You can just call me Kid. I'm Adelch Woda. Can you call me Artie? My name is Batson Temanin, the cavalry forger of the Silver Phoenix Knights. Davy Hopkin, also the cavalry forger of the Silver Phoenix Knights. Hello everyone, I'm Sanai Greywall, the head of Dreddy Crews, the captain of Dressliga. Yang Hui, inspector of Dreddy Crews, rank colonel. Compared to Sanai Greywall's friendly greeting, Yang Hui's attitude was not so friendly, and the atmosphere of dissatisfaction could not help but emanate. That? Colonel Yang Hui. The 5 Ls were startled by Yang Hui and were a little scared. Excuse me, is the knights you mentioned just a game of playing house, or a real combat legion? Yang Hui asked L with a serious expression. Please don't underestimate us, Colonel Yang Hui. We are the official knights of the Kingdom of Primavera, and we have helped the kingdom through crises several times. Being questioned and suspected of being a child's play, the expressions of the 5 Ls immediately became a little ugly, especially Kid and Artie, who were real teenagers and hated others denying their achievements. And Al. Yang Hui's mental wave found something unusual. His body was indeed that of a child, but his soul was a little too mature. It wasn't that L's performance was too mature, but the age of his soul, just like. Sorry, no offense. Yang Hui made a bold guess, but now was not the time to delve into this issue, and this issue is not suitable to be brought to the table. It's just that watching you kids go to the battlefield makes us adults feel ashamed. It's okay, Colonel Yang Hui, I can feel that you have no ill intentions. The more mature Al took the initiative to stand up and extended a friendly hand to Yang Hui. Thank you. Yang Hui shook it, and because of the physical contact, Yang Hui's guess was confirmed. I heard from Katie that you are obsessed with Ms. The giant robots in this world. The key words were correct, the switch was turned on, and Al's mature expression immediately disappeared, replaced by the innocent and lovely excitement of a child. Yes, I have some experience in Ms. design and development. If there's a chance, we can have a good exchange. Yang Hui smiled and nodded. Please let me participate. Alice, it started again. Kid, Batson and Dave covered their faces in silence. Artie looked at Al angrily, as if something precious was about to be taken away. I'm sorry, Colonel. As the only adult among the 5 people, Dave stood up and explained with a pained face, my captain is obsessed with a crystal knight. As long as it involves the crystal knight, he will fall into this state. Oh, by the way, the crystal knight is the name of the robot in our world. Haha, it doesn't matter. I used to be obsessed with Ms. Yang Hui laughed straightforwardly. Once. Al and the other 5 were puzzled. Why was it once? Yang Hui was silent and did not explain. His expression was much more serious. Captain Mitsuha, I will go back to check the maintenance of the machine. Please contact me directly if you need it. Okay, Colonel Yang Hui, thank you for your hard work. After Yang Hui turned around and left, Katie looked at his back inside. Considering Yang Hui's mood at the moment, Katie did not ask Yang Hui to stay and accompany her. Commander Katie, did we say something wrong? Al asked Katie with some concern. Yang Hui's mood changed a little quickly, and it could be seen that Yang Hui was not in a very good mood. None of your business, it's the self-esteem and sense of responsibility of adults. Katie looked at the 5 people in front of her with complicated eyes, especially the 4 children who were not yet adults. In this regard, she and Yang Hui had the same mood. I can understand it. The only adult, Dave, lowered his head and sighed. The children were too good, which made the adults seem too incompetent. At the same time, it also made the adults ashamed of themselves and could only rely on children. Hey, boss, what do you mean? Batson asked Dave in confusion. You will understand when you grow up, brat. Hey, I'm curious, why did Colonel Yang Hui say that he was obsessed with robots? Al thought for a moment. His intuition told him that Yang Hui and he were the same kind of people, who loved robots very much, even obsessed with them, but Yang Hui said that he was. Because they were weapons. Katie was silent for a moment and explained for Yang Hui. Just because of this. L was puzzled. He also knew that robots were weapons, and he had participated in a lot of battles with his own robots, but he was still obsessed with robots and would not reject them just because of fighting. It seems that your world is quite peaceful. Katie smiled. Sure enough, she was still a child and had no idea what weapons were. Not really. L raised his delicate little face and pointed his finger at his face. There are also threats from monsters in our world. Powerful monsters are also very dangerous. And, the Kingdom of Kaluto is also making trouble and launched a war against other countries. We also joined the war. Then have you killed anyone? Katie asked L with a solemn expression. Of course not, I just wanted to stop the war. Why would I kill people? L asked naively. Katie said nothing, that was all she had to say. Some things were not suitable to be explained too clearly to them. Next, you will follow Dreddy Cruz. Dreddy Cruz's main task is to investigate DBD phenomena around the world. Perhaps he can help you find a way back faster. Captain Mitsuha, they are left to you. Understood. Mitsuha Greywale replied. She also understood what Katie meant, and she envied the peaceful world of L and the others. She also understood the reason, so she did not explain too much. Everyone, please follow me. Oh, okay. The 5L were still a little confused, but seeing that Katie and Mitsuha Greywale had no intention of continuing, they did not ask any more questions and followed Mitsuha Greywale obediently to Dreistliga. They did not have to worry about their machines, as someone would help them transport them to the hangar of Dreistliga. Oh. Arriving at the hangar, L's eyes were full of brilliance again after seeing all kinds of so many robots. So many kinds of robots. Hey, L, please be more restrained. Kid and the other 4 were helpless. Kid and Artie, who grew up together, didn't expect L to get rid of his robot obsession. It was impossible in this lifetime, but since they were new here, shouldn't they be more restrained? Are you also from another world? XN at this moment, Ida Takamori hurried over, followed by Gulen K and Lattice F Pursuta. They were also very interested in other visitors from other worlds. Even if they were not from the same world, they were all from another world. With a little more intimacy, they might even be able to get information about going back. My name is Ida Takamori, a member of the SRX team, and I am also from another world. Ida Takamori pointed at himself and said, hello. Then, the 5L introduced themselves one after another. Although they learned from Katie that there were other people from other worlds in this world, they still felt it was wonderful to meet them for the first time. On the other side, Edge St. Claus, Who Rabbit Team, Rita Bernal, Zuna and others also came. Only the Shurek team and Mabet were still receiving training from Char. When they learned that there were new companions joining, they started chatting happily. It feels very consistent with what Colonel Yang Hui said. When Edge and the others said that Yang Hui's attitude towards them was not very good at the beginning and he also raised doubts, Who nodded with empathy. At the beginning, Yang Hui had a similar attitude towards him, maybe a little better. Rita, you know Colonel Yang Hui best. Do you know what's going on? Jonah asked Rita Bernal. He also wanted to know more about Yang Hui. This. Rita Bernal organized the words and said to everyone with a smile, Brother Yang Hui likes to say something. What is it? The adults are not dead yet. When will it be the turn of the children to worry about these things? There was silence at the scene. Al and other teenagers could not fully understand this sentence. They just felt it was very powerful, but the adults present were thoughtful and felt ashamed. It fits Colonel Yang Hui's style very well. Aggie St. Claus scratched his head and sighed. The more you get to know him, the more you will find that Yang Hui is a very responsible person. He is not only responsible for himself, but also for others. He will teach every small class with all his heart and make sure that what he teaches can be learned by others. That's right, Mr. Yang Hui told us when he was training us that half-baked people should not go to the battlefield. I would rather you die in my training than die in the hands of the enemy on the battlefield. Ida Longsheng said in retrospect. Well, this Colonel Yang Hui is really a good person. Al sighed. He is different from others. Although he is a child, his soul is not, which makes some vague memories a little clearer. Mr. Yang Hui is more than that. Ida Takamori said to the 4 people of L with a smile that he is now Yang Hui's #1 fan. Mr. Yang Hui is also very capable. He is good at tactical command, design, development, maintenance, and driving. He is very good in every field. He also helped us design a brand new machine. Really? Please let me know about your new machine. Oh, hey, L. Chapter 1268. He is really a time traveler. Wow. Is this Don Ersterlin, creation? It's so hot. Al looked up at Don Ersterlin, creation, and the little stars in his eyes twinkled. Al, calm down. Isn't it said that this machine can't be touched casually? Kid and Batson grabbed Al, who was rushing towards him. Before coming to the #2 hangar for a visit, they listened to the warning carefully. The 3, Dawn series, parked in the number 2 hangar could not be touched by anyone without the permission of Yang Hui and the other two. But how could Al, a giant robot fanatic, remember it? The moment he saw Dawn Ersterlin creation, he forgot it completely. Fortunately, Kid and Batson had been alert to Al, so they were able to stop it in the first place, which also saved Al's life. How can I be calm? What danger can such a handsome robot have? Why can't you let others touch it? Al struggled to move forward, trying to break free from the restraints and throw himself into the robot's warm embrace. Because it will cost you your life? Yang Hui, dressed as a maintenance worker, walked out from the feet of Dawnbreaker creation. He was just fine-tuning Dawnbreaker creation, and his feet just happened to block everyone's sight. Colonel Yang Hui. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect Yang Hui to be here, and what Yang Hui said just now also scared them. They only knew that Yang Hui had warned all of them not to touch Dawnbreaker creation, Nightingale transmission, and Amy induction without his permission. Although everyone didn't know why, they did it out of respect for Yang Hui, thinking that it might involve military secrets or something. As a result, Yang Hui now told them that if they touched it casually, they would die, which scared them all. Yang Hui did not explain, but just snapped his fingers. In the eyes of everyone's horror, emerald green crystals suddenly appeared on the body of Dawn Ersterlin creation, and spread rapidly, soon completely covering Dawn Ersterlin creation. But after only a few seconds, the emerald green crystals shattered, and the scattered debris gradually disappeared, and Dawn Ersterlin creation returned to its original appearance, as if nothing had happened. Colonel Yang Hui, what just happened? Aggie St. Claus asked. What happened just now was too dreamy, and he had no idea what was going on. The successfully awakened Dawn series is no longer a completely mechanical creation, but a half machine and half life. Just now it was a special assimilation phenomenon. Although I made some minor adjustments, it still needs to assimilate the adjusted area in the end and completely integrate it with itself. If you touch it casually, it will also be assimilated. Yang Hui explained. This. Everyone looked weird. They had never heard of assimilation phenomena, and half machine and half life. Did such things really exist? By the way, Al, can I see your robots? Yang Hui asked Al, who was very interested in the magic technology of the other world. Of course. But in exchange, can I learn more about the robots in this world? Al asked Yang Hui with his hands folded. If it's just theory and knowledge, no problem. If it's just the relevant basic theory and knowledge, Yang Hui naturally doesn't mind teaching him everything he knows, but if he wants to get started with actual operation, it's definitely not possible now. They will arrive at the Blue Hole soon. Al has practical experience, but the world is different and the technical system is different. Before ensuring that Al has enough mechanical knowledge, he can't touch other people's robots casually. This is also responsible for the safety of others. Great. Then, can we? Batson and Davy were also looking forward to it. A cavalry forger is also a kind of mechanic, so he is naturally interested in a brand new technical system. Of course. Yang Hui smiled and nodded in agreement. I said, Mr. Yang Hui is easy to talk to. As long as you ask, he will basically agree. Ida Longsheng said proudly. Speaking of Longsheng. After a long time of contact, Yang Hui and the 3 members of the SRX team have a good relationship, and they don't always use honorifics. Your report in self-review. Longsheng's body was stiff, and the corners of his mouth kept twitching. He had the urge to turn around and run. Report in self-review. X5 The 5 people from L looked at Ida Longsheng with an expectant expression. Yesterday in the Ms. Tactics class, he dozed off and was caught by Mr. Yang Hui. Lattice F. Pursuta explained to the 5 people. PFFTX5MR. Yang Hui is indeed easy to talk to, but the premise is, don't be absent in his class, otherwise the consequences will be miserable. Gulen K reminded the 5 people from L earnestly. Your punishment is already very light. Rita Bernal said to the petrified Ida Longsheng with a smile, and a small swaying little wings and tail appeared behind him. Brother Forte and his friends were very miserable back then, at least they started at 20 kilometers. Well, Mr. Yang Hui, I will. Oh, yes, if Rita hadn't reminded me, I would have almost forgotten. Longsheng. Oh, pills. When Ida Longsheng heard this, he immediately wanted to run, and hurried to complete the report and review, so as to get through this difficult time as soon as possible, so as not to have to punish Yang Hui if he remembered it. As a result, after Rita Bernal reminded him, Yang Hui really remembered it. Hangar number 3 is still empty now. Go. 20 kilometers. Lie. You are responsible for supervision. Wait. Understood, Mr. Yang Hui. Don't worry, I will definitely supervise Longsheng to complete it. Lie. Which side are you on? Mr. Yang Hui's side. Puff. You didn't even hesitate. Ida Longsheng covered his chest in grief, a mouthful of old blood stuck in his throat and wanted to vomit but couldn't. Okay, Longsheng, this is also for your own good. Yang Hui certainly didn't punish Ida Longsheng deliberately to tease him, but he really cared about him. Your information shows that among the 3 people, only you are a latecomer. Your physical fitness is the worst among the 3, even worse than K. Letting you run will help to enhance your physical fitness and endurance, especially endurance. I don't know the battles you have encountered before, but here, the battles will become more and more intense, and there will be more and more enemies to face. Long-term battles are a very severe test of physical strength and energy. Is that so? Ida Longsheng tilted his head and asked in confusion. What Yang Hui said made sense, and he couldn't refute it at all, but he always felt that it wasn't that simple. That's it. Then I understand. I'll go now. Lie. Let's go. Wait, don't pull me. I can walk by myself. Everyone looked at Ida Longsheng with strange expressions. He was like a chicken blood, passionately pulling Lattice F Pursuita to run towards the number 3 hangar, and then turned his head and looked at Yang Hui numbly. Colonel, what you just said is all true. Aggie St. Claus asked Yang Hui in a low voice in disbelief. The most truthful lie is made up of all truth. Yang Hui's mouth curled up in a sinister arc, with a treacherous expression of a successful scheme, which scared everyone back. As expected of Colonel Yang Hui, you are so dark. And don't forget that I am NT. Oh, I didn't say anything. I didn't think anything. And everyone fled in all directions, only Al and the other 5 stayed with Yang Hui. Although Kid and Artie also had the urge to escape, Al followed closely behind Yang Hui and stood still, so they were too embarrassed to run away without permission. Let's go to cage number 1. I will explain to you based on the actual operation. The theoretical knowledge is in the database. Captain Mitsuha should have opened the permissions for you. Just go to J to get a pad later. Okay, thank you, Mr. Yang Hui. In cage number 1, while helping others prepare their machines, Yang Hui explained the mechanical knowledge of this world to Al, Batson and Davy. At the same time, he also asked about the technology of their world. After a rough understanding, it was found that the technological systems of the 2 worlds were very different. The magical technology of the other world was completely supported by magic. The overall structure of the MIS in that world was not very reasonable, and the various systems in the body could only be described as simple, including the material of the skeleton and armor. Although it was made of the unique metal of the other world, there was nothing special about it. The performance in all aspects was far worse than that of Gundamium alloy. At most, it was similar to the high-tensile metal used by Zakuai during the 1-year war. However, due to the power of magic, ordinary materials can also exert terrible performance. The armor is strong enough to withstand several cannon bombardments. The live ammunition machine guns hitting it are just like mosquitoes biting steel plates. As for beam weapons, it takes at least 3 shots for Jegan's standard beam rifle to penetrate, and they all hit the same point. With the blessing of magic, flexibility and mobility have also been unimaginably improved. The weapons are relatively simple, just physical cold weapons and magic cannons. The power has nothing to do with the structure of the weapon, but only with the magic reserve and output of the machine. In that world, not only can the machine use magic, but people can also use magic. In Al's words, magic is not much different from the programming of this world. If Yang Hui did not have magic power, he would probably be able to transform into a dark wizard immediately. Of course, if Yang Hui really wanted to, it was not impossible to have magic power. He could find someone from their world to assimilate and devour, but he didn't have this idea. Magic power. It's okay to play with it, but it's disgusting to think about him swallowing a person just to have magic power. However, when Al suddenly said the word programming, Yang Hui's mouth curled up with interest. Now it can be basically confirmed that Al is a time traveler who traveled from a modern world to another world. However, Yang Hui did not point it out, nor did he talk to Al alone about his experience as a time traveler. There was no need for this. After all, even if this world was connected to the Promise Fortress, Al would return to his own world, and whether they could meet again at that time was also an unsolved mystery. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.